they had like super dangerous, right? It was all murders. I think it was like super maximum security, like for the biggest psychos. Put them on after shows.
Yeah, what was that movie? I think Sean Connery movie as well.
Rock.
Yeah, that's what that.
Yeah, I think that was about it too. Yeah, but you know, guys who have in cardio, like that's a real weapon. Like power is important in what's always important, but cardio is one of the most important things because when you get tired, you don't think right. You don't make good decisions, and then you also you're just not as effective. You're not going to scramble out of positions. You're going to relax a little, try to catch your breath. Like if you get taken down, you're not going to like completely exert. Chuck Liddell said this to me once. He said, when guys get taken down, the moment my back touched the ground, it was like hot lava. And I just exploded immediately. I never let them hold me. That was the key to never getting taken down and held down. Is that the moment, he's a really good wrestler as well, obviously, but the moment someone would get down, he would never accept it. He would just, some guys accept it, like, fuck, I'm going to take it down. All right, you know, overhook, underhook, you know, like control posture, work my full guard, try to get back up, try to buy time where I have enough energy to escape and figure out, am I going to try to sweep him? Am I going to try to pummel and try to get back up to my feet? Am I going to try to scoot back to the cage? A bunch of different strategies to try to get back up. But the thing is, like, when you're tired, you'll accept that takedown. And when you see guys accept the takedown, just hold full guard, like, that guy's fucking tired. You know?
They like the recent Oliveira fight. It was tough to watch some of the parts where it's just like, go on the ground.
Yeah. Well, that fight was crazy, huh? Yeah. Michael Chandler almost fucking had it in that fifth round.
Yeah.
Almost had it. What a relentless motherfucker that guy is.
Yeah.
And he was getting his ass kicked for 4 rounds, and then finally almost fucks him up.
Yeah, it's crazy when it comes down to like, you know, do or die mode, how many times it almost turned around.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also crazy that a guy like him, who is pretty heavily muscled, and is just such a fucking training machine, that he has that ultimate gas tank, even in the 5th round, just explode. And like in the 5th round, he was going hard. Which is why I always thought he was a super dangerous fight for Conor.
Yeah, he almost seems like a better cardio, like Sean Shirk or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Sean Shirk was one of the first guys who really did have crazy cardio.
Did it? I thought he was so...
For the time.
Okay.
He was a fitness fanatic, like a conditioning fanatic. But, like, so was... there's a few guys, like Rich Franklin was, like, a fitness fanatic, too. Like, they dedicated a significant amount of their time just to strength and conditioning. So they had this like ultimate gas tank. But like with Rich Franklin, the problem was his skill level was never going to compete with Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva was just a god at the time. I mean, in his prime, he was like 34 years old. He was fucking unstoppable. He was
just so athleticism differential between everyone.
Yeah. It was skill too. It's like he had the ability to let punches get right here, and he would just move his head slightly and then bang, crack you. All your momentum is coming in, and he would counter you. And he was just so skillful. And he was like a computer. He would, the first minute of the round, first round of the fight, you would see him moving around and just like trying things on you and just sort of downloading your movements and what you're capable of. You would see you swing, like, okay, I got that. Okay, I'll do a little of this. I'll kick him a couple of times. And then by the end of the round, he's like, okay, motherfucker. And then you'd see him like the Yushino Kami fight is a great example of that. By the end of the first round, he head kicks Okami, drops him. He just starts tuning him up. He gets what you could do. He's like, you can't do what I do. And then it just starts turning on.
Yeah, some of those fights back in the day just felt like taking time bomb for whoever he was facing.
Yeah, people forget. The thing about fighters when they fight past their prime is you get these guys like Anderson, they're fighting in their 40s, and you remember them from their later fights.
Yeah.
You don't remember them when they were unstoppable. Like when Anderson was in his prime, he's one of the greatest fighters that's ever been.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen that UFC interview where they like accidentally showed, I think it was like HGH in the background?
Yes. He opened his fridge when he eating. Oh, I'm eating growth.
Yeah. He's fought for some dumb shit too, if I recall correctly.
Well, did you ever see his coach? his weightlifting coach?
Probably when I was looking into it, but
The dude
I'm
was
assuming
like-
he's yoked out of
The
his
dude was
fucking
like
mind.
65 years old and built like Joel Romero.
Oh my god.
See if you can find Anderson Silva's strength and conditioning coach. I mean, there was no way. There's just no way. That guy knows what to take.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no. He's in his 60s. Fucking jacked. I mean, just super jacked. Like, that's him.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Look at Anderson's face. It's a perfect picture. I mean, look at that dude. That dude's in his 60s. Yeah. Tainted supplements likely cause a failed test, not what's in my fridge. Look at the size of that guy in his 60s. So, obviously, he knows what to take.
Yeah.
That guy knows some stuff.
So, Chandler, you said good match for Connor. Is that ever happening? Or
I don't know if Connor's ever going to fight.
what's happening with his, he just got, like, the civil suit
Yeah.
or whatever, and he's being dropped by all his
Yeah.
companies or something.
Yeah. I don't know the real details of that case. I know his version of it and her version of it and what played out in the court. But the reality is that guy's partying, and he's partying real hard. And he talked about it in the court case. He's talking about cocaine. Like, that was the whole thing. We were all doing cocaine. And we were fucking.
Dude, some of his interviews, you can tell he is out of it.
Allegedly. He seems at least excited.
Dude, have you seen the Jake Gyllenhaal and Connor interview
Yes.
for Roadhouse? And he's just fucking tweaking the whole time.
He seems like
And
he's
Jake's just like,
Yeah.
I can't imagine he wasn't thinking, what are you doing?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's funny. Shane Gillis has a great bit about Conor McGregor and Roadhouse. He goes, Conor McGregor basically played a coked out Conor McGregor in Roadhouse. And Shane does like a Conor impression, so it's fucking hilarious. Like, I mean, he likes coke.
Yeah.
But I think there's another issue to talk about, and that is that a lot of fighters, when they've sustained a significant amount of damage over the course of their career, and there's no way to not get that, right? We've all seen Conor get beat up and knocked out. We've seen Conor's sparring footage. He spars pro boxers, he's sparring elite fighters. You're getting hit in the head a lot. And a lot of fighters, especially towards the end of their career, turn to drugs. And I think there's probably like a constant state of discomfort that they live in, where their dopamine levels are all fucked up, their cortisol levels are all fucked up, their body's just, you're not supposed to get punched in the head 1,000 times a year. It's just not supposed to happen. And that's the reality of consistent training. So if you think about consistent training, like say you and me are sparring and we meet at the gym 3 times a week and we spar 3 times a week. And let's say we spar 5 rounds 3 times a week. 5 rounds of 5 minutes each. You might hit me 15, 20 times a round, and then we're doing that 3 times a week, and we're doing that over and over and over again. And it's not even, this is the thing, people say, oh, you spar light. Sure, sparring light is important, but subconcussive trauma to the head is what causes soccer players to get CTE. Now, soccer players are getting CTE from a soccer ball. I bounced a soccer ball. I played soccer when I was a kid. That doesn't hurt. But that thump, that's giving you CTE. People who ride jet skis get CTE.
Wow.
You know that?
No, I didn't.
My friend Mark Gordon, who is an expert in traumatic brain injury, and he works at the Wounded Warrior Foundation. I think he works with them. He works with Angel Warrior Foundation. He works with a lot of veterans that suffer from CTE and uses a lot of hormone replacement to help them. A lot of it is damage to the pituitary gland. Your infancy is fucked up, breaches, explosions, blown up in IC, all those kind of things. Like, those guys are fucked, like, the inside of their brain is fucked. There's a bunch of different therapies they apply to that, but the bottom line is that it's not just getting knocked out. It's just getting thumped a lot. Just thumped and trained. So if we're sparring, we're friends. If we were sparring, I wouldn't hit you hard. I'd hit you like that. I wouldn't try to kill you. I'd hit you like that. But that over and over again, you're going to get brain damage. Fact. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're going to get brain damage. And if you're doing that over the course of a 10, 15-year career, think about all those camps, all those rounds, all those times you sparred. And not just sparred that way. How many collisions how many times I've been collided with doing jiu-jitsu? You accidentally butt heads, you accidentally take a knee to the head, you accidentally take an elbow to the head. It's constant. So you've got consistent trauma to your fucking dome over and over and over again. And then you get a little bit of coke, and you're feeling good again. I bet, you get addicted to it. And the guy obviously likes street things, right? They're wild people. That's why John Jones likes those people. They're fucking wild people. They want to fight. They want to fight in a cage for a living. That's why they literally feed themselves. Like, eating the fuck out of skilled people.
Yeah, I can imagine something like the brain cell death that literally occurs could almost result in a perpetual state of you now need drugs to achieve like baseline even to feel normal.
Yeah.
There's a drug I didn't mention earlier, but it's worth mentioning. You said what's not being tested for its useful. In fighters, something called cerebral lysine is used to offset brain damage after fights, and not being tested for by water. Yeah.
How does it work?
It's like one of the only sources of active NGF and BDNF that you can actually get an effect out of seemingly. So, like, brain drug, create the NF, something that could be, basically, grow new brain cells, or offset deterioration as well.
Why would you not let people take that? That seems like that should be standard. That should be given to everybody.
Yeah, it's the pipeline of it getting through a clinical, like getting a clinical application. It's still in the experimental phases, so I can see why it hasn't been widespread recognition, and still, it's not proved to be super effective, but at least some people I know have used it, highly effective for neurogenesis. Yeah, that's cool.
I think that might work, right?
Yeah, a lot of people, even nowadays, are exposing themselves to things that make them stupid. So it might even become, an adjunct kind of like preventive therapy.
Right. Yeah, sure.
And it's like sometimes not even purposeful that you're doing things that make you stupider. It's just like what kind of I don't know, like if you have kids, you're never getting good sleep, or you're somebody who's constantly on stimulants, which you use bad lifestyle or whatever. But yeah, there's certain things that are going to kill brain cells and just aging in general.
Have you seen the studies on creatine and performance with sleep deprivation?
Very interesting. Another thing that not being tested for, which I don't think it should be, so like creatine at adequate doses. Interestingly, for years we all been told take your 5 grams and you're good. Well, what's often not talked about is the fact that that dosage is not going to be widespread, the optimal one for every single person. You will likely achieve muscle saturation with that dose, but it doesn't mean you're going to get the full suite of benefits depending on your genetics, how much you weigh, muscle mass, metabolism. So
5 grams for 145% versus 240.
Yeah, so like some studies have found increased benefits up to like 20 grams a day. Yeah, and if your GI can tolerate it, so it could be worth trying to see if you can affect it with 10 grams and then elevate from there.
Do you take it?
Oh yeah.
I take it in gummy form.
That's hard to get an adequate dose.
How is that?
Well, how many gummies do you need to take to get 5?
I take 6. It says take 3. I take 6. Well, let's see what the dose is. Go to Try Create. Okay, so I'm taking 7, 8.
So some of the most recent studies are in like elderly women taking 20 grams.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'll start doing that.
Start with like 10. If your GI tolerates
I have
it.
no problem with creatine. I used to think it made my face fat, but I think I was just eating.
I think one of the problems with gummies is oftentimes they're less likely to meet label claims. So,
really?
I don't know if that's like a third party rigorously tested product or not, but it's something to be conscious of.
Right, and then there's 2 types, right? There's creatine monohydrate, and then there's another creatine. What is the other one?
There's different formats, but some are like HCl is essentially just down to HCl with a monohydrate, which could be more tolerable for somebody who gets GI distress from monohydrate. Thought to be water solubility and other things, but in general, monohydrate is the one that has the most literature supporting it. It is tried and true. It's cheaper, easier to access.
Isn't there some other stuff, H something, that you take in combination with it?
Same HCl, maybe. HMB?
HMB, yeah, that's it. What is that?
That's, I believe, a metabolite of leucine, which is like very, basically stimulates mTOR. So could be useful for, I think, people who are not getting a sufficient amount of protein in their diet and need something to stimulate mTOR for adequate muscle protein synthesis. So, like, I don't know, older people who don't get enough protein, for example.
Right.
It has shown efficacy. It's just the situations contextually where it is the most effective is going to be somebody who is not eating enough protein. But it's like how many people are eating enough protein as well.
Right.
Yeah. Some studies have found that, upwards of 1 gram per pound of body weight per day could be beneficial, and most people aren't doing it.
My diet is almost entirely
Yeah.
Yeah, my diet is mostly.
It's pretty fucking hard to get your body weight in protein per day if you're not supplementing with protein and animal derived sources. And then even harder if you're vegetarian.
If you're just eating meat and animal derived sources, it's hard.
I think for a lot of people to get high quality, just if you're going to eat over, I don't know, 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds of meat a day, you can hit your needs pretty easily. Yeah, but that's not like a typical person, I would say.
That's most of my meals. Like my breakfast today, I ate like a pound of milk.
Yeah.
That was my breakfast. So what I do is I meal prep for the week on Sunday. So I'll take out of my freezer, I take a bunch of elk steaks and I put them on the Traeger. I slow cook them at like 265 degrees until I get them to the proper temperature. And I sear them, I cut them up, and then I put them in like a glass container and put them in my refrigerator. And then I pull it out whenever I want.
Do you have how much meat per day?
Multiple pounds.
Multiple?
Yeah.
Cooked with?
Yeah. I probably eat at least 3 pounds a day.
Yeah, you might be getting, I forget how many pounds of meat you need to saturate protein stores, or at least the equivalent of 5 grams, but you'd probably still benefit from trying supplementing more.
Well, I do take those gummies. Like I said, I take 6 of those a day. But maybe
I get the powder, bro.
I'm going to take
Yeah.
See what happens. Let's see what happens.
After calories, gummies, and the rest of meat.
Yeah, let's see what's up. They don't seem to make you, they don't upset my stomach at all.
It makes you wonder if it's
What
actually
do you think
the creatine in it.
Wow. I've never had upset stomach with creatine. I've taken it in the past. But I'm taking it now more consistently than I've ever taken it before. Because with the gummies, it's so easy. I keep it in the gym. I just bust it open.
Yeah.
Eat some of them.
Yeah,
It tastes good.
it's one of the most slept on supplements for sure. I think it kind of got I don't know, like not as much attention as it deserves. Maybe more recently it's gotten a bit more hype because of some of the literature around its cognitive effects and whatnot. But it's like super useful for a myriad of things.
What is the mechanism for it to cognitive enhancement?
I think it's thought to be like local energy production in the brain. So some people genetically or as they age or what have you have deficiencies in the capacity to produce ATP, and if you can backfill it with like a readily available source of phosphoprotein, then you can basically get it to baseline where it should be.
It makes you wonder, like people that are on a vegan diet, like what are their creatine levels like?
Oh, not good for sure.
There's no way, right?
No, it's impossible. Even if you're somebody who eats a lot of meat, you might think you're good, but unless you're eating multiple pounds a day, it's unlikely that you saturate it.
Well, that's like one of the more insidious things about these people that are proselytizers. We're trying to get people to become vegan, and one of the things that they say is it will improve their athletic performance, which is like straight horseshit. Like, I don't know of any elite athlete at the very top of any sport that's vegan. Do you?
No, I know some high up BB pros who are vegan, but
Really?
they do a lot to optimize their diets that requires special protein, supplements, and this and
And a massive possibility.
Yeah, a lot of them are dope too.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, so there are definitely successful, like people who thrive, I think, doing vegan diets, but oftentimes it's more meticulous in the planning needed to, like, actually make it so you can thrive, as opposed to, like, if you're eating enough red meat and whatnot, like, you can be stupid and still cover your bases, essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
So the difference between one thing is like if someone said, well, a pound of broccoli would equal, X amount of steak in terms of the amount of protein, but it's not the same bioavailability.
Yeah, like the amino acid composition is not going to be the same, and it might not even stimulate muscle protein synthesis to the capacity that is needed to actually be anabolic. Like some vegans, I would assume, might actually benefit from supplementing with essential amino acids on top of their meals just because they're not hitting a leucine threshold. And that's where like an HMB also could maybe have use as well.
And is creatine, is it sourced in a vegan way, or is any of it derived from animal sources?
That's a good question. I'm not sure, but if you can make testosterone from soy,
Right.
I think creatine is probably good.
It's pretty crazy what they can do.
Oh, dude, yeah, you would never think. That's where you get it from.
Yeah, it just takes so many brilliant people working in so many different capacities to create like all the stuff we have available right now.
Yeah, like some dude that's taking something around it's like, hey, these chemicals look similar to these chemicals that we like make in our salt. So
Yeah.
let's tweak it and like make it. Let's sell it to people as testosterone. Yeah, I don't even know.
It works.
Yeah,
That's super effective.
yeah.
It's very strange that it's also kind of derided. That like people like look down on it. Like, why would you look down upon anything, especially as you're an older person? Why would you look down upon anything? It's gonna make you feel better.
Yeah. No, I think more awareness is coming to it, but also in women for HRT. You could argue even more of a necessity than at least with men. A lot can maintain residual hormone production to some capacity that could sustain good health long term. But with women, once you have menopause, like, you are guaranteed to have like a complete cessation of estrogen and progesterone production. So where you are guaranteed putting your brain and heart in danger if you don't replace those hormones. Yeah. So it's almost like, I don't know, like unwinding some of the shitty information that's put out.
That's the thing with women. There was a lot of shitty information put out about hormone replacement.
Yeah, it's I think it was the Women's Health Initiative. They had some study that showed like a relative risk increase in breast cancer or something to the tune of some negligible and significant amount of damage. They were also using synthetic drugs as opposed to bioidentical. So it'd be like the equivalent of me putting you on DECA and then being like, oh, well, you got cancer, so testosterone sucks. Yeah, which is fucking ridiculous. So they're using like horse-piss-derived estrogens or something, and then like some shitty progesterone. And determining, oh, HRT is bad, because of some also relatively insignificant increase in cancer risk, which at least to date in bioidentical hormones we have not seen play out. And the upside far outweighs the risk, seemingly, that we can see right now. It's just not really permeated the, I don't know, like, masses yet.
Well, think about how many fucking people have replacement therapy, how few of them knows that problem. I don't know of anybody that has a problem with that. I know of so many people that have been enhanced by it. They feel so much better. They have so much more energy, more life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super effective. And for women, too, like, no more hot flashes when you're sleeping. Your bones aren't going to degrade at the same rate. Like, your brain is not, like, Alzheimer's rates in women are 2x better than men. So, it's definitely intertwined with menopause shutting off as well.
That's fucked. When you hear about studies that, like, when the sugar industry plunged their studies to saturated fat, because they were trying to say saturated fat was causing heart attacks and not sugar. When you see about, and I think they paid like $50,000.
Oh my god.
You guys don't know that?
Well, I didn't know it was $50,000.
Pretty sure it's like
That's
$50,000, and it ruined everybody.
not that if it was a bigger amount of money, it would be fine. But I mean, it's just shocking how little it was.
If they paid him $50 million, you're like, well, it's unethical, but hey, if somebody offers me $50 million, who knows what I would do? No, $50,000, and these motherfuckers ruined people for decades.
Builder won the Porsche and
Yeah. Oh, it's like, yep, there it is. 50 years ago, Sugar Industry quietly paid scientists who wound up paying approximately $50,000 in today's dollars for research. So he's even less than $50,000. So it's $50,000 today. So 50 years ago, it's probably $10,000. Yeah, they paid him $10,000. These motherfuckers ruined everyone's health. Got people taking margarine. He's scared of butter and eggs. Crazy.
Their diet is just meat.
Yeah, mostly.
What about fruit?
I eat fruit. Yeah, I love fruit.
Even like cycling back and forth between.
I like fruit before I work out. I like fruit after I work out sometimes. I like fruit, but I very rarely eat vegetables unless I want to. Like if some asparagus and it's looking good, I'll have some asparagus. You know what I mean? Like if I see some Brussels sprouts, I eat it for taste. Sort of like, I think of it like pasta, except not as bad for you. I think of it like, oh, that would probably taste good. I don't think of it as like this is like nutrition. So when I eat for nutrition and fuel, eggs and steak, that's 90+% of my diet.
Have you been following the boxing gold medal debacle?
And first of all, XY chromosome, case closed.
Yeah.
Give a fucking, and this is what the enhanced game wants to do. So the enhanced game, they're developing this Olympic style event, and they're spending a lot of money on it. They have a lot of big investors, and they're going to give real prizes, like $1 billion if you win the gold medal, instead of zero, which is what the Olympics do. And I asked them, I'm like, how are you going to address transactions?
But yeah.
Which is really the only way to do it politically correct.
Yeah.
You don't say this is not a woman. You say, where are you from? Ma'am, where are you from? XY. Ma'am, you got to be in the XY box. Go over there. I identify as a woman. Get over there.
Apparently they used to do sex testing in the Olympics in the 90s, I believe. They stopped doing it, and then since then it's been like these weird nuanced scenarios where it's just testosterone level like male or whatever. And, it gets nuanced with the type of like disorder you have, because some are far more advantageous than others. And if this medical report that was released of these boxers is true, it's basically the worst offender of the disorders you could have, because it's basically like a 5-alpha reductase deficiency is basically just depriving your body of DHT. But if you have internal testes making testosterone, you still have the full functional capacity of a male to build muscle and bone. Psychoactive effects and all that. So,
Lung size, heart size.
that to be determined, which I think that athlete should go get the testing to actually disprove it if it was true, or if it wasn't true. But
They would have really done that. Where they smoke, there's fire. I think too many people are calling it a man. Like there's this one case of there's that runner who has right. So that's a very different thing.
no, that was like potentially the same thing.
Really?
Yeah,
XY chromosome?
had internal testes, XY chromosomes, 5-alpha reductase deficiency, and had the testosterone level of male because of the internal testes. And you might grow up thinking that you are female because you haven't had adequate sexual differentiation and maturation from the lack of DHT. So it's almost like the equivalent of putting a kid at birth on like a megadose of finasteride or dutasteride, wiping out their DHT. So they still grow up with male level muscle development from the testosterone, but no not sufficient masculinization to differentiate you in the food completely from the DHT.
So let's see what is the latest on this. So let's find out what is the story on this boxer and find out what has anybody analyzed this? Is there any conclusion that anybody's drawn.
I don't think so. I think it's still, is the league report legit or not? And
confirms Olympic boxing champion launching legal action over medical allegations. But this is just about the legal.
I'm just looking for a story about it and having updated information.
She's also saddened by the abuse she has received. You need to go back and edit this if there's such a man. He's saddened by the abuse that he's received.
About the claims that they were stripped of their title, their gold medal.
Oh, well, that's not true. No, they haven't been stripped. So if they're suing over that, yes, they can actually win that lawsuit.
Oh, this thing over something. Yeah. And I feel like the Olympics are going to probably have to lean into, you know, the whole politically correct angle of it too, to not just free me if you let this person pump in your head.
Of course. Yeah, she never felt something like this. So what?
We have all board too.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But so what is the leaked report, Jim? Find out what the leaked report is.
I understand not everyone will agree on this issue, but let's discuss it here. Civilized manner by making death threats from our individual homes to one another on the internet.
I think it was the basically assessment of
Internal testing.
yeah.
Okay, French journalist. But there's been multiple studies or multiple articles written saying that this person has XY chromosomes.
That was a supposed failed gender eligibility test from some organization that
Yeah, International Boxing Association did not allow her to participate in 2023 World Championship after she failed gender eligibility test. But the International Olympic Committee did authorize her presence at Paris 2024. But here's the thing, like, is this, when they say the International Olympic Committee did authorize, what are they, by what?
yeah, this was the crazy thing is apparently their criteria was that you are female in your passport. But it's like, you know, if you look female at birth, you easily could if you have this disorder. So,
Didn't Dylan Mulvaney change their passport to a female?
oh,
Find out, can you change your passport to female if you're transgender? I think you can.
yeah,
I don't know if Dylan Mulvaney did it.
I guess it's still low barriers here. Like you just have like a fucking ID piece that
Right.
says you're female, therefore we're gonna ignore testes.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
The whole thing is so crazy. This is one of the weirder aspects. The reason why people harp on it so much. Why is everybody so obsessed with trans? Because this is why. Because it's bizarre. No medical documentation. You do not need to provide medical documentation to change your gender marker. So this is for a U.S. passport. You can select M for male, F for female, or X for unspecified or another gender identity. So you can have X on your passport. I think I'm going to get that. So no medical documentary. So I could be a female. I could just say I'm a female, show up with full beard. Genetic marker you select doesn't need to match your gender on your citizenship evidence or photo ID. See, the reason why this works is I don't know what's going on inside you. I don't know how you feel. I could be arrogant and completely not compassionate, and I could just decide that you're just full of shit, you're a guy. Or you could be in agony, going through life, feeling like a woman, and not understanding why you have a dick. I think there's that too. But like I talked about in my comedy special, perverts disappeared like the flu during COVID. Like they don't exist anymore. Like a guy in a dress who gets a hard-on going into the women's room is a woman now. They used to be psychos. It used to be like Norman Bates in the movie Psycho, dressed up like his mom, Silence of the Lambs, put the lotion in the basket. It was like you wanted to make someone in a movie scarier. You put him in a dress. You took a psycho killer, you made him dress like a woman, like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy. And then somewhere, we just decided that doesn't exist anymore. And so there's no perverts. And so anyone who just says they're a woman gets to go in the women's room, go in the women's locker, play in women's sports, and you're completely ignoring this subset of society that has always been fucking terrifying to people. Creepy guys who dress up like women, who pretend to be women, are just perverts. They just want to sneak around women's room and smell their shit. There's people that are out of their mind, and you've given them a hall pass.
Yeah, like I can empathize with somebody who didn't know, and then became aware of it, and then once they became aware of it, they stopped competing. It would suck for everyone involved, obviously, but like I could understand like how shitty of a predicament that is.
Yes.
But it's like the onus is on you once you've been assessed to not compete anymore,
right?
And to like confirm what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, go fight guys.
Yeah. And it's like, even if you're at a disadvantage, like, well, it doesn't mean you fight girls at your advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're at a disadvantage fighting guys, you probably shouldn't be fighting.
Yeah. Like, how many girls are transitioning and then fighting men or competing against men? Zero.
Right. Well, also, here's the other argument. There is a spectrum, right? So there are guys with naturally lower testosterone than guys like, say, Yoel Romero. Yoel Romero has an advantage over almost everybody. You know, when it comes to like genetics, he's just like a fucking specimen from God, right? So you got that, which is the rarest of rare, right? And then you have a guy like, you know, fill in the blank. There's like a bunch of fighters in the UFC. I don't want to disparage anybody. But there's a bunch of guys you look at and you're like, that's not a specimen. But super tough, super technical, works real hard, very intelligent in their approach, and they manage to fight really well. But if they go up against a guy who's just a freak, just a physical freak, and that guy works just as hard, is just as intelligent, and just as methodical in their training, they're going to have an advantage. It's just a natural, God-given advantage. The universe has kissed them with genetics. And those people exist, man. And so you can't say, well, then that guy should be able to fight women now, because he can't be Yoel Romero. Like, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. And it's also, you're not protecting women. I thought that the left was all about protecting women. Like, this is the whole thing about progressives. Protect people that are, like, not as safe. Like, I don't generally worry about women raping. Never. Yeah. Never in my life have I been in a bar and go, boy, I hope some woman doesn't try to rape me. Yeah, I hope some woman doesn't try to root me and get my dick hard. And, like, no one ever thinks that way. But women walk through life worrying about getting roofied or getting raped or getting dragged into an alleyway. They worry about that. Guys don't worry about that. It's just a completely different dynamic. So when you're comparing like trans this and trans that, like there's not a guy I've ever talked to in my life that is even remotely concerned with a trans man going into the men's room. I don't give a fuck. If, like, what's that person that was Chaz Bono, Sonny Bono's daughter that became a man? Chaz can come in the men's room. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't even freak me out at all. If Chaz is in the men's room and I have a 2-year-old son with me that I have to take into the bathroom, go to the bathroom, I'm not worried about Chaz Bono. But I am worried about a pervert. If I was a guy and I had a daughter and she was like 10 years old and she went into the women's room and then I saw a man with a fucking 5 o'clock shadow and a wig on go into the bathroom behind her and I couldn't go in the women's room and see what's going on. I go, I don't know. That might just be a really kind person who identifies as a woman and happens to have a beard, or it could be a complete fucking psycho, which are real things. And by being this compassionate person, I'm supposed to ignore the reality of psychos. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. This is where it becomes like a cult. Like, this is where it becomes like you're indoctrinated into this very rigid ideology that you can't stray from at all. And if you do, you're cast out of the kingdom forever. You're a heretic. You're a terrible person.
Yeah, fucked up, man. It's I don't really know. Even the scrutiny on it, I don't really know how they don't acknowledge how absurd it is. Like,
it's when you watch people defend it, they have to do mental gymnastics. Yeah. It just does. You ever see that conversation that I had with Adam Conover about it?
No.
Oh. It was one of the most brutal conversations of all time. It's about trans women in sports. And
so this was like a debate.
Well, it didn't turn out to be. It wasn't planned out. It just came about because he was doing, it's just, we were talking about it, and we got to the subject of trans women competing, and his position was like, I'm in favor of a sport that's more inclusive. So if that makes it more inclusive for the trans women. And he was like in favor of hormone blockers for children that they've always known that they're a woman. Like, what the fuck are you? You don't have any kids. You don't know what kids are like. You can tell your kids they're a werewolf. Like, just keep away from the full moon. You're a werewolf. Oh, I always knew. Like, they're kids. Their brain's not formed. And also, they want to please you. And if you're how many fucking Hollywood psychos have trans kids? How many people where they fly the flag of inclusivity and they're a proud progressive and I'm proud that I have a queer child? How much of that is your influence? Is it 0%? Because I bet it's not. I bet there's some sort of reinforcement of that. It's just like the numbers are so extraordinary. You have parents that have 3 trans kids. You're like, what? 3? What are the odds of that? And you're nuts? You're a nutty actress and you have 3 trans kids? What's going on here? And you're not allowed to say it. If you say anything, you say, oh, this person who's clearly mentally ill might actually be mentally ill and might actually have Munchausen syndrome. You know, like they might be doing something terrible to their child because they're just fucking nuts and they want a trans kid. Like, so they can fly as they can put their pride flag on their fucking front door and they feel like a better person. There are people like that. And then there are also people that are just compassionate people that want people to be free and do whatever you want. They want you to have complete freedom to express yourself. I don't care if a guy wears a dress. Wear a dress, man. If that's what you like, I don't care. You want to paint your nails, want to have lipstick on, I don't give a fuck. Have a good time. I want you to be happy. I'll be your friend. Just don't try to compete against women in sports. That's fucking nuts. And don't try to make women uncomfortable by walking with your dick out in the women's locker room. How about the guy in Canada that's 50 years old that identifies as a teenage girl and was competing in like young girls swimming, and they allowed him because Canada, like you live there, off the rails. You live in a communist shithole. That place is nuts, and they allow some of the most bananas trans stuff of all time. On taxpayer money in Canada, they paid for a guy to develop breast milk. Do you know about this story?
No.
Oh yeah. As an adopted child, paid for this person to lactate. Can you imagine the toxic milk that's coming out of this man kid? Like, what is in there? Like, what are you generating? You don't even have the glands for it. Like, what's actually being secreted there? So what is that?
Yeah, it's like if you ask me, would it be good milk quality from some guy on Trend or Deca and he's just fucking secreting shit in his nipples? I'd be like, fuck no, dude.
Fuck no. Yeah. Like, what is happening? What is in that milk? What is that going to do to the baby that's sucking on it? And all in the name of inclusivity. All in the name of being a kind, compassionate, open-minded person. That's not open-minded. That's nuts. And it's cowardly. Because you're afraid to say what you know to be true because you don't want to suffer the repercussions. You don't want to be called a transphobe, whatever the fuck that means. You don't want to be called a bigot. You don't want to be called any of these things. So you'll go along with some of the most preposterous ideas, including pretending that perverts don't exist.
Yeah, I hope, I don't know if Pierre is going to get into winning the election and get Trudeau out, but seems like a reasonable guy.
Well, he seems way more reasonable than Trudeau, who seems completely insane.
Yeah. Like, candidly, I'm not like a political expert by any fucking means at all, so don't take anything I'm saying seriously. Apparently, last time I was here, people thought I was like, by not saying anything about it, I was like endorsing Trudeau or something. And I was like, saying anything about I don't know. There was like comments about how Derek knows better. He knows who this PR guy is. I'm like, no, I just don't follow this shit like I should probably. Yeah. So, but he seems reasonable, and in contrast to Trudeau, who's like a fucking
full-on
gong show.
Full-on lunatic who's completely changed his tune on so many different things, including going after guns, what they did with the trucker strike.
Yeah, like the debanking thing you guys talked about recently. It's like not new news in Canada.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they did it to people who donated to the trucker convoy. It's just really crazy. So you just say, hey, these people shouldn't be mandated to get a vaccine that has, a safety profile that's really like, we don't really know yet. We don't know. There's no long-term studies. We don't really know what's going to happen. And you're just like mandating this?
Yeah.
Why? Why? I don't have to do it. Why are you making me do it? It turned out you really didn't have to do it. So this is what's turned out now. Like, I'll send it to you, Jamie. So they released a study recently where the actual government went and looked over. So they went and looked over what the actual results were from the pandemic, and the findings are, not that shocking to anybody who was actually paying attention, but completely contrary to what the instructions were when we were young, and this was, or when COVID was recent. So COVID-19. This is the House released a 500-page report on COVID-19 pandemic. Key findings: COVID-19 likely originated from a lab-related incident in Wuhan, China. Crazy. You get banned from YouTube for saying that. Banned. Okay, over $200 billion in relief funds lost to fraud, with criminals exploiting weak oversight. Prolonged lockdowns and arbitrary mandates cause severe harm, economic devastation, mental health crises, and historic learning loss, while lacking robust scientific support. Policies ignored natural immunity, pushing mandates that eroded trust and harmed public perception of science. Absolutely. WHO and CDC compromised by political interference, offering inconsistent, unscientific guidance that fueled public distrust, and the key players included federal agencies and Cuomo's administration actively obstructed oversight efforts and hid critical evidence. Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus Pandemic basically said all the conspiracy theorists were correct. Every single one of them, no repercussions, no retractions, no apology for Rachel Maddow, none of it.
Yeah, man, it's in Canada for a lot, things were pretty absurd. I know here it depended on the state and whatever, but Canada was like, get your vaccines, you're not leaving to go anywhere.
Yeah, crazy. Did you have to take it?
Yeah, dude, fucking sucked.
Did you have a side effect?
No, well, at least that I could tell.
Did you ever do a D-dimer test?
Yeah, normal.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, from what I understand, I talked to a friend of mine who's very knowledgeable in this, and he said that one of the real problems was the lack of aspiration. They didn't aspirate when they injected people. Even when they did Biden on television, they just jammed that thing into his arm and shot it in there.
So is it supposed to stay like local or something? And
it's supposed. The idea about it was it's supposed to stay local, right? It's supposed to stay local, but apparently there's been. If you talk to Brett Weinstein, a bunch of other people, there's a lot of debate as to whether or not it is ever local. That they've been able to find the evidence of spike protein alter the body. The issue, though, was if you didn't aspirate and you went right into a blood vessel.
Ooh.
So that could be the cause of myocarditis, all these different neurological conditions, all these different things. So the lipid nanoparticles and this vaccine gets in your system, your body reacts to it like it's being attacked, right? Well, if it gets to the heart, your heart doesn't heal, right? Which is why your heart doesn't have cancer. Your heart scars. Like your liver heals, your liver regenerates. You could lose half your liver. You know, you could donate half your liver to someone and it'll grow back in weeks.
Yeah, liver's resilient.
It's nuts.
Yeah. But
your heart's not like that. So the heart scars over and it leads to, enlarging of the heart, myocarditis, pericarditis. So this is the thought. This is what my friend told me, who's a very intelligent person, I want to name him. But he said that the real issue is that they didn't aspirate. And a significant number of people that are experiencing these long-term issues from the vaccine is because it went right into their bloodstream when it was supposed to be intramuscular.
Yeah, there is several times now, because especially if you're on TRT, you're probably more understanding of how to inject yourself almost than somebody who's like a random pharmacist that just jamming people as fast as they want every single day, just part of the gig. And you're kind of risking it if you just let somebody else ping you. Like sometimes you feel like you're like, hey, can I do this?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But even then, like if you jam it into your arm, it's possible that you can hit a blood vessel.
Yeah, have you ever heard of trend cough?
I have. What is that?
Yeah, so it's thought to be that if you get into like you nick a vein or something, or you like hit a blood vessel, for example, and you get some of it bleeding immediately into systemic circulation rather than being intramuscular entirely, it goes very quickly up to your lungs, and you basically have a coughing fit get induced by your body trying to like expel whatever is there. And so like I could absolutely see something that wasn't meant to go immediately into systemic circulation being more problematic. Like with trend cough, I've experienced it personally back in the day. This is like one of the most sobering things about bodybuilding is if you get trend cough, it's like the most pathetic scenario you'll ever find yourself in, because you're just this muscle-bound dude who just injected yourself with like cattle steroids, and you're just looking at yourself in the mirror, hacking up a lung, sweating your fucking face off. Like, what am I doing with my life? And you can't get around it other than just like cough a lung for 3 minutes.
It takes 3 minutes for it to go.
It depends, but like how much you have and all this, a bunch of stuff. But yeah, it's like basically if it happens, you can feel it coming on. You just like fucking brace yourself on the sink, and you get ready to hack up a lung for a few minutes.
Jesus. And is it a consistent thing, or is it a one-time thing, like right after injection, or is it something?
It's after injection, but it's like, you know, who knows what that does once you get like solvents and fucking, you know, like whatever else is in your compound, in your solution into systemic circulation immediately. I don't know.
What is Tren is something that the craziest of people that I know have taken, including like jiu-jitsu guys. They really want to get super jacked, they take Tren.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is it about the Tren? And they apparently get like ultra violent when they're on Tren.
Yeah, so it's a unique compound that was...
Is it called Trenbolone? Is that what it's?
Yeah, and it used to be used for like, I forget what the clinical application was, but it was a pharmaceutical approved steroid back in the 80s, and then was, you know, basically taken off the market similar to around the same time that, interestingly enough, Biden was the one who spearheaded getting like steroids scheduled essentially.
Biden did?
Yeah, he was like at the forefront of pushing for the banning of them or scheduling.
I don't have muscles. Nobody has muscles.
Yeah, and that's like, he's blamed often by the bodybuilding community for the lack of refinement in anabolic steroids, because now we're stuck with the same drugs we've been using since like the 80s. So like every drug category has had significant refinements over the years to make them more effective, less side effect ridden, etc. Like GLP-1 medications, for example, highly effective and constantly being like lightning through pipelines to create really, really refined ones that are less problematic. And with steroids, that was being done in the 80s, and then once there was, you know, the Van Johnson debacle, I believe it was.
Yeah.
That brought all this, you know, public outcry.
Canadian.
And it getting tested positive for Winstrol, I think. And people were like, is this just going to become like a fucking, like, chemical warfare, essentially, in the Olympics? And whoever's doped the most is going to win. And people were freaking out. And the response was Biden getting it, including testosterone, scheduled.
Wow.
Yeah, and then there was this huge stigma developed around them, and the taboo of being on steroids was developed. And that's kind of what led to this probably slowing down progress decades and likely preventing people from getting steroids developed that were far less likely to kill them. Yeah, so we can have like really refined, highly effective compounds by now that don't make your heart explode if they just continue probably.
Well, I know that one state, I think it was Oregon, essentially decriminalized everything. I think they've taken that back now, because I think it was like Oregon's a disaster. Portland in particular. Like you go, there's just needles, drug addicts, and it's like the open air drug marts everywhere. Because all the homelessness and the camping on the street, the tent situation there is fucking nuts. And they're super tolerant, progressive people, so like overwhelmingly, right? So they look at it like in terms of compassion for these people. We need to fund them, and you're basically giving them money to stay homeless. It's really nuts. So when a society like that decriminalizes everything, we just gonna people are gonna go haywire with meth, you know, whatever else they want to get. But they also did it with steroids. They did it with everything. They essentially decriminalized all drugs. But I think did they take that back, Jamie?
I would be curious, even if it was decriminalized, though, what the access would be like, because it's still going to be contingent on compounding pharmacies being able to make stuff any better.
Well, they're scrutinizing peptides now, which is really crazy. Oregon law rolling back drug decriminalization takes effect, making possession a crime again. So is it of all things? Did they just change the law totally? So the Democratic-controlled legislature passed the recriminalization law in March, overhauling a measure approved by 58% of voters in 2020 that made possessing illicit drugs like heroin punishable by a ticket and a maximum $100 fine. The measure directed hundreds of millions of dollars in cannabis tax revenue towards addiction services, but the money was slow to get out the door at a time when the fentanyl crisis was causing a spike in deadly overdoses and health officials. grappling with the COVID-19 pandemic. They're struggling to stand up the new treatment system state waters found. Okay, so they just couldn't keep up with what was. They didn't follow through with the whole idea of these addiction centers and rehabilitation centers.
Yeah, like some of this stuff is like, I don't even know how much it would help being able to possess something when you can't even get it prescribed to begin with.
Right, you can't manufacture it.
Yeah,
It's still like if you're allowed to get cocaine, if you're allowed to possess cocaine, what you buy fentanyl-laced cocaine from the cartel? Like, what do you?
Yeah, like in Canada, it's not I'm pretty sure it's not a crime to possess steroids, but to sell it and distribute it is a crime. And there's still no pharmacies that are making pharmaceutical grade steroids that aren't testosterone.
Could a pharmacy make it and give it away? Like if you had some Elon Musk type fucking crazy person?
I don't think so. Probably not.
Right, so if it's decriminalized and you're allowed to possess it, are you allowed to make it?
No, I think just like the process of distributing. I don't even know, but I know like oxandrolone, for example, Anavar was recently like banned entirely, and it's been allowed to be prescribed for certain like hyper-specific niche purposes for decades. It's been around since the 80s.
And it's banned in America as well?
Yeah, like recently it was added to like, it was basically de-approved.
But why?
Good question. Apparently,
But you can still get the COVID-19 vaccine.
Yeah.
They'll still tell you to get it.
Yeah.
They try to give it to kids.
Yeah. Man. Yeah. But
it's crazy because like how many people are dying from Anavar? Like what's the numbers? It's like what is it, like Brazil nut deaths? You know what I mean?
it's definitely not the safe drug, but I mean like it's when it's used appropriately, it can be fine.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's not a crisis.
No.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, why are you passing laws when there's not an issue?
Yeah, I don't know what the effect of RFK will be, but it sounds like he might be able to influence things now in like a positive direction. So that's it.
He looks a little saucy.
Oh, for sure.
He's 70.
I think he admitted that he's guilty.
Clearly. I mean, if you would have to be the craziest genetic freak of all time to carry that kind of muscle mass at 70 naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good. And he also is open to the idea of changing the classification of psychedelics as well, which I think is going to be really important to people. There's a lot of things that morons are preventing society from using, and that's really all it is. People who are ignorant to the effects, they're ignorant to all of it, and they're compromised generally by pharmaceutical drug companies.
Yeah, I definitely think psychedelics have utility. One thing I do see that freaks me out, those people permanently changing their brain chemistry with like heavy ayahuasca exposure or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Like, have you seen? I've seen multiple cases of this on social media as well as in real life. People have gone on retreats and come back unrecognizable in their demeanor and how they behave, and not in a good way, like weirdos.
Yeah, oh yeah, I know a few.
Yeah, like have you seen Liver King recently?
Yeah, what's going on?
He seems like like borderline schizophrenic.
Okay, but is that also? I think he was mentally ill, right?
Maybe.
Well, I would have listened. Let me just classify my definition of mental illness as someone who lies. I think it's a mental illness.
Okay.
I think lying when it's really obvious.
Yeah.
Like if I try to tell people I'm 6'3", that's an obvious lie. If I say that over and over again until somebody comes up with a ruler, that's crazy. You have to be a crazy person. That's a mental illness. If you lie and say you're black and you're actually white, and you work for the NAACP, like the Rachel Dolezal lady, kind of mentally ill, right?
Yeah.
So that's mental. That's a mental ill. There's something wrong. You're not thinking clear, and you're doing a thing that we generally, universally say is a bad thing, just lying, right? So if you're doing that, you're lying about taking steroids when it's super obvious you're on steroids. You're 46 years old. You look like a fucking superhero. You're right. You're just super jacked, and then gets caught. Okay, so now he has to come out and say this. Now imagine you've never been famous, and then all of a sudden you are really, really famous really quickly over the course of a few years. Like social media, all over TikTok, your profile is elevated to the point where you can say to the regular person in the street, you know who Liver King is. Like, oh yeah, that roided up guy. Everybody knows who he is. Then the hate because your labs come out and finds out he's on a shit. This guy's juiced to the tits. Obviously, for a guy like you or a guy like me, we look at a guy like that, like, you've got to be on the juice. You don't even look remotely normal.
Like, everyone says that though too, but a lot of people believe it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are just ignorant, right? Yeah. But the people that knew, like yourself, 100%, you knew that guy was on steroids, right?
Yeah.
So then imagine the anxiety that comes with being exposed and then the hate. Now, I don't know what this dude does in terms of like social media if you read his comments, but just imagine the psychological effect of being bombarded by people calling you a piece of shit and a liar and a fraud all day long. Every time you check your Instagram or whatever you got, your YouTube, the comments are filled with people who hate you.
Yeah.
Filled with it. And you're just like sitting there stewing in your own shit and just freaking out about your decisions. Your brain probably gets overrun by stress.
Yeah, for sure. It's I don't even know. For him specifically, either if he did psychedelics or not, I'm pretty sure he's talked about it openly, but it was just like some of the videos were really odd. And they kind of reflected behavior I've seen of people who had like experiences gone awry, but certainly not representative of what happens if it's done properly.
Well, I think it depends on if it's done properly to who.
Yeah, like your baseline state. And like what you're. Yeah.
I think there's people, like this is the argument that Alex Berenson had when he wrote that book. You know, he used to write for the New York Times. He wrote a book called Tell Your Children. And it's all, his argument is that marijuana is not safe for everybody, right? It's safe for a lot of people. I know a lot of people use marijuana all the time. They don't have any problems. But I do know multiple people that have gone schizophrenic from marijuana. Now, is it they were going schizophrenic anyway, and then these high-dose marijuana experiences were the tipping point? We don't really know. But we do know there's a correlation. And I've seen it. I've seen it with multiple people where they were really normal. And then all of a sudden they start talking to you about like someone's talking to them in their head and there's a chip and Elon Musk is going to have them be the king of Mars. And like, people lose their shit, man. And they go into this world of paranoid fantasy and delusion. And it's horrible to see, especially if someone that you care about. It's really fucking weird.
Kills your REM sleep. Yeah.
Marijuana does.
Yeah, well, if you're using it like to sleep, it can reduce sleep latency, but significantly harms REM sleep. So you might not be getting quality sleep every night, which exacerbates the effect.
Definitely fucks with your dreams.
Yeah.
You know how I know this? Sober October, when we do Sober October, like immediately I have these wild dreams, like super vivid dreams. I'm like, where are these things, man? So for the whole month, it's crazy.
Do you track the sleep metrics when you're doing Sober October versus?
No, I was doing it for a while with Whoop. I was like checking my recovery. I wasn't that good. I'm basically a feel person. Like, how do I feel?
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at knowing how I feel. If I feel well rested, if I got 8 hours sleep and I feel well rested, I'm not going to check mine. I don't care. I feel great. Let's go. I think so much of it is mental. You know, so much of it is like the energy that you have to approach your day is enthusiasm and health. You know, that's where your energy generally comes from.
Yeah, the stress of tracking can sometimes like defeat the purpose as well for some people.
I think it's also, I've heard people talk about like addiction. You know, like how many people are addicted to their phones? Most of us, right? There's an addiction to checking like health metrics. There's also an addiction like competing. But I would say that that's an addiction that's fairly positive because you're addicted to these numbers that are correlated with health benefits. So like, what is addiction? Okay, if you're a gambling addict and you're losing your house and your children don't have food, okay, that's a detrimental addiction. But if you're addicted to exercise and you're super fit because of it, you're going to live longer and you're healthy as fuck and you look great, is that really an addiction? I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about the same kind of pattern, but like I've been addicted to a lot of things. I've been addicted to martial arts, for sure. Like if I would be like out in public and if people were boring to me, I'd be thinking combinations. I'd be like talking to them, but I wasn't thinking about what they were saying. I was thinking about how it hit them. I'd think about like if they start this, like that, but what am I still here? I was like working out footwork, and I was doing it in my head because I was an addict. But I was addicted to something that was very positive.
Yeah. No, it's you need somewhere to attribute your, I don't know, dopamine to, I guess.
Yeah.
If it's positive, it's like probably the best thing you could hope for as long as you don't go over the top. It's pretty difficult to do. Health.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you can break yourself down with overtraining. I would say that my good friend David Goggins has broken his body down with overtraining. He's got no cartilage in his knees, and he's running thousands of miles. He's a complete psychopath. He must be in agony. Like every step he takes, he does not give a fuck. He just keeps going. It's really crazy to see. His doctor looked at his knees and said, this is from him directly, he said, I don't know how you could walk on these knees. Forget about run thousands of miles.
Yeah.
They had to cut his knee because it's bone on bone. His bone was distorting so much by growing to kind of like deal with the inflammation and like it's like I forget what it's called, something Wolf syndrome, something. So they had to cut his leg, cut his fucking tibia bone, and shift it down so that it's flat, so that you can run flat bone on bone. Dude, it's madness.
You know, it's even more madness is the guys who get their tibia smashed open and femur and then get height increases.
That's crazy.
You
found that one guy was like 6'2" who did it?
Dude, I'm doing a podcast with him in 2 days.
What is it called? I got my knees done? Is that what he took his page down though, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was off social media for a while, and I was actually going to do a podcast with him last year, and then it didn't end up working out. And he's available and into the idea still. So,
well, is he fully healed now?
He went from 6 foot to 6'6".
Jesus Christ! Look at the size of him. This is him wheeling himself around, and he was a massive guy too. Like, look at the size of his fucking arms.
Yeah, the guy is like a genetic freak for muscle for sure. And
let's become taller. They're cranking their legs. This is nuts.
So basically, they go in and shove these rods into your legs, either in the tibia or the femur, or you can do both if you want to max out. And you can basically micro adjust, stretch it to create a separation between the bone, which then fills in with new bone over time. And
this is him 7 months after the lengthening process. I want to see what your legs look like, dude. Why I got sweatpants on? See what those little toothpicks look like.
Yeah, so this guy went from like,
nuts.
I don't know what his original height was, but he's 6 feet now, and he was like 6 or 5'7".
Wow. That's crazy.
So I have a lot of questions about, is your athleticism permanently fucked now?
Right.
Are you ever going to be able to squat again?
Right.
What's life like now? What was the surgery process, rehabilitation?
What are your mechanics?
Yeah.
You can change.
You have to learn how to fucking do everything.
The distance between your shin, like your kneecap, and your foot, if that changes dramatically, like your whole timing is different. Right? You have a different leverage. Everything's different. What does it do to your hips?
Yeah.
Are you gonna wear your hips out earlier? Like your body's probably like has to compensate for these freakishly long shins now.
Yeah, and this guy too, he's a unique phenomenon, even among the people doing this crazy surgery, because he got the full 6 inches, which is not necessarily typical, having both bones broken to do it, and then maxing it out at the weight he's at too. So he has to support the recovery unlike I can imagine seemingly like 300 plus frame or something.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Right.
So like, a lot of people who get it done are like 5'6", trying to become like 5.
They weigh 150.
Yeah. It's like more.
Right.
It's still probably fucking insane, regardless.
It's insane.
Yeah.
But it's just you're only stretching one bone, right?
Yeah, I have to.
Are they doing the tibia as well?
You pick.
So the tibia and the fibula, rather?
Yeah,
Are they doing both of them?
Femur or tibia
you
or
can do
both.
Femur?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I could be mistaking, but I'm pretty sure it's one or the other.
Or both?
Yeah.
Oh,
and he has both done. He maxed it out. Yeah. So he's
recovery like?
Yeah. So
this is this guy after how long? A couple of weeks after he gets his surgery done? No. After he gets the bars pulled off? Jumping after height surgery. Oh, look how skinny his legs are. So he's pretty skinny. So this is him in the beginning. He's trying to do it. I would be terrified to do that.
See, my curiosity is how athletic were they prior, and then what is their maximal like, what's their max out point of recovery in contrast to their baseline? Because, yeah, you could show me a box jump that looks like you're somewhat functional, but yeah, so they like stick a rod in it and micro. I think or I don't know.
So for a year, you're walking around with these like iron shin plates.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. And
getting all this before who had it done, and they showed him doing some athletic drills, like cone drill. A real athlete, even though he got it done, it didn't look like it was, unless he's just unbelievably athletic before and maintained a lot of it. I would like to know, did you have a decrease? Like, I mean, you obviously look insane right now, but what you used to be able to do?
Yeah, some of the stuff I'm curious how much of the content you see online is like sponsored versus actual like user content just reviewing their experience, because you could see, like, for example, hair transplants. Tons of people get sent like fully paid to go get a transplant done as long as they speak positively about it and whatever. So imagine a guy who's getting like specialized attention, which you would want if you're getting your fucking legs broken, and you're getting it covered or whatever. You just have to make sure you talk about it positively.
Right.
How much of that content is like legit versus, you know, somewhat manufactured?
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
That's also one of those things where if you're a social media influencer, you probably want to appear like you're doing all the right things.
Yeah. You would never want to admit that you fucked yourself up for height increasing surgery.
I can't walk right. I'm in pain all the time. I can't run anymore.
You've become the case study for like why to not do it.
Yeah. I wonder like what kind of an effect that would have on your mechanics. I really do. I would imagine for martial arts, like, you know where everything is. Like if I'm throwing a kick, I know exactly where my shin is going to land from the distance that I'm at.
Yeah.
Like I've got like this mind. My mind is coordinated for this short body. I know exactly how much distance I have to cover. If all of a sudden you add 6 inches to that, everything is weird.
Dude,
like,
even gaining a bit of muscle can throw off your depth perception of how strong. Like, for example, when I was in high school, I played basketball, and I started working out in grade 11 and gained like 50 pounds in a year. And my three-pointer, that used to be just fucking money every time. I knew exactly how to shoot the ball. Like, it was, just second nature because you've been doing it for a decade or whatever. And then all of a sudden you add this extra force production that you're not accounting for. All of a sudden everything's thrown off.
Oh, and also you're sore all the time because you're always lifting, which makes you tight.
Yeah, it became a brick out of something.
It's a giant problem with pool.
I'm
addicted to playing pool. When I lift weights and then play pool, it takes like an hour before I can loosen up and play good. Everything's off. It's like my arm's not listening right. It's all stiff. Like for pool, you want to when I'm playing really well, I'm barely holding on to that cue. It's like I'm almost letting the cue do all the work. It's like a very gentle thing. Yeah. But then when I do like a heavy kettlebell session and then I try to play pool, it's like everything's just tight and goofy and clunky, and you don't feel it. Like pool is like a feel game. Like you're feeling how many rotations you're putting on the ball to get it to move to the next position. Like literally, you're within 1 or 2 rotations correctly.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between getting into an area where you can make the next shot or not. Yeah. So it's all feel. Like these guys, like Fedor Gorst, who's like one of the best players in the world, he changed cues. He changed cue companies. The same weight, the same taper, the same tip millimeter, and he said his shot was about 10% off. It was 6 to 10% off. It's like, what? Like how? He's like, it's off. It takes a while to recalibrate.
Yeah, this is one of those examples where, in MMA too, if you gain a bunch of muscle from drugs even, it's not necessarily beneficial. Your mobility could be inhibited, flexibility, gas out quicker. Even in BJJ, it's and you can sauce to the tits, but it might not be helpful to the capacity you can actually push it.
Right.
You might gas out quicker, and all of a sudden you can't do things that you used to do.
I think the key is moderation in lifting in regard to, unless you're on the sauce, if you're doing anything like MMA or any skill-based thing, because as soon as you're tight and sore, you're not going to learn well. You're not going to have a snap to your punches. You'll be pushing punches. There's a fluidity. Like some of the hardest techniques almost look effortless because there's a fluidity to the, like if you're landing a kick, for example, like a hard kick, like a spinning back kick, like what John Jones knocked out Stipe Miocic with. There's a dance going on with your nervous system, with all your muscles moving in coordination. If you think of how complex that movement is, right? He's standing like this sideways, and he's looking for and at the right moment, he pivots on the ball of his foot, turns his heel towards the person, rotates his entire body this way, and shoves his leg forward, pushing off his back leg with all of his weight. And there's a timing. You don't want to hit him here, and you don't want to hit him at the end of it. You want to hit him right in the sweet spot. So you've got to know your foot on extension is going to be properly distanced from his rib cage in order for you to get maximum force. And it's all happening in a fraction of a second. Boom! Yeah. And when it lands, it's like getting hit by a fucking car. And if you but it's a dance. And if you see him do this. Look at this. Fucking dance, man. Watch this. Look at that turn. Boom! I mean, it's perfection.
I had a feeling that if anyone could appreciate this, it would be, you for sure. Given this is like your signature, right?
Oh, that's my specialty kit.
Yeah.
That's yeah. So
not that everyone is impressed by it, but like I knew you would see it as.
I was so hyped up for it because I always wondered why more people don't throw it. And that's also the same kick that Max Holloway landed on Justin Gaethje at the end of the first round. He fucked him up at the end of the first round with a spinning back kick to the face, which is a crazy kick to take in the fight. Sick fight, but Stipe is one of the toughest guys ever walked the face of the earth. For him to go down like that, look at the force. Look at the force. Boom! I mean, his rib went in. Like, look how deep it goes in. On impact, look how fucking deep his heel is in. Look at that. That's insane.
That's like the body equivalent of that Tony Ferguson picture.
Right. The one where he gets kicked in the face. Yeah. I mean, that is incredible amount of penetration. Look at that. I mean, all of his organs just went in shock right there. And if he was on the other side, it would be even more devastating. Because that's not even the side where the liver is. That's just general organ trauma, And he just can't take it. He just goes down, and then that's a wrap.
So what happens when Aspinall fights John James?
I gotta hope this fight. I want to know.
It's gotta happen, right?
Here's a question with Aspinall. What happens with Aspinall in the second round? Like,
I guess
you want to talk about a guy who sprints.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a guy who's fast twitch. Aspinall's one of the fastest heavyweights. He might be the fastest heavyweight in the history of the sport. I don't think anybody moves like that guy does. At a 250-plus pound frame, his movement's fucking extraordinary. And that's something you have to deal with. Like, that is a crazy ability. His ability to move, like the way he moves, is so much different than everybody else in the sport. Like, Google... Let's come up with a good Aspinall fight. How about the Curse Blades fight was pretty quick. But how about the last one with the Pavlich fight where he won the interim title? That's a good one. Yeah, all of his fights, like all together, he's fought like 10 minutes. Everybody gets blown out. Yeah. But let's watch one of them. Like the only loss he has was he blew his knee out throwing a kick, which is crazy. But he didn't even get hit. He threw a round kick and his ACL exploded. So let's see Marcin Tybura. That's a good one. He's so fucking fast, dude. The Andre Arlovsky fight, you can see that's pretty fast too. But we'll put the Tybura one. It's the left-hand side. Go above that to the left. Right there. Click on that. Just click on it. I can't control this. That's fine. I just want to show his movement. Look how fast he moves in. I mean, that guy's so fucking fast. He moves like 175 pounds. He doesn't move like a 250-pound guy. Look how quickly he closes the distance, man. His hand speed and full range of skills. Incredible stand-up. Knocks guys out with one punch. Black belt in jiu-jitsu. Really good wrestler. His everything, and he's young.
So what's your prediction if it happens?
It's hard to bet against John. It's hard to bet against John. But John's not a real heavyweight.
Yeah.
John could make light heavyweight, 100%. He weighs 230 right now, maybe a little less than 230. There's no doubt in my mind that if John just changed his diet and went, but he hasn't put that much mass on that you would say 205 is out of reach.
No, it's fluffy weight.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, he had always had the reputation of fucking all the heavyweights up at Jackson Wickers on. Always. Everybody said, like, when Brendan went down and trained with him, Brendan was a heavyweight. Brendan Schaub, he's like, he fucked me up. He goes, dude, I was like top 10 in the world as a heavyweight. I thought I was the shit. He fucked me up because he beat my ass. And he goes, he beat everybody else's ass too. All the other heavyweights, ragdoll dudes way bigger than him. He's just a freak.
His wingspan is like how much longer than this height of too.
It's crazy.
Like, yeah, it's insane.
Crazy reach and also just skillful.
Yeah.
His skills are so rock solid in every way, shape, or form. His stand-up, his submissions, he's crazy strong. He's got just an insane mind for fighting.
And would he blow out Pereira, you think, where it's not even a worthwhile?
The problem is the ground. John is so much better on the ground, like worlds better, you know, and it takes so long to get really good on the ground. And we've seen Pereira get in trouble with guys on the ground that are nowhere near John's level. Nowhere near. John dominates everybody. He took down Daniel Cormier. Daniel Cormier is an Olympic wrestler. I mean, he's a fucking phenomenal wrestler. And John took him down. They took him down multiple times. It's a different dude, man. This is what we're talking about, like with genetics, right? There's some guys, they're just blessed. And then with John, it's blessed and his mind. It's not just, it's his personality, his, like, ruthless competitiveness. It's like, he's not going to fucking lose. He's going to find a way to get you. And he's going to do it clever. He's not trying to take a bunch of punishment and then stand and bang. He's not going to point the center of the octagon. Let's go right here. We'll stand right here. Never going to happen with John Jones. You're not getting none of that, son. You're getting knees to the gut. You're getting your knees kicked. You're getting fucking just laced up with elbows where your fucking head's bleeding. He's going to slowly dismantle you and find a way to submit you or punish you, beat you to death on the ground. But can he do that with a guy like Aspinall, who's a legit 255-pound natural who moves like he's 80 pounds lighter? He's a freak, man.
Yeah.
Aspinall's a freak. Like, I've seen a lot of heavyweight, even Francis, who's like the greatest, scariest power striker I've ever seen in the heavyweight division. No one's scarier than Francis. Francis does not move like Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall is significantly faster than every other heavyweight. That's a real problem. That's a real problem. But John has been used to fighting guys like Alexander Gustafsson, guys who are really fast at light heavyweight. So the speed is not going to be as much of an adjustment. Like, John's used to really fast people. He fought Lyoto Machida when Machida was in his prime. Machida was a lightning bolt, man. And he caught John a bunch of times. But then there's the thing of getting caught by Lyoto Machida is not like getting caught by 255-pound Tom Aspinall.
It's pretty crazy being at the top of the sport for like 2 eras, essentially.
No one liked it.
Yeah, like when I was like a fucking teenager watching UFC, it was like Lyoto versus him. Yeah, like Mauricio Shogun fights. Yeah.
And he's 14 years at the top.
Yeah.
14 years, and they're debating whether or not he's the pound-for-pound best fighter alive right now. Islam Makhachev currently holds that standing, and I think that is voted amongst experts. I think that's what it, air quotes, experts. Some of these guys don't know jack shit. There's guys who vote on this that literally have never rolled a day in their life, and that's a fact.
But the meme's pretty funny, though, where it's like every time Dana says John Jones is the best, and they'll put it in front of like, it'll be like, I don't know, some obscene scenario. It'll be like somebody getting a terminal illness diagnosis or something, and Dana White comes in and put John Jones is the best fucking fighter of all time.
I want to make sure that what I said was accurate. Like, who does get to decide what the pound-for-pound list is? I believe it's MMA journalists and experts. Now, there's MMA journalists that I know that are really nice guys, and I don't want to say any names, but I know they've never worked on a fucking day in their life. And they love the sport, they cover it fairly, and they're very knowledgeable, and they're very good at reciting stats and understanding things, but how much do you really know? Ratings were generated by a voting panel made up of media members. See, that's a problem. Media members were asked to vote on who they feel the best top fighters in the UFC by weight class and pound for pound. A fighter is only eligible to be voted on if they are active status in the UFC. Now, this is not to disparage any of these media people. Like I said, I love them. I'm friends with a lot of them. They're great guys. There's no way you absolutely understand someone's ability, especially when you're talking about pound for pound, unless you've done martial arts. I just don't think I can, like when John threw that kick, I see that kick, I go, that was beautiful. That was beautiful because I know how kicks, I know what's supposed to happen. You're just guessing. You're guessing on what. So you've never done that on somebody. If you've never done that, you don't know how beautiful that is. You don't really get it. You kind of get it, but you get it the way I get flying a plane. I never flew a plane. I kind of see they pull the lever. That guy did a great job flying that plane. Look how he landed. Perfect. I don't know what's really going on, you know? But when it comes to martial arts, I know what's really going on, you know? And when you look at a guy like John Jones, I don't think you can make a greatest of all time complete argument. The way I like to look at it, I say, who had the highest expression of martial arts excellence during their prime? Like what? I don't mean the entire career. I don't mean that. I mean when they were hot. Like when Anderson Silva was hot. How good it ever existed? Because I think it might have been. And that's what I look at when I look at like pound for pound best. So the argument is John Jones has had some really close fights. He's had like split decision fights that he won. A lot of people thought that, you know, some of his fights could have, like the Dominic Reyes fight,
dude, that was close.
Could have easily gone to Dominic Reyes. Yeah. Easily. And I would not have been mad at that. Yeah. And, you know, I might go back and watch it again and decide Dominic Reyes won that fight. But there's those 10-9 rounds. You're like, I don't know. You can say 10-9 John or 10-9 Dominic, and either way, you've lost the title or you've won the title back. You know, like, it's real weird. Makhachev is so fucking good. He's so fucking good that he head kicked Alexander Volkanovski in the rematch. He submits everybody. He submitted Dustin Poirier. He's a fucking monster. When he gets guys on the ground, he just crushes them. And you could argue that he is dealing with a deeper talent pool. So his weight class is, in my opinion, the most talent-rich weight pool in the sport, 155 pounds. 155 pounds is filled with assassins. 205 pounds is not. 265 is definitely not. It's a giant difference. So when you're talking
it's been a
pound
while since those divisions were like really heated with depth. Like back
which
in,
ones?
like
Yeah.
heavy especially.
Yeah.
It used to be like the fucking division to watch.
Imagine though if Pereira was coming up with John Jones as the champion. That would be exciting. That would be exciting. Pereira's a different cat, man. Did you hear what Mark Goddard said to me in the fight after he fought Khalil Roundtree? Mark Goddard came up to me and goes, mate, the sound it makes when he hits them is ungodly. He goes, I've been doing this for 20 years. He goes, the sound he makes is just different. It's ungodly. He just kept saying that. He wanted to make a point to say this to me. He came up to me like immediately when I got to the octagon. It's like, the sound is ungodly. His power is so different. It's so, you know, like Francis hit that punch pad and he got like 127 or whatever. Pereira got 190.
Oh yeah, that
190.
Yeah.
You know how crazy that is? With a kick, the highest I got was like 157. Some guy got like 190 with a kick. We're pretty impressive. I think some guy might have broken 200 with a kick. Some Muay Thai guy. Pereira did 190 with a punch. With a punch.
Yeah.
And it was after training. He just wallops this fucking thing.
And they come out of nowhere. Like there's not really
there's no call.
Yeah.
There's no tell. And he doesn't have to hit you full power because he has so much power, like those leg kicks that he fucks everybody with. There's no turn of the hips at all. He's just slapping you, and all of a sudden you can't walk well. And then he's like marching you down, and it just takes one shot. His power is so crazy, different than anybody else's, because everybody gets hit on the chin. But when you get hit on the chin by that guy, it's like you can't get hit. You get hit, it's like everything is just like, you're like, what the fuck? You see in their face.
Yeah, I remember the first time I was here, we were talking about how this guy, Pereira, is the only one who's ever beat Adesanya. Yeah. It's like this fucking assassin. You're like, oh, it's interesting timeline. Didn't know it would transpire until like this degree of success where not only does he beat him, but then he like switches divisions, fucking smokes that division too.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Dominated 2 divisions. And the only reason why he didn't stay at light heavyweight or a middleweight, rather, he's literally killing himself at 185. And I think that likely contributed to KO too. Like Adesanya landed a perfect right hand. That right hand is going to fuck him up every day of the week, no matter what you weigh. It's just perfect. And the timing, the way he did it, like leaning up against the cage, and just looked for the opening, and just caught him coming in, bang, dropped him, hit him with a left hook, put the arrows into him when he's down. That KO was perfect. But you got to wonder, like, how much of his inability, like, he went completely unconscious, how much of that is because of the drain, the dehydration? Because we know that the brain takes longer to rehydrate than the muscle tissue.
Yeah.
So, like, they
some impact for sure.
Yeah. Fighters always say that it impacts their ability to take a punch. They talk about it, like, openly. Like, I took punches better when I went up to 55. Like, a good example is Oliveira. Oliveira was, like, notorious for kind of, like, folding at 45. He goes up to 55 and it comes on the top of him.
Yeah. No, it's, I'm surprised he ever sucked down to that to begin with.
He's so big that he was making 185 and fighting at 226.
That's even more aggressive than the Costa chance, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I think he's at the most aggressive. He had the most aggressive weight cut. Now it's pretty marginal. Now I think he gets into the low 220s, like 222, and then, it cuts 15. Not that bad for a big guy with a lot of muscle.
Dude, Costa needs to go back to brawling. Yeah. He used to be so exciting, but now it's just kind of like has different strategies each time, and then I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be working out.
It's hard to know what happens to a guy when he gets really old.
Yeah,
because that's the thing.
How do you think he's like psychologically?
I don't think he's the same guy. Like that's the guy who walked down Yoel Romero, and we were like, oh my god, Yoel Romero met a bigger freak than him. Because regardless of whether or not you think Costa's juicy, that guy's got extraordinary genetics. I mean, that's why he's such a beautiful man. Perfect features, like incredible frame. His frame's incredible. And whether or not he's juicy, the reality is the guy has insane genetics. And he was a fucking warrior, especially in that Yoel Romero fight. Yoel's terrifying to everybody. And Costa just walked him down and beat his ass. And that was not a close fight. It was primarily a stand-up fight, which is where Yoel's the most scary. And Costa was in no danger. He beat the shit out of Yoel Romero. But then he fought a guy who was just way more slick. And Adesanya just was piecing him up in a way where he couldn't respond. What he was doing was a very effective strategy on people that weren't as skillful as Adesanya. But that strategy, Adesanya was easily exploited. And he was like exploiting the distance and the feints and distant management and chopping at the legs. And he had him all fucked up by the end of the first round. He was realizing, I can't touch this guy. And he keeps hitting him. And when he would touch Izzy would be rolling with the punches, or he'd block the kick and just move away from it as he's getting hit, and then just keep stabbing at him from a distance. And it was just, he was too good. That's Izzy in his prime when he was at the top of the food chain. And at that moment, he fought the best Israel Adesanya that's ever been. And that's like we were talking about, like, how good does a guy compete in that this gap of a couple of years or 3 years where he's just in his prime. I think that was what it was. That was Izzy in his prime, which is one of the greatest fighters of all time, against Paulo Costa, who just didn't have the answers to that. And once you've been bested like that, and a guy dry humps you when you're down, he beats your ass, TKOs you, and then humps you. He just I thought I was the man.
Yeah. So
then he has all these doubts. And then he goes into the next fights. He missed weight for one fight, fought at 205. Remember when he fought Marvin Vettori. He fought Marvin Vettori, and they were supposed to fight at 185. They fought at 205. He still looked like he was out of shape. Yeah. He looked like he's mentally all fucked up from that fight.
Yeah, I can imagine the downward spiral that you would have to try and contend with as well after you go from top rank to I think you lost 3 in a row.
It's crazy. I'd like to see him get back in form, but I don't know if he can anymore. I don't know if you're psychologically the same guy.
Did you watch CGI?
What is that?
The Craig Jones.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking, what was the CGI stuff? Yeah, I watched it. Yeah. What did you think? Well, I think it's great that these guys are getting a lot of money. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of crazy they decided to compete against Abu Dhabi in the same weekend. I thought that was kind of nuts. But I guess if you want to be controversial, and Craig is certainly controversial, you want to get a lot of attention. It got a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the money. I mean, he came into the studio with $3 million in cash.
Was it 3?
Yeah, wasn't it? It was $1 million? Oh, it was $1 million. Okay.
But even
So
that,
they gave out $3 billion, right? So three different divisions got $1 million. So he brought in $1 million in a duffel bag, which I've never seen that before. I've never seen $1 million. It's crazy to look at.
No, yeah, it's not easy to get.
You know, it's fun. Craig's fun. He's a funny guy. He's fucking hilarious. He's the most hilarious guy in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
He's like really silly. He's very self-deprecating, and he's super skillful. And his jiu-jitsu is like second best in the world. He talks about it. That's why he named his team the B team.
Yeah.
He's not going to beat Gordon. You know, Gordon is a freak, and Gordon is like a real psychopath. Like Gordon trains every day of the week.
Gordon versus Nicky Rod.
Gordon.
No question.
Yeah, Gordon's better. He's just better. Nicky Rod might get to Gordon's level one day. I mean, but if they're not training together, I don't know if he will. You know, I don't know if he's training with. Look, he's beat him every time they faced him.
Yeah.
And Nicky did catch him in a footlock, but Gordon's like, hey, break my foot. We're still going to win.
Yeah.
And he submitted him easily in Abu Dhabi. And when they had their second match, you know, Gordon was alleging he was greasy. Like he was difficult to get a hold of. And that's been something that people have said about Nicky before. But it might be oily food. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I know guys did that. I know guys would take baths. This was in the early days, like the Pride days. They would lay in a bathtub filled with baby oil. So they would lay in this bathtub with water and like fucking gallons of like P. Diddy style, P. Diddy style fucking like just supplies of baby oil in that water, and they bathe in it. Then they would wash themselves off, dry themselves off, and then to the touch, their skin would not feel like oil at all until they started sweating. And then when they started sweating, they'd feel like a fish. You just couldn't grab them. Yeah, that was the thing that it was alleged that certain strikers from Brazil used to do before they fought. And guys just could not get a hold of them. They would just be so slippery. You couldn't take them down. You couldn't hold them down. Just slip right out of your hands at the bar. So.
And how would you avoid? Do they screen for that somehow in the UFC? Or how's that work?
The problem is what I'm saying, that you could oil your skin up and then wash it, and it would still be in your pores. And you wouldn't even be able to detect. As long as you were dry, they would rub you with like a cloth or something. No, there's nothing on the skin. Like, unless they have like baby oil detection wipes that you then send to a laboratory to find out this person put baby oil on. So are you never allowed to put baby oil on, or are you only allowed to put baby oil on until the week of the fight? Like when are we going to say no baby oil ever for a person? What if they like baby oil? What if they like what if they like cocoa butter? What do you? So it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. And so the solution to that is everybody has to wear long sleeve rash guards and spats. That's the solution. And that's what they should do. So the best way to stop these greasers is you put them in leggings and tights. Simple.
Yeah, I remember that was like a bit of a controversy, at least in early UFC. It was like,
oh yeah. I know guys greased. I 100%, I can tell you 100% guys greased.
Even like between rounds, too.
I know one guy who didn't just grease. He put Vicks Vapo Rub all over his chest. And then he would grab guys and hold their head into his chest. So you'd be getting sweat and Vicks Vapo Rub in your eyes, and he'd be kneeing you in the face. Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, and they weren't testing for things. Dudes did a lot of dirty shit.
Yeah.
I heard another story. I can't substantiate. I will say no names. But a guy allegedly gave blood to make weight. So he didn't give blood, but had blood removed from his body and chilled in his room so that he can make weight, and then went back up to his room and got that blood put back in his body after his body had probably, resupplied itself with a significant amount of it, depending on how much time it is between the fact that we draw the blood. I don't know how much time it is. But you can think about like how much weight blood is.
Yeah.
And if you can get like, how much can you take while you're still conscious? I don't know. But you take these bags of blood and keep them chilled, and then let your body fill and reproliferate with blood, and then go back to the room, and now you're blood doping with your own blood. It's totally undetectable, and you made weight with blood cutting.
Yeah, and that's like another microdose factor that people use still to this day. Autologous blood transfusions.
Well, that's what. Like, there's probably multiple factors where you're not allowed to get IVs. That might be one of them. You know?
Yeah, but it's like detecting that is always just through your data that they have to assess, or they assess for like plastics in your bloodstream, which you can get around just by storage thing.
Right. Plastics in your bloodstream, would you get around that if you injected it with a glass vial and a needle as opposed to like a bag?
Some people are like freezing as opposed to just like storing it in liquid format, and then whatever you're storing it in, it can all make a difference in terms of like, yeah.
Like, you could freeze your blood and put it back in?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like fine, obviously.
But how weird is that?
Super weird.
How long is your blood good for?
That's a good question, but I would imagine longer if you're freezing.
Jesus Christ. The things people do just to get a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, but it works, man. I mean,
Yeah.
And it's like at least of the doping methods, like one of the least easy to detect because it's just your own blood that was supposed to be there.
Right. So the only way they'd be able to detect is to detect whether or not you've had an IV.
Yeah, well, it would be like they'd look at your biological passport data and see unusual elevation of hemoglobin, hematocrit, probably around an event. And you would also see a disproportionate suppression of reticulocytes, which are like immature red blood cells. Because if your body has, similar to testosterone, if you administer it, you stop producing naturally. So if you put in exogenous blood, you're going to suppress the natural production of red blood cells because you have an adequate supply.
Right.
So you would have a disproportionate ratio between like blood cells, oxygen carrying capacity markers, and immature blood cells. And it's like, why is this differential so significant all of a sudden?
Right.
And it might flag an atypical finding and get further scrutiny. And yeah, with blood transfusions, because there's no way to really prove anything, oftentimes penalizations occur based on like, it looks so fucked up that we have to penalize you because we assumed you did it.
Like, how would they detect that?
Like, I think it's just such an aberrant finding that's different from everything you've ever showed in your data that you must have cheated. Yeah.
Right, so the biological passport.
Yeah, because it's like with other compounds like testosterone, you need to have like confirmation via isotope ratio mass spec or whatever. But with blood, it's like, what did you do? Like, there's no compound to prove was or wasn't there. It's just like the blood.
But it is illegal, right? So you'd have a nurse that can keep their mouth shut.
Or a significant other who is a nurse, or a myriad of different things. Yeah. And some of this stuff isn't like hard to really learn either. Like, it's actually a pretty good profession for learning how to take. Like, some people do phlebotomy as like a low barrier to entry, high paying job. So, like, being somebody who takes blood is like, there's not much of a requirement from like credentials to be able to do it, and it pays well per hour.
Yeah, if you had a family member who's a phlebotomist, then you hook that up.
Yeah.
What are the other different ways that they can get it? Like, how rock solid is like let's forget about drug sport, what they have now, but the USADA protocol that they were using before. What are the best ways to get around that?
Well, because they weren't actually testing almost at all for EPO and GH.
How much? Like, what percentage were they testing for it?
You probably have to ask Hunter to confirm, but my understanding was like best case scenario, you were getting EPO tested if somebody like reported you as like, you know, there's a bunch of people trying to out you as a cheater.
And again, is this a finance thing? Is this
I think it was a lot finance and time intensive, and because some of this testing is not as rudimentary and crude as like, you know, just detection of synthetic steroids in your urine. You have to actually like manually do work to like combust down, assess the ratio, and there's like nuance in interpreting this stuff too. Because a lot of times you will have an expert who has a different opinion than another expert in terms of if it looks weird.
Right.
So you have to like bring in multiple opinions too, maybe of experts who then kind of come to a consolidated answer on did you cheat or not. and it gets pretty complicated. So doing this at scale on a sport that has no off season with people globally competing,
Right.
like pretty fucking costly for sure to do properly.
Well, the MMA conspiracy theorists, they always point to like people doing their camps like far away lands. Like, what a good way to cheat. You know, because if you want to do a camp in Dagestan, like how many times is USADA going to Dagestan?
Yeah.
And what happens to those guys when they get over there and they get smacked up by those bearded dudes? Yeah. Can you imagine telling those guys, wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
They'll feed you their goats.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Fuck you, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah. No, it's
Also, they probably know when you're there.
yeah,
They
like
probably got that town wired.
there's absolutely logistical problems that lead to lower barriers for certain people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, do you camp in Thailand, son?
Yeah. For sure.
You gotta wonder, like, I would like to see, like, what's the data on people that do their camp in Thailand? How often are they tested versus the guy who's got a camp in Iowa?
And even like the rigor of the person who's hired to do the testing, because it's like how scrutinous is whoever you're outsourcing, you're hiring in that area to. Like, they could be like a local who is like pledged allegiance to that fucking
Right.
whatever.
Right.
So I don't know, man. It's tough for sure because there's no way to like truly bulletproof it, I think. But at least the UFC developments as of recent, they've confirmed they're doing like isotope ratio mass spec and actually doing some of the higher level testing for bioidenticals that could catch the microdosing and the things that are very difficult to detect. Stuff is still gonna squeeze through for sure, but it's gonna be better than it was where they were either not doing it or then letting people do it maybe and then asking them to be fucking snitches for them.
It used to be back in the day that there was always rumors of like big camps that would hire scientists and that they would figure out ways around.
Dude, that is a growing profession.
Is it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's like so many pharmacology nerds who are like I've even been asked to help people in the Olympics before. Yeah.
Wow. Because you're a pharmacological nerd.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so these people ask you to cheat for them.
To help them cheat, yeah. Which is also a criminal offense, my understanding, dude. There's actually a law now. It's like the Rodchenko effect or something.
Oh, wow.
So if you help somebody, you're also doing a crime.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. So, obviously not worth doing for me,
Obviously.
so I never did it. But
Well, especially something like the Olympics. There's no money in it. They're not making any money. That's
which
what's
is crazy. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's like pure pride for winning an Olympics.
It's pure exploitation. That's what it is. Because it's not like there's no money. Like, why are you making all the money? Well, they don't want to pay. Like, no, you're just not paying them. They don't even know how much money there was. Because in 1936, there was no money, right? There was no sponsors. There was no nothing.
Yeah, I remember.
There was no TV. Okay, the bill makes it unlawful to knowingly influence or attempt to conspire to influence a major international sports competition by use of prohibited substance or prohibited method. The violator is subject to criminal penalties, a fine, prison term of up to 10 years, or both, and mandatory restitution.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, there's definitely... And when you hear about stuff like this, too, it's like there's always the thought in the back of your mind as a competitor, what are people doing that I'm not? And curiosity strikes.
What do you think is the answer? What's like the non-ideological, if you look at it objectively, say, you know what we should be doing is doing everything that works. Or what we should be doing is have the most insane testing that everybody has to be 100% natural, no ifs, ands, or buts, and there's no cheating.
That's really hard because I, too, have the same questions you had of the enhanced games where it's like, we're going to have, medical assessments that ensure safety and blah, blah, blah. But it's like if you're going full board, it's impossible to be healthy and say, yeah. So, as much as you could argue, it's probably better to not be using Frankenstein designer drugs or doing weird methods to get around cheating. The alternative is not necessarily, far superior in terms of health. Because if I'm allowed to use a gram of test, I'm not going to stop at 200 mgs, Right. I'm going to go full fucking sauce to the head. So.
Yeah, if you can get a physiological benefit of being on trend in just fucking
yeah.
completely roided out of your mind.
Yeah, become like a fucking dopaminergic psycho and just like, you will absolutely take that risk, regardless of what it does to you.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to win, right? If people are willing to cheat when it's really dangerous, you can lose the medal, you can get outed, and publicly shamed like Ben Johnson. Or you don't have to worry about that because they're allowing you to, but they would like you to take like a sustainable dose. And you're like, fuck you with your sustainable. I'm trying to be number one, bitch.
Yeah.
And like,
I love the idea of the enhanced games, by the way, but it's like, at least my concern would be what happens when you put up no guardrails, and then alternatively, if there are guardrails, now it's set up for corruption at the medical provider level of who's assessing what you're healthy enough to do. And like, are you going in to get your blood drawn at the trough point after injections where things look like they're half out of your system versus before? Like, it's almost like a new level of doping that would be introduced.
Right.
So, and I'm sure they're very well-spoken, eloquent guys who are on top of that stuff, and I'm sure have answers to that. Or, have some idea of what they're going to do. But, like, those would be my questions. And I'm not saying it needs to be safe.
Right.
It might just come down to accepting that this is the fucking chemical warfare game.
Right.
Yeah. Which there's nothing wrong with that if you're going to expose yourself to that risk. People do that in bodybuilding all the time. That's, like, literally what bodybuilding is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy, right? Bodybuilding, huge sport, is not possible without illegal drugs.
And there's no Rodchenko Act for bodybuilding either. So there's, like, literal, the guru stuff is crazy.
Well, how do they get away with it since it's completely illegal?
I
mean, like, obviously you're going to jail. If I'm a guy who's arresting people who are on steroids, I go to Mr. Olympia. I'm like, you're all in jail.
Yeah,
right?
You'd think if you wanted to just like hit your quota for the year, you just show up to the Olympia Expo and just be like, dude,
everybody
get in the fucking car.
Get in the paddy wagon.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's
how'd you get it?
When it comes to possession in the States and like how strict they are on anabolics, I think it's mostly if you're importing mass amounts, they will flag you because you're likely a distributor at that point.
Okay.
So if it's like personal amounts, typically you would buy it domestically to not like red flag yourself, because I think in the mail you can't even have your mail get checked if it's domestic. So if you are buying from the other side of the country, no one would know that you were sent anything. It's only if you're buying like growth hormone from China or something,
and you get flagged,
and you have enough kits that happen to get flagged in customs, then they keep a note on your record of this guy might be doing something.
So he might be a steroid dealer.
Yeah. And then they'll have sting operations and try and figure out who's actually distributing, because they have resource allocation bandwidth problems too. So they have to go after the big fish.
Right.
So
do guys go to Mexico and bring them across the border?
Not anymore.
No, they used to?
No. Oh yeah, back in the day. Yeah, people would smuggle it up their ass to get here.
Imagine taking trend that was in a guy's asshole.
Dan Bilzerian he talked about how when he was in Buds, he would like go with his buddies to get deer from Mexico and they'd smuggle it up his asses back into the U.S. Yeah. Fucking yikes. Butthole glass cuts.
I watched that in a video. One guy, one cup.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen that one?
No.
It was back in the live.
I just saw the OG experience of that, and I can't watch another one.
One guy, one cup is way more horrifying. This guy sticks a mason jar up his asshole and it breaks. I think it's a mason jar. Some kind of a jar up his asshole and it breaks, and it's just chunks of broken glass and blood fall onto the ground as he squats. It's horrible. But I watched it multiple times. There's a lot of crazy people in this world.
Yeah.
Do you think that I'm of the opinion? Let me just say what I think. I think that most substances should be legal, and I think people should be able to figure out what's good and what's bad. There's a lot of things that are legal. Like Adderall's legal. I don't take Adderall. I'm 99% sure I have ADHD. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know it's real. I think it's probably a superpower. But if I went to a doctor and I was complaining about I can't focus on any one thing, I'm cotton all over the place, they'd probably give me something. And then I would have legal stimulants. I don't think probably think it's not good for you, so I don't take it. But I could, right? Why is that legal and cocaine's not? Like, why is this legal and that's not? Why is whiskey legal and marijuana's not? This doesn't make any sense to me. Why is Xanax legal, psilocybin's not? Like, what are we doing? Who gets to decide?
Well, you could argue that, well, that's the reason why clinical trials exist, which assess, safety profiles of these drugs, and they wouldn't make it through otherwise. But like, obviously, we've seen it. That's not. Once you get financial interest involved, it's kind of hard to overlook that a lot of shit makes it through that probably shouldn't have, and stuff that maybe should have made it through didn't make it through. So, like, I am of the opinion that you should be able to take what you want and be educated about it, hopefully, first. It's tough, though, because it's like if you have a guy who's, like, I don't know, manic, and he has access to, like, meth and, like, pharma-grade meth at that or something, which actually exists, too.
Oh, yeah.
You end up with, like, a Hitler or something.
Yeah. The trend thing, is that the worst one psychologically?
From anabolic steroids, I would say probably that, and then maybe secondary. Yeah, some people could argue halo testing is a drug that supposedly Mike Tyson was using when he bit Evander Holyfield's ear off. Yeah, and it makes you like fucking short-term, acutely, extremely angry.
How did you hear that he was using that?
I don't remember exactly. I think it was like he didn't test positive for it. I think it was just like highly, like a very prevalent rumor, but I forget.
They probably didn't test for it though either, right?
No, it was back then. It was really easy to get around like oral steroid detections back then as well, if they were even testing for it. But yeah,
I don't even know if they were testing it.
Yeah, the trend is the worst offender for your psychological state, not just because the drug is bad, but it also like ruins your sleep. So you get like trend cough I mentioned, but trend sweats is another one where it almost induces like a menopause like hot flash sweating in your sleep, and you wake up just fucking drenched, and it like really fucks up your sleep, and it makes you hyper paranoid as well, which is no good because even though you're this jacked, sometimes confident guy, other times you're unreasonably insecure, and you like a very common outcome is for guys to think their girlfriends are cheating on them just out of nowhere by being on trend. And yeah, and they end up becoming oddly behaving. Sexual deviancy is also a very common.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, on trend. And it's thought to be the progestogenic activity because it's derived from nandrolone, which is a progesterone receptor agonist as well. And progesterone is thought to be very implicated in gay sexual tendencies as you grow up if you have heightened exposure to progesterone in utero. And highly dopaminergic drug as well, which in excess can cause like really weird sexual deviancy as well. And yeah, it's like really fucking potent. Good at what it does. It builds lean mass, and it's like really dry compound. Doesn't make you walk. Make you watery. It also has a unique anti-catabolic effect, so you don't, in a deficit, you keep muscle and sometimes even grow while you're cutting. And so it's not like steroids don't all do that to some degree, more or less, but this drug is like uniquely potent in its anti-catabolic action to where you could be like extremely nutrient deprived and still hold on to a lot of your muscle. And because it's so good at making you extremely strong too, without an excess of body weight, it's like highly sought after in many sports because you don't have to worry about jumping up in weight class while you're getting the strength increase. That is humongous. Yeah. So it was one of the drugs that was used in the Duchess cocktail, which is what Rothschild would have his athletes swish around in their mouth. Yeah, and it was absorbed buccally. So it would it was almost like the equivalent of IVing the drug right into your bloodstream. You would swish around your mouth in this alcohol, and it would absorb buccally into the bloodstream immediately. So you wouldn't have to actually have it go into your stomach and then get processed sort of first pass metabolism. So you could get in and out of your system way faster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So why is that one good for fighters? I would think that like
the
super emotional though.
Yeah, you could argue that the emotional instability is not good.
Yeah.
But
paranoia
makes you very aggressive. The psychoactive effects in the gym can be very helpful for training and stress resilience. And some people, it's not everyone that becomes paranoid on it. It's highly individual dependent. Some people you will often hear people say, "Oh, people overblow the side effects of trans, it's not that bad," and then other people who will say it ruined their life. So it's highly individual dependent, like any drug. But it's very good at making you extremely fucking strong without blowing you up with water retention and staving off loss of tissue while weighting as well.
This is another factor that comes with steroid users, and that's the addiction to the feeling of being on steroids.
Yeah.
Because once they get off steroids, they don't feel like Superman anymore. They get real weirded out.
Yeah.
And they want to get back on again. I've seen that.
Oh yeah, dude. It's the thing that will often kill people is the desire to maintain these huge sizes in perpetuity too. Because it's like, ultimately, steroid use often stems from like body image insecurity. So if you achieve, the outcome you sought with this thing, to think that you're going to be, a confident person after you've lost the 30, 40 pounds of lean that you gained,
Right.
like you were already probably somewhat mentally not perfect to begin with.
Except Dorian Yates.
Oh yeah, but
that he's a unique cat.
Yeah,
he's lost all the weight. Looks like a normal athlete now.
Yeah.
Healthy.
Yeah, he had me on his podcast this year, and he said anytime he's done seminars and people ask if he misses being a mass monster, he says they're more upset about it than I am. But he has a unique perspective on it, which is really cool to see.
He's very intelligent.
Yeah,
very calm, and just the way he approaches things. But goddamn, dude, when that guy was getting after it, he was one of the original freaks. Where one of the first guys were just like, what? Like that's what they're pushing it to now?
Yeah, he left humanity behind.
He was so big, it was ridiculous. If you think about what he looked like versus what Arnold looked like just a couple of decades earlier, night and day.
Yeah, you could argue he was like the catalyst almost to a heightened standard of amount of muscle you need to be competitive.
I mean, he was so big he blew his bicep out and competed in one with a torn bicep.
Yeah.
With like a hole in his arm.
Yeah, that's fucked up when you get that big and you have to like worry about exploding your fucking muscle every workout because you're so strong, and that's what you need to lift to get the stimulus. Like, that's crazy shit.
Well, Ronnie Coleman's a crazy example of the price he paid for that. That guy's all fucked up now.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if he would have been the bodybuilder he was if he just trained higher volume and like higher reps, less weight.
Yeah.
Because literature now suggests that you don't need to necessarily train like that.
Look at the difference between the two of them.
Yeah,
Arnold on the left and Dorian on the right. Dorian's twice the size.
Yeah.
His fucking back, dude. That's crazy. That back isn't, not that Arnold isn't insane. He was fucking pretty insane. I actually think Arnold looks better.
Yeah, he's more aesthetic for sure.
Oh, look at his back. Look at Dorian Yates' back and look at Ronnie Coleman's back. Jeez, these guys were huge. Ronnie Coleman was crazy, but Dorian was like weirdly thick. Like, look how thick his fucking muscles are, man. It's just not. First of all, judging guys that are that big, good luck. I don't get it. They all look awesome. They all look crazy.
It's even harder judging a bikini shirt. So there's different classes at the Olympia, including women's bikini, and there's like a few poses. We'll pull up a comparison of the women's Olympia for bikini.
What is the bikini versus regular Olympia?
Well, it's just like the best bikini competitors against each other for the Olympia crown of bikini category.
What's the bikini category versus the regular Miss Olympia category?
Miss Olympia is like bodybuilding.
Oh, this isn't bodybuilding?
Well, it's like a form of bodybuilding, but it's not the actual category.
Right, this is women who still look feminine.
So, like, put it this way, with men, there's different categories. There's open men's bodybuilding, classic physique, and men's physique. And each of them has like an incremental, noticeable difference in the amount of muscle you need to be competitive. And in women, similar differences exist in categories where they have women's bikini, wellness, something else, and then bodybuilding is the one where you pretty much need to be on like male level steroids to be competitive.
And this is a reality of female bodybuilding. A lot of female bodybuilders. Look, I know female jiu-jitsu competitors who take steroids, which is it's crazy. There's not even any money in that. You're juicing yourself up. But if you want to get that lean and maintain that much muscle as a woman, like what do they take?
Well, for bikini, you might be able to do it naturally, but most of them are probably still taking a little bit something, but it's not like masculinizing. There's a lot of things they can take that are natural or over the counter or like super microdosed amounts of anabolics that don't cause masculinization. But above that, the thresholds for categories above that are like, if you go to women's bodybuilding, like, it looks like you remember it, where it's, dudes with wigs on, basically, almost. Yeah.
I mean, they're trans men, basically.
Basically, yeah. Like based on their hormone profile, they are more male than you and I bro.
Whoa. God, look at that lady. That's crazy. Is she Miss Olympia? She number one?
That's a women's physique, too. That's not women's bodybuilding.
What?
Yeah, so this is like a different category that's less muscle than bodybuilding.
So what's women's bodybuilding? That lady? Who's Miss Olympia?
Do they still have women's bodybuilding? I think they do. Here, that might be it.
Look at that lady down the lower left hand. Jesus, lady's huge. Oh my goodness, that's got to be it. Those are dudes. That's a dude's body. Like size-wise.
Yeah.
Not saying you're a dude, ladies.
Hey, by the way, more power to anybody who wants to do whatever they want. It's just like the reality of the exposure to these hormones is they are masculinizing, and you can blame Biden for that. Yeah, because he stopped the development of them, and by now we probably have non-masculinizing drugs that work as well as the ones that need to.
Have you ever thought about bailing out of Canada?
Dude, I would love to. I've considered it, but there's weird stuff around like unrealized capital gains and exit taxes and shit that basically traps you. Yeah. So like I could physically be present in the States and live here maybe for 6 months of the year, but to like get out of the system fully, you gotta like pay the piper on every company you've ever built, even if you don't have the money from it because you never sold it. There's games that were made in Canada, the value of it that you have to pay on. It's like, how do you pay for it? I don't have any fucking cash because I didn't sell the company.
So they make it very difficult to leave the country.
Yeah. And maybe that changes with Pierre, I don't know. But like one of the main problems with the economy is there's no incentive for business owners that are doing well to stay. Like everything is structured around how do I get around this fucking system, not how do I stay here. So like I know personally every friend I have that is successful has either already left or has tried to find a way to leave. Actually, I know one person who hasn't, but he's like really entrenched in the system. Like it would be impossible to unwind at this point. So I don't know how much of it is he actually wants to be there, or like it's a beautiful place to live in British Columbia, for example. But it's fucking cost of living is obscene. And the tax.
I saw that there's some kids were doing a TikTok with food at a Canadian supermarket, like a bunch of chicken wings, and how much it was.
Oh, the dollar too is horrible. It's like the dollar. Every dollar in U.S. currency equates to 140 Canadian. Yeah, so your dollar goes super far in Canada. And then to buy like I don't know a shitty shack, fucking house that's not even a house in Vancouver, it's like millions of dollars. Yeah. I think the cost of living is only exceeded maybe in real estate by like New York, maybe. Yeah, it's like one of the worst offenders on the planet for cost of a home. So basically, back in the day, our parents, one of the main ways to become financially stable was get in early on a property and build equity in it, and eventually you have something that accrued in so much value from since you got it that like that's your main nest egg, whatever.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's not even possible to afford the lowest threshold of a mortgage on like a place that's not even nice. So you have like families staying in like 500 square foot apartments with big families because they can't afford it.
It says impossibly unaffordable housing report ranks 80. That's interesting. Huh. I would never suspected Sydney, Australia to be that expensive. That's nuts.
Yeah.
So listen, brother, anything else you want to talk about before we bail out of here? It was a good one.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate you.
What's that, Jamie?
This is Olympia Wellness.
What's that?
I focus on the lower body.
What? Oh, butts.
Oh, yeah, so I was going to
The
say.
top half doesn't matter? For real?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Why are they standing face forward then? Let's see them glutes.
It definitely matters, not as much as
It's not focusing.
yeah. So anyway, watching the Bosinger, you were saying it's hard to judge men's bodybuilding. With women, it's at least with the bikini category, especially their hair is really long. They have extensions too to make it look even longer. So when they turn around, basically the only thing you could judge is like ass down, essentially, because their whole back is covered by hair.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, so it's like a pageant for your butt.
I'm all in.
No, I could. By the way, like any bikini competitors probably fucking curious with
Of
that
course.
statement. There's
Well, they're on
absolutely
trend. They're gonna get angry.
probably not, but like they're judged on other things, but that's the main factor.
Got it. So,
Yeah.
all right, man. Well, been a lot of fun. More plates, more dates on YouTube. What is your website?
Yeah, more place where they can talk about.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, my pleasure, brother. Always good to see you. All right, buddy.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code RATKING. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/tour. Those are trusted links on there. If you go elsewhere, you may get an untrustworthy link, and that could lead to upselling prices. So theovon.com/tour. I also want to tell you we have some new Be Good to Yourself tees in new summertime colorways like banana, salmon, and more. You can check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you. Today's guest was grateful enough to let us tape out of his studio down in Austin, Texas. He's a linchpin in the mixed martial arts community and a prized UFC commentator. He's the host of the largest podcast on planet Earth, the Joe Rogan Experience. And his new hour of stand-up comedy is the best comedy that I've seen him do. We're grateful to have him here today, Mr. Joe Rogan.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song. I'll sing it.
We're live. Yeah.
We're doing your podcast stuff.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for the hospitality and for jumping on, man. I appreciate it. And for letting us do it here.
Been having some fun.
Yeah, we have, man. Last night was really cool.
It's a good time, right?
Yeah, the new place looks great.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you feel
Excited.
when you go in there? Do you feel like was it scary to start to think, okay, I'm going to build like an actual building for comedy? I mean, it's like a whole new business, kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
All right.
It's exciting, but it's part of me like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because I was listening to you show it to me, and I was like, damn, Joe, it felt like you were like a contractor, like a landlord kind of. It was like, oh, this is it feels like a whole different uniform kind of.
It's a totally different thing. But luckily, I got people running it, so my participation in that aspect of it will hopefully be minimal.
Yeah.
But it is, it's definitely, But yeah, I felt compelled. I felt compelled to do it, because I always felt like if you know, I never wanted to own a comedy club, but I always felt like you just have to be nice to comedy club owners because you never want to be one of those fucking people.
Right.
But then when I knew I was moving here and Cap City was already closed, I was like, maybe I should buy a fucking club and start a club. And so that became my focus.
It's the machine. It was my friend Daniel Beauchamp and I. We had this long-running joke about a proud parent machine that you could give a quarter and it pats you on the shoulder and says proud of you. So yeah, I still have that hanging on my wall in my workshop. So that one I'm really happy with. I just think it's a really funny concept, and also I executed the build well.
So it's an arm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the build?
I built it off of an old lamp arm. Yeah, basically it's just a motorized arm and this kind of torso of a person.
So it's actually a hand, right?
This laser cut plywood, and it kind of has like, it looks creepy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it says proud of you, son. Because I just thought that sounds more funny than proud.
Cool. Never lied. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. So, relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many times. You've been thrilled many times. It's very stressful.
It immediately communicates it as a parent. It's not just like a
People
colleague
who
or
don't
something.
know the story, there's a documentary.
There's your report for it.
Has a documentary
Yeah,
right
but
now.
that is
It's
cool.
called
ChatGPT has
Bob
watching that.
Rothschild.
Mind you that have conversations you have with your parents, and all of a sudden you have a thing that can fundamentally transform your psyche.
The phenomenon is real, not fictitious or imaginary. They are perhaps 100 years beyond what you can even dream
A
of.
combination of human, really creative
We
design,
need to get that technology to save our own planet.
including as part of a
The
new
reason
product
why
design
I
company
believe
called
that these pressure treatment cases are correct is
popular
because
YouTube
I've
channel
got
which we have
independent
demonstrated
confirmation
aligned
from other
with
sources.
incredible design and
This
invention
subject of UFO pressure
shitty robot
treatments is
to
no
a
longer
Tesla Model
classified.
3 converted
It is.
to
It's proprietary.
over all the
You can see the
personal
narrative
journey
on UFOs is always being pushed toward the pressure
to
treatments.
alone brilliant part of the inspired. It's truly an honor to meet her.
My name is Michael Schratt.
This is
I'm a
my favorite
private
podcast.
pilot,
The
military
supporters who
aerospace
check out our
historian.
sponsors in the description.
Basically, the
Now,
primary focus of my research deals with
Love it.
classified aircraft within the military-industrial
What was the first
complex.
cool thing you built? Where you fell in
These are
love
the
with
aircraft that have no commercial oversight, no public scrutiny. The funding comes from black budget projects, unknown special access programs. If you work on one of those projects and the president asks you for specific details regarding their program, your mandatory reply is to be, Mr. President, no such project exists. Started tracking classified aircraft programs, started interviewing people who work for the defense contractors, started looking at the historical UFO cases being about an hour from 2457 West Peterson Avenue in downtown Chicago, where they have QFOs, Center for UFO Studies.
A lot of people I watch them build stuff, and it's just like
QFOs
watching
is a
water.
dedicated research
You know, it's just like
organization
so
founded
easy,
by
and for me, it's
astronomer
just like
Dr. J.
trying to show
Focused
this
on the
boy
scientific
into a wall.
investigation
Right,
of
let's go back to
unidentified
Bible,
flying
like,
objects.
even like
QFOs analyzes UFO sightings and encounters to better understand the phenomenon.
After tweeting,
With rigorous
and yeah,
research,
it's either
objective
so in love with
analysis,
working, and I
the
chose
organization
to like
seeks to
working in middle
uncover
school.
factual
And I
information
remember the sense of pride when I got to bring something home.
At that time, they had the largest private collection of UFO files in the United States.
I think that
And
is
it was an
like
underused
feeling
library. I mean,
that
no one cared about it. It was just completely unused. It was empty. But Mark Rothschild gave me free rein to the whole place. I looked through every single file.
And now it's
Multiple file cabinets just packed totally full of UFOs, of cases that were sent into jail in Hynek. He passed away in 86, but he had people from all around the world sending him signing reports, drawings, sketches of what the craft looked like. And it was a treasure trove of information. And the goal is to
The
preserve
thing is, I went through
part
advertising
of our
school,
national
and
history
I
and then use that as a guide
studies a
to
year,
commission
and I
full
realized
color
there
records
that
to make these
for
cases come alive.
advertising,
So
that
that's
other
really
schools
been
want to build
what
stuff
I've
in
been doing
programs.
the
I
last
just
25 years,
focused
almost
on
30
that,
years.
and there
And
I
then
built
more recently,
my first
diving into the
partner
Leonard
project.
Stringfield crash retrieval cases, where I feel that this is the most important thing that we could all be doing.
So basically, I imagine that you like pull out the person from the bottom of your iPhone and plug it into the belt and then pull the cord on the screen. And I felt that together with my first one, and I was like, oh, this is so my favorite, so much fun. And I considered like, oh, let's go to school for this. And I thought maybe I could get a job and I could get paid to learn about electronics. So just based off of that one project, I got like design production
Bottom line is, Leonard Stringfield is the gentleman who coined the term UFO crash retrievals. For a 30-year time period, he had collected dozens upon dozens
So they're
of
actual
first-hand accounts from military personnel who had been involved in crash retrievals, who had loaded these things up on tractor trailers, who shipped them to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, who dealt with the autopsies, who read the pathologists, people like scientists and radar technicians, people like X-ray technicians who actually took X-rays of these things, and then all of the bodies and autopsies were sent to Walter Reed Army Medical Center next to Washington, D.C. That's the caliber of witnesses that Leonard had compiled. So what he did is he took all the reports, put them in one binder, because they used to be 7 separate status reports, and they were spread out, and they were not easy to get. So you might be looking at status report and 3 and status report number 5, but you'd be missing all the other ones. Well, somebody came up with a great idea to publish them in one volume. And so now they're all here, and it's drilling down and getting into the intricate details of how many bodies are found, and where the craft was shared, what would it look like at the inside. That's what this whole talks about. And so for a couple of these cases, this is 1942, and this is a crash retrieval case from Leonard Stringfield. All of these are documented. They all have a spec sheet. So this is 1942, and Army base in northern Georgia that even Leonard didn't even know where it was, so he didn't even know the exact location. But when this thing came down, this is about 15 feet in diameter, 10 feet high, but it caused a hull breach on the side of the craft. There were 3 wells on this craft, about the level that you see here on the below. It had 4
ignorant,
essentially
definitely
a
good.
control
Because that
panel
was like,
with buttons and switches. That was level number 1. Below that,
project
there was
I
a
ever built
wraparound
for
window with
iPhone
what
app I
looked like
ever
4 bar
programmed.
stools. That was level
And
number
like
2.
now,
Level
if
number
somebody
3
was like, hey, I
was
want
a
to
hatch entryway that they were able to gain
but
entry into the craft itself. Now, there were 4 bodies taken alive, about 4 feet tall. That's what you see on the left here. Oversized head, oversized eyes, slipper mouth, minute nose, emaciated body parts, hands that went down below the knees. They eventually died later. And then I also want to point out that written along the modern circumference of the craft itself were these hieroglyphic type lettering. And so I'm thinking there's got to be an international coalition of engineers, linguistic experts who are looking at this information, trying to decipher what the codes are, what the symbols mean. There has to be, because there's at least 10 other cases within the Stringfield collection that talk about these writings. Okay, so I thought we'd move on to the next case here. It's essentially cases where you've got eyewitness testimony, you've got sketches, you've got original vehicles. This is 1946. This is from Roswell.
and
Now, this is a private
always trying to
records
get her
manager,
really
and he was told to deliver a letter. See, I got something I want to show you. So he brings him to the back of the hangar. Polished, mirror reflective exterior. No rivets, no seams, no wells, no socket head cap screws, no hex head cap screws, no visible means of propulsion. There's a series of rectangular windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. It came in from a railroad car from Arkansas. This is back in 1946. It was shipped to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio.
to have.
It had not become Wright-Patterson Air Force Base until
I got the
1947.
idea
It
because
was
I
still
was
known as Wright Field
kind
Day.
of friends
Now,
with my heart.
I peel back the scene so that you can see this 3-foot diameter central column
But I've been
coming
thinking
from the
about
bottom
it.
of the graph up through the
It would be
midpoint
fun
and then
to
terminating
go
at the
back
top
to that
section. I
project
just want to bring your attention
now.
to this
But
section
the
right here.
problem
Where
with it
there's
is
a red dot. He said that
when
there
you're
were
producing
white
the
lab coat technicians
with your
that were
arm,
desperately
like you
trying to
can't take
reach
it
the hull
on
of this
enough
craft
to
with
play.
guided
Like it
technology
has to
that
come
couldn't hit it.
like
This is back in 1946, and this
you're not
is
really
Bernie's
getting
drawing, which you can see right here. So again, you've got the shape craft here, you've got a tarp over on the right hand side, you've got the toolbox with the diamond tip drill bit, the electric drill. So that is vintage 1946. So I had my friend Joseph Rick do a full color rendering, and this is what we came up with. If we went back there, back in 1946, that's what this whole crusade is about, taking this eyewitness testimony, digging out these old dusty reports that are 60-year-olds and 70 years old, and committing these to good full color renderings. So this is 1946, Berkeley University. The primary eyewitness was a metallurgical engineer, so he's got this white lead coat, he's got a clipboard, and this 18-wheeler tractor trailer load boy backs into the warehouse at Berkeley. He's standing there, this is what you can see here, and what he saw was a 30-foot-long egg-shaped craft. Had a whole breach on the side of it, looked like a cracked egg. There was a central core, you could call it, or a yoke that was about 3 feet in diameter. On the forward section of this craft
you're building a
was a composite panel.
off the road.
There was another composite panel
Like
that
you have
ran
no
around
idea if
the
you're
outer
going to work
circumference of this section. He also mentioned that there was a whole breach
I think
on the
it
side of the
had
craft, and this is again
natural
according to Leonard
pressure to
Springfield,
it.
again his testimony. So what we want to do
So
next is
it's
commit this to a full color rendering. Again, 1947, Berkeley University,
I think
and this is
also
what
it
we
was
came up
just
with.
so
So it's really
incredibly
not a
motivated
lack
when
of
I realized
evidence,
I might be able
but
to
the
pull it off.
problem we're running into
Like that was
is
like I felt like a
congressional
bloodhound,
hearings,
you know. Like,
senators
oh my god, I
and
can't
congressmen,
believe
number
that I
one,
didn't get.
have not been read into these programs.
I had a
Number two, they don't have a high enough security clearance to get access to this information. So how can they declassify something that they don't have access to? That's the problem we're running into. The senators and congressmen who are supposed to have a need to know on
I
this,
don't know
but they don't.
how your brain works, but it's like
This
if I have
is
a
late
problem,
1948. This is
I
Sierra
can't
Madre
stop
Mountain
thinking
Range
about
in
it. Like it's
Mexico.
so fun
Primary
to think
eyewitness
about
was a
it. Like
highway
I
construction engineer. He was asked to assist the United States military on a crash retrieval. And we know the diameter of
and I
this
just
craft.
can't
How do
stop
we know
thinking
this?
about it. Like I get
We
so
take an inside dimension on the aft cargo bay of the C-119, which is about 9 feet 10 inches. So by default, you need 5 inches of clearance on either side so that this thing can slip in there. So it's about 9 feet in diameter. And he assisted the U.S. military here. You can see them with the clamshell doors open, bringing this craft up into the back of the C-119. And so we went ahead and did a full color rendering. This is what the craft looks like as they're bringing it into the back end of the C-119.
about it,
And
and I
we'll do a
can't,
little
I
bit
don't
over
think
here.
that
This gives you a
so
little bit better idea of what the craft actually
about
looks
it
like. Now,
because I
within the
it's
report
just
that
it's
Springfield
really
has, he
problems
said
that I
that
want to solve.
there were at least 3 ET bodies recovered. They were tight. They have to go. How are you going to fit bodies into a 9-foot diameter dish-shaped craft? That's like this section right here. He said that when he went up to the bodies that were burned, he touched their faces and their skin came off on his fingers. And so this is what the bodies look like according to the primary eyewitness. And we have his testimony
Basically, I
in this
started
report here. And that's what this
I'm
entire book is about, first-hand military witnesses
years.
who actually seen the
Okay,
bodies.
what's next for me?
1952 at the Pentagon. This is an office worker.
Going
She's told to go down to the basement at the Pentagon. There is a basement in the Pentagon. They've got a lot of classified material there. I know this because there's a newspaper clipping that specifically talks about how Dick Cheney, who was the vice president under George Bush II, got lost in the basement. So there's no debating that there's a basement there. So this office worker, 1952 at the Pentagon, she's told to go into this room. So she goes into this room, she kind of goes through these double doors, and it's this dark, dingy room
Well,
There's some cardboard
well,
boxes off to
using
the
it,
left, and some of
even
it's
if
not
it's
well
not
lit.
optimally,
So when she gets in there, she kind of does this 180 turn. What does she
it
see?
needs to look well.
A pickle
Yeah,
in
and that's
a
what I
glass
think is
jar.
so
Believe it or not, we got this right from report, and she's shocked about what she sees. Within 5 seconds, she feels this hand on her arm. It's MP telling her to get out of her immediately. You're not supposed to be in there. So we do have her testimony here filed. So a very good case. And here's the thing. Why would these people be lying to us? There's 119 pressure treatment cases within the Springfield collection. Are a couple of these people dishonest? Sure, absolutely. You can take out 3, 4, 5, or 6, but when you take these as a united coalition, the whole, you can't just discount all of them because the caliber of these witnesses is nothing short of incredible. 1953, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. You've got a 4-engine DC-7 cargo aircraft that taxis up to the tarmac. I believe this took place at Hangar Complex number 4. The last complex is Baby, which is the 5th one off to the right. I've actually been in that hangar. I believe it took place in that hangar. We've got this group of officer who's at the right place at the right time. When this DC-7 taxis up onto the tarmac, hangar doors open. This is all at night. This DC-7 taxis in, and then there's a cargo bay door
Right now,
on the
there's somebody
port side of the aircraft, which is on the left-hand side. Cargo bay door opens up, and then there's this floor that starts offloading these pallets. On the top of these pallets are 3 wooden crates with their lids pulled off. And he's only about 10 feet away, so he's kind of looking. What does he see? He sees 3 ET bodies, about 3.5 feet tall, all wearing a Lucas tight-fitting flight suit. They had oversized eyes, slit from a minute nose. He said one was female because it had breasts, and then he said that all of them were being suspended off the bottom of the wooden crates by this white netting to protect it from the dry ice freezer from below. I mean, incredible story, but we've got his account, so what we wanted to do is do a rendering of his cases. This is what we came up with. If we were there back at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base back in 1953, another Springfield case that is very remarkable. This is December 1963, literally a couple of weeks after Kennedy was assassinated at Daley Plaza, November 22nd, 1963. The primary eyewitness was a Marine. So he's called to board a plane with blacked out windows. They fly about 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina, which is a Marine base. And when they land, they get to this building. It has 2 big doors. The doors open up. When he looks inside, he sees this craft. It's about 4 feet.
I always try to put my water.
It looks like a fat hamburger. It has a
for
polished
that,
mirror
getting that
aluminum
job,
exterior. No
I
visibility to propulsion. There was no
was like,
welds. There's no
oh,
seams.
you're
No
an engineer.
socket caps. There's no
Everybody was
fasteners
an
of any kind.
engineer. You're
He said it
professional,
had
not all engineers. You need somebody who
wrapped around the outer
can do your
circumference.
filter.
He also said that there was a absolutely slight
So it was more
entryway hatch on the bottom of the craft that you could not put a razor blade in because the seams was so perfectly integrated in there. And then he said that there were accurate technicians with diamond tip drill bits trying to bridge the hole in the scrap, but they couldn't do it. So this was kind of like for the first
But
time.
I remember that I studied physics for a year in college.
Propped up on scaffolding.
And I had the rule for myself that
You could walk
whenever
around this thing.
I
They
did
built
not
a
understand
catwalk on
something,
this.
I would have to watch
Each
it. So I was
lab
always
technician
waiting
had a color-coded
and
badge.
it's this
So if you
room
had a yellow badge, you could access this part of the facility. If you had a green badge, you could access this part of it. If you had a red badge,
I think
you
that
had
was
full
really like,
access to the
I
entire
remember
facility.
people at the end of the year coming up to me and I'm like, thank you so much for all the questions you asked because
And his
whenever there was
job,
something that
his
was
job
under
was
attack,
to be
you
there for
always
2 weeks to
So
guard this crap.
I think
He
it
was
is a
told
bit
to
of a
shoot
skill
to
and I
kill
think that's kind
anyone
of how I handle
who
my
tried to breach
imposter
that white
syndrome.
circle. So that was
Like,
his sign up there.
yeah,
This is
lay
the
it all
full
out
color
there.
rendering we came up with to give you an idea of what this crap actually looks like. So we got these lab coat technicians here. This was our first full color rendering of this craft itself. Now, once they failed with the diamond tip drill bits, they went to a second attempt, which was acetylene torches. That failed. Their intent was to bring in these
it's a
two
double-edged
what
sword.
looked like tractor
I tried it
trailers,
out on
very
the
long,
internet
big
and
like
kind of
tractor
got
trailers
the monitor
that had
the
two electrical
robots.
generating
Like
devices
posted a
on
lot of stuff on
They were
South
stringing
Park,
these
like shitty
cables,
robots
heavy
on
gauge
Reddit.
cables into the facility, and they connected
Shitty
a
robots
laser
on the
to
platform
this
kind of drop.
device.
What I'm trying
Turned
to
the
say is
laser on the ground,
that
it
was like
reflected, bounced off, and
but
damaged the
it did
ceiling
have
tile
to be
within the
processed. So
facility.
I
So
definitely
when
think
they moved the laser
like
away, it was warm to the touch, but had no effect
the
whatsoever.
things that didn't work and kind of everything going wrong every time and like happily
This
fail.
facility. So
And I
here
think
we
that
are,
was
the chain link
amazing. It
fence.
was a really powerful tool for me to like not get my perfectionism in the way because if I set out people think that's great, then I'm never gonna start. And I was like, no, it's
Down angle of the scene, he said that the whole place was
but
excruciatingly
what I
well lit.
realized
And I interviewed
now
the
is that
gentleman
it's also a
who
defense
interviewed
mechanism.
the primary eyewitness.
Like,
This was done back in
always be
1986. I have his name. I did a
kind of
videotape
was
interview
this
with the gentleman
survival
who
tactic on the internet of
I was
being like
fortunate
never
enough to secure
getting
some original sketches,
and I still do that.
and he
I'm
gave me
terrified
his original
of
notes.
how
The last day he was
something
there,
is if I
he
know.
said that this craft was being
Because
taken
it
off
kind of
its
opens
scaffolding,
first
put
shot
onto a
down.
tractor
So
trailer,
I
and then
think I
driven by a
definitely
truck
have a
and move it to the
conflict
next location. So
now, especially as I'm
and they
getting
keep
older,
this information
I am more
classified
skilled than I was
as
before.
number one, they compartmentalize this information
I'm
and
like,
they move
I feel
this
like
base to
definitely
base
something
so that no one person has a
well,
total clue
and that
on
it's
what's
still like
going on here. Now, back to this case,
things that I have with
he
my
was
work
told
life
to guard
and
this
my
craft for 2
relationship
weeks.
that I'm also
And there
trying
was
to
one
only
point where no one frisked him.
do
He
it
was
when
all
it's
over the
beneficial
craft.
to me and not when it's
He
harmful.
was successful in bringing a small German Minox camera into this facility, and he snapped a photograph of this. However, that photograph was lost in a flood back in 1983. So we were this close to getting an actual photograph, but that was lost in 1983. So this is just another example of a first-hand military witness that actually guarded one of these back in December 1963.
I think it's also
Is actually being talked about.
for like me and my
Military
women and
resistance. Now, I'm
the
going to give you an example of what
And
the doctors,
you're like
the medical
I'm
personnel,
just trying to
these
make myself
retrieval
believe
teams,
it's
when
not
their
threatening.
bodies
They're
were
like really
recovered.
unthreatening because
What did these bodies look like?
threatened
So
by
I
you
can give you
different
some
ways.
blood items
You have stuff
from the
that's thin
actual
line that you
pathologist
can
report.
walk
People
through
who
like,
run the
hey,
autopsies,
I'm
let me
going to be
know. I'm not going to run through all these,
attractive
but
enough for
here's what they
not
say.
be
This is
offended by
first-hand
my
military
appearance,
sources.
just unattractive enough for people to
Approximately
not
3.5 to 4.5
sexualize me.
feet tall.
I have to be just as smart and
Oversized
witty
head,
enough for people to be
oversized
like, oh my god,
eyes,
that's pretty cool.
approximately 40 pounds in
Also
weight.
keep myself down enough for other people not to
Eyes with
do it or be
pupils,
like, oh yeah,
under
that's
a
the
heavy
woman
brow
that
bridge.
she knows how
And
to
many times the eyes
build
were
a
wrapped
line.
around
You
to
know, so it's
halfway
like,
back toward the
That's
ears.
an interesting skill to do,
Ears
especially
oriental looking.
yeah.
The head by human standards is large compared to the size of the torso. No earlobes,
That's actually why a lot of
protrusion flesh extending beyond apertures. Nose is vague.
at MIT, for
Arms
example,
going
how
down
many
below the knees.
really
A
professors of
slit
species
for a
use
mouth,
lots to put
minute
themselves out there?
nose, no lips. Neck described as being thin, in some
If
instances
they,
not being visible,
like if
but
they
a
really
curve
put
wearing
their
a
heart and soul
one-piece
into it,
tight-fitting
look
flights.
how
So
it's
that's
and
what
nobody,
the
nobody
pathologist
sees
reports
it.
are
Like
telling
everyone's
us. So
like,
I thought
before.
we need to do a
There's so
drawing
many failure
of
modes.
what these look like
Or like,
based on the
like you said,
medical examiner's report. And it's
so
kind of
there's so many
exclusive. This is
failure
what
modes
we
that
came up with.
terrify people.
These
That
are
I feel
what
like
these
these
beings
things
look like to the best of our ability based on the pathologist report. So you've got 3.5 feet tall. You've got emaciated body figures here. You've got arms that go down below the knees. You've got an oversized head. You've got almond regular shaped eyes. You've got a very slit red white nose. You've got, in many cases, there was webbing between the fingers. And that's what we show right here. So this is based on a medical
Yeah, I
autopsy
just want to snapshot that
from
quote.
1974. This is a woman who was a new hire, and she was going to be working at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
You don't want to say that.
She went to an interview. The boss is there.
I want to get
Off
on
to
the
the
rail
right,
with you.
there's a small group talking about
But
all things
just by
UFOs
saying
because
that,
the subject of UFOs came up for some reason, as it always does.
leaving
So
it
she's
just enough for
involved in
somebody
this
who really
conversation,
needs to
and her new boss could kind of sense that she's getting beaten up here because they're talking about UFO. She's getting ridiculed. He can sense that she's really getting beaten up. So he turns to her and he says, "Would you like to see the physical evidence?" She came back and said, "No." Yes, he does. He takes her in his car and drives from the dinner party that night to Wright Patterson Air Force Base. Now, this guy had the correct security clearances. He had a key card. So he walked down this corridor. There was a little scanner. He looked inside there and scanned these people's. And then he pulled out his key card and put that into the key reader. And they walked down another corridor. Now, there was another wireless scanner. So this is double redundancy. You couldn't just get in here. You had to have correct security clearances. So he put an insert his card into the reader. Clearly,
early projects I did was very forward. It was always like I tweaked it because they translated it too quick. But honestly,
metal trees and dollies off to the
mental
left.
exercise is that
To
just
these
project
cabinets with the
easy
handles on
enough
them.
to be explained by like a
These
7-second
cabinets,
video
these are
without
all trees going on.
and
It's sitting on these
pretty
big
much everybody
trees.
here
Is
that
an
it
18
also
course,
has
half
like it's
covered in
really
a
like
body
it is
bag. And she's
self-explanatory enough
basically
to
standing right over this thing,
be
looking at
explained
this
through
thing.
it. Yeah.
This thing is sitting
So
down,
yeah,
up to his chest.
I feel like
And she
all
can't believe what she's seeing. So here's our drawing that shows you what this looked like.
yeah,
She
as she
shared
had
her
reminded
info.
me down the
She
road,
can't believe this. Now she had her own
we
religious
saw looking
beliefs.
forward.
But when she saw the
That's
actual
literally what
evidence that he was talking about,
read the nature.
she was shocked.
So you have
So you could kind of see
how
why
do you read
they're keeping this under wraps. Because there will be a cross section of society conservatively speaking that some people will not be able to handle this reality.
very
So
like yeah,
you can make an argument
out of
that
contact,
early on,
and that's
this is
really
why the
interesting.
cover up
So
will
like
continue.
building
However,
this product business and trying to do the marketing around that,
after
and
the
like
2 weeks, because she
somebody
gave her
comes
2
in and
videos,
has no idea
to her
about what this product is, where they get
she
it
was told
explained
by
to
the
them.
office
And
manager that
I don't know,
her
but it's definitely
supervisor
worthwhile.
passed
So I
away.
started making
They have no
these
recollection
projects
of
that
where
got
they went,
translated
and
into
there
yeah,
was no references in
and I
the
posted them on
this guy
Slack.
completely disappeared off their radars.
That's
He
how
might have been disappeared.
And I love
So
it.
that's
Others
how
are
this
fun.
happened.
Like
So
I
we
want
wanted
to
to
integrate with content here.
sketch from that would kind of give you a real
I
exclusive.
was
Here is our
I think
primary
I was
eyewitness
talking
looking at the
to
body inside the underground recorded back in
once
1974.
you didn't know about
Patterson
pride,
Air
though,
Force Base. The other reasons for the cover are clearly the weapons advancement and
So this is
the
when I was
energy
at Country Design.
systems associated with these
I was
propulsion
kind of
systems.
building a
Because
lot of hardware
if you
projects
could
for them,
reverse
but I
engineer
also felt
propulsion
they
systems
were so
associated
supportive
with these
of me.
vehicles,
But I
you
also
would
took
do
a different way
the
to represent the
utilities,
brand
the
versus
multi-trillion-dollar
there were some
utilities. So
projects that I
your
like
internal
pulled
combustion
out because they
engines
built
would go
this
obsolete.
brand.
So you take out GM, you take out
Size
Ford.
and
So all the cars would be obsolete.
and
You would take
yeah,
out the
it's like a
nuclear power
skateboard
plants.
helmet with
You would take
a
out the solar
robot arm
farms.
on
You
the
would take
forehead,
out the
kind of
wind
like
generators.
uniform.
All of
And
these
then
things, the
there's
coal
for
fireplace,
you.
all of these things would be obsolete
It
overnight. It
was
would
the
cost
first gift that I
trillions of
uploaded. So
dollars.
actually, I
All the
wanted
profits would
to,
evaporate overnight. So that is the
I
primary
wanted to
reason
do a
for the
kids show
covers.
about
The
electronics.
reason why I believe
Like, I
that
love
these
electronics
generally these crash retrieval cases are correct is because I've got
about it. So I
independent
need
confirmation
film.
from other sources that are confirming details of the craft, like the diamond tip trimmings. I've got 3 cases of this diamond tip trim. You were talking about the black triangles. Well, that checks out because we've got multiple eyewitnesses in the military triangle case. This is 8990. We've got the Southern Illinois Triangle. This is January 5, 2000. We've got the Hudson Valley boomerang cases between 83 to 89. Our witnesses below these triangles, when they look up, first thing they see is tubes, pipes, and cylinders. Then they hear this low frequency electrical humming noise like a transformer or a sewing machine. A lot of these craft are tested on Thursday nights. It's another evidence that it's a black budget man-made program. Why are Thursday nights? Simply because Monday, Tuesday,
Yeah, so I
Wednesday
started off
is
the
pre-flight.
this robot.
Thursday is the test flight. Friday's debrief, Saturday, Sunday, what's going there. So when you hear about a classified thing going on, and you hear it's a UFO report, and it's on a Thursday, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that it's one of ours. And personally, I believe 95% of what people are reporting as extraterrestrial UFOs are in point of fact our own deep black programs. There is a 5% reality to this, because these cases go back to Columbus. The Romans had shields flying. We didn't have any defense contractors back then. So this case, this whole phenomenon is a multi-headed hydra. What they're doing is these guys are good. The CIA, the NSA, these guys are good. They're professionals. What they want to do is take their own deep black aerospace programs and paint it with the UFO brush to hide their own black programs. And that's what they've done. That's what they've done. And they've brought in money in the waters. They brought in censorship with the media. They're over here with the giggle factor. And we bring that all together. And that's why we're 80 years into this and we still don't know what's going on. But deep within the secret underground, deep underground military bases, they're doing this on a daily basis. In fact, during the Clinton administration, we were spending $100 million a day on black programs. And that's always been probably the big $64 million question. If these ET races are so advanced, so technologically advanced, they can be 100 light years away, why are they crashing when they get here? They should be having no problem whatsoever. They made it through gravity wells, they made it through quarks, they made it through different galaxies, and then when they come to our atmosphere, they crash. It doesn't make any sense. And I agree, it doesn't make any sense. But when you start drilling down into what's actually happening here, it starts to make sense. For example, we don't have reports of 1,000-foot-long motherships crashing. We've got scout ship reports of crashes. So that's the first thing we want to consider. The next thing we want to consider is that what appears to be happening, and this is backed up by, I did a whole presentation about this, is that there is, in point of fact, a rogue group within the military-industrial complex that is targeting, tracking, and shooting these things down for their propulsion system assets and their weapon system advancement technology. It's been going on, and we know this because Nikola Tesla talked about in the 1930s, long prior to his quote-unquote death ray. He was using scalar weaponry, directed energy weapons, and he could take down an entire fleet, 300 aircraft in one shot. What they've done is they have perfected that technology. They've piggybacked that technology on pre-existing radars, and they're shooting these things down and exploiting the technology. Now, this is confirmed by Harry Drew, who's no longer with us. Harry Drew was the premier researcher on the Kingman, not crash retrieval, but the Kingman soft landing. And he said that they had triangulated a very high power radar range. They turned up the intensity on this radar range, and then when birds flew right through this radar range, they immediately dropped on the ground. They were dead. So this is like very high intensity. So when there was a corridor, when these ET craft flew through there, somehow it interacted with their navigation system, and there was this falling leaf phenomenon, and they did a soft landing. So this somewhat explains why these things are actually crashing.
The history of UFO crash retrieval traces back to the numerous reported incidents where unidentified flying objects were alleged to have crashed from areas, prompting recovery operations. The most famous of these incidents occurred in 1947 near Roswell, New Mexico. Witnesses reported finding debris on Lake Eagle strewn across the desert landscape. This incident quickly escalated as military forces moved in, securing the area and gathering the mysterious materials. Initial reports from the local Air Force Base shocked the world, claiming a flying disc had been recovered. However, the story was soon retracted, leading to widespread speculation and accusations of cover. Beyond the debris, there were also persistent claims that alien bodies were recovered and whisked away for secret military studies, possibly to harness advanced extraterrestrial technology. The government shifting explanations through their history.
What we're talking about here is essentially July 2nd
even like
into the morning of July 3rd, 1947. It's not one event, it's actually going to affect 5 events. So we're going to start here north of the debris field at something called the touchdown site. So when this craft came in, it literally touched down. This is 5 nautical miles north of the debris field, where Lincoln LaPaz, who was a meteorite expert, and Lewis Rickett, who's 500 bomber member, what they discovered is fused green glass. So something came down indicative of high heat, fused the sand to glass, skimmed up, and then blew up in midair over Foster Ranch. And that's where you see all this raining debris that came down. So right off the bat, we can take a weather balloon theory and wipe it off, because a weather balloon is not going to fuse sand into green glass. You need very high heat to do that. According to Witness to Roswell by Don Schmidt and Tom Curry, there were 2 teams of military personnel that went down on hands and knees and crisscrossed the debris field for 3 days, and then finished up with industrial vacuum cleaners to make sure they got every shred of debris that came down. Now, why would you do that for a weather balloon? It doesn't make any sense. And then you look at the human aspect of this. Frankie Rowe's father was a fireman at the time, and she was coming home from a dental appointment. This is just a few days after this actually happened. And there was a police officer at the fire department, at the fire station, and he had some of the debris. He was showing it to Frankie's father. Later that evening, military police got to their house and said, "You are never to talk about this, and if we do, they'll be finding your bones out in the desert." They threatened her to the unbelievable degree. There were people that came to civilians' houses. They pulled up floorboards. They took wheat sacks and knives, and then they were looking for any shred of evidence over a weather balloon. So this just gives more evidence that we're not talking about a weather balloon here. We're not talking about a Project Mogul balloon here. So many pieces of evidence that indicate that there's something much more going on, and this is just one case. So 5 miles south of the touchdown site is the debris field, where we have Rancher Mac Brazel and 7-year-old Timothy D. Proctor. What they discovered was essentially 3 types of debris. Number 1 type of debris was this very thin metallic aluminum material that could not be cut, could not be burned, could not be dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. The second type of debris was this memory metal, the Holy Grail memory metal, where you can essentially fold this up or crinkle this up in your hand, and when you let go, it spread out like liquid mercury and slowly settle down to the floor. That's debris number 2. Debris about 3/8 of an inch wide, a little bit larger than a ½ inch in length, and then about 11 inches in total. Those were spread out within the debris field as well. Now, the trajectory of the craft was from the northwest to the southeast, and that's what you see in this area leading to the crash site. As the escape pod was heading southeastbound, because the main craft had already exploded, what was recovered was an escape pod. There were 2 bodies that ejected from the craft about 2.5 miles east of the debris field. That's the second body site, known as the Deep Proctor site. The craft actually came down about 35 to 40 miles away from downtown Roswell. There were 5 bodies recovered. 1 was still alive, but the other 2 bodies were already ejected. This was what was past the actual crash site. Now, it's removed by car, but it's not removed by plane. So if this is one of ours, whatever was out there was sitting out there in the desert for the night of the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the evening of the 7th. So you can see that the biologics were starting to decompose, and that's checked out by 519 members. That when they got near the bodies, the pungent odor of decomposing bodies permeated their military uniforms, and the wives said that they had to burn their husbands' clothes because they couldn't get that out of their clothes. The actual craft itself was an ancient craft, a low-rise dome. It was 13 feet across, the size of a Volkswagen. This is not a big craft. You can see the 2 18 bodies that were already dead and deceased. The last one was the survivor. According to Don Schmidt and Tom Curry, this whole operation took took place within about
None of the robots, I think, but that's also because it was a different era where it was really
they did not
putting
have
like
a
their
crane
projects, I thought.
at 5 They had to bring in an independent contractor from downtown Roswell that drove all the way up to the crash site.
Yeah. I mean, it is like, I feel like any technology company that figures out a way to get you to
When they
actually
loaded the craft up, they had a lanyard that
but
went
where
on
you
this
like love it and
trailer.
really love it.
That trailer went through downtown Roswell. Now, what did it look on?
Yeah.
And I think it's scary. And then who the company is,
From a
but then
509
they can
member
manipulate.
named Bud Taylor.
If you want
He was at the crash site. He
all of a
looked
sudden you
inside the craft. There was a whole bridge on the side of the craft. And what he said he saw were, number one, it looked like this thing had like fibers going through it, indicative of fiber optics. He also said that there were hieroglyphic letters on the inside of the craft itself. And then he said that there were flat screen monitors inside there as well. So we did a rendering, and this is what we came up with. This is as far as the first-hand military
Yeah.
evidence on the
People all
inside
love
of the craft
things all
itself.
the time.
We've got the craft loaded up on the 18-wheeler tractor trailer. We're 40 miles north of Roswell. We're going to go down Main Street and make our way to which is where
I hit a
the
road,
craft. So here's
but
the
then
convoy.
don't
We've
connect
got the
to
jeeps up front.
like the
There
one
were two
with the
paper
parents,
boys that
that's
saw
the
this.
guy.
There were multiple civilian witnesses that saw this convoy.
That's probably my favorite.
This has been confirmed. It's never
So
been
it's
tested.
a
And you can take the
machine
same road today. You can rent a car,
long
go
running
to
joke
Roswell,
about
and
a
follow the
proud
exact
parent
same
where
route
you
this
can
convoy
get
did.
a
All
quarter
the streets are
and
still
a half
there.
grown
This was about a, you can call it,
But yeah, I still have
9 foot
that
long, approximately 13-foot long craft that looked like it was covered by a turret.
but
It
I
had
think
chains
it's
on
really
it, so this was seen by multiple eyewitnesses. This is
funny
hangar
concept
P3
and
building
also I
in Roswell Army Airfield. So we've got the ambulance truck, we've got the 18-wheeler tractor trailer,
yeah, those are also
we've got
the
the child-sized caskets that were confirmed by Glenn Dennis, who was the mortician at the time. And while all this is going on, in the background, they're building a wooden crate. So what they do is,
I
they
just like
put
the
the
flavor
bodies
that
into
it's
the caskets, they load the caskets into the wooden crate. That crate was loaded into what's known as
yeah.
atomic bomb
And
pit
yeah,
number
the
one.
crowded
That's what you see right here. This is atomic bomb pit number one. Usually used for atomic bombs, but this time they had a wooden
it
crate there.
really communicates that
And it's interesting, they had military police with rifles stationed inside and out of these concentric circles with
Yeah,
orders
but
to
I
shoot
don't
to
think
kill
that you can't talk
anyone
to that.
trying to breach these barriers. And this is all over
Conversations
weather.
you have with your parents and all
Now,
sorts of
the
things.
guards that were guarding this crate were almost sick to the point of throwing up because of that stench coming from the bodies, and they could not get that out of their uniform. So this is ordered by multiple 500
I think a lot of it, I mean,
now, take the B-29 straight flush.
yeah,
That taxi
it adds
for
a lot of
atomic bomb pit
overlap.
number one. There's a hydraulic lift
So it's
that lifted the
identifying
crate
everyday
into the
problems
bomb bay of
and
atomic
city
bomb.
robot era.
And this
I
flew
was thinking
directly
every
to
problem, like,
the
oh, I
Air
have a hard time
Force
getting
headquarters
and I
Fort
was
Worth,
told
Texas. We had a C-54 that was flown by
So
Pappy
for
Henderson.
waking up in the morning, it was having on the long clock that stuff in space with a rubber
At
hand.
this point, we believe that there
And
was
what I'm
an
doing now is still
autopsy
identifying
of at
every
least one
problem,
body
but
and a
I'm actually
preliminary
trying to
autopsy
product
taking place
design my
inside the
way.
hangar
What
at
in your
509 Concord, and later
is it
the body
violent?
was sent to the aeromedical lab sometime after July 9th, 1947. So we had one kill, that's Roswell.
No, I think it's more like the proud parent. It's not violent. It doesn't. There's nothing. It's just emotional and it's kind of
regarding UFOs.
a commentary on this rock relationship we have with our parents
The
and we're tired of
hearings
them.
gathered lawmakers, military officials, and experts to systematically
Like last week,
address
it was
numerous reports of unexplained area sightings.
like
Adding to the momentum is David Grush,
I'll
who
put
has
that
been
on the back of my
instrumental in broadening the discourse around this. Grush, a researcher and advocate for increased transparency in UAP investigations, his work emphasizes the importance of a multidisciplinary approach, bridging the gap between scientific inquiry and national security concerns, ensuring that UAPs
Yeah,
now
I think
recognized not just as
it
a
was more like fun political department rather than being robot. Like so recently,
in the broader
the
scientific
music box,
community.
like a
All I
small
would say
music
about
box
those
that has
hearings
a
is
barrel.
what David Brush is telling you this second-hand testimony. He had no first-hand dealings with retrieved bodies or craft. He's only talking about what others had told him. What Leonard is, that's what makes his witnesses unique, is that these are first-hand military witnesses that actually held the bodies who loaded these craft onto 18-wheeler tractor-trailer convoys and shipped them to Wright-Patterson Air Force. During the 40s and 50s, into the 60s, early part of the 70s, all roads led to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And simply the reason why is they had the aeromedical lab there, so they could test the quote-unquote biologicals. They had a foreign technology division there, so they could test the tensile strength of these craft. So it makes sense that these craft were shipped to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. In fact, there is a alleged location, which I don't even think it's alleged at this point, called the at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, most likely an underground facility there. Former presidential candidate Barry Gold tried to get access to the ball because he had a UFO interest for decades. So he turned to his old good friend Curtis LeMay and said, "General, I hear you have a room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base where you keep all this stuff, all the bodies and the material. Can I go in there?" General turns to Barry Goldwater and says, "Damn it, Barry, don't you ever ask me that question again, because if you do, I'll have you court-martialed because I can't even get in there." So if this wasn't real, why would Curtis LeMay call up his friend Barry Goldwater? So there is a blue room. It may not be called a blue room now, but there is a facility absolutely at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I also know from Barry and Black McGruder, I've got his testimony from his son, basically stating that bodies, parts of the bodies were shipped to Eglin Air Force Base in underground cold storage vaults there. So you're talking about evidence. There's your evidence. If you could get access to that facility, an underground cold storage vault at Eglin Air Force Base, you'd see the bodies.
Trying to figure out
If we're going to have another series of congressional hearings, and we don't have any hardware, no physical evidence to back any of this, we're not going to get anywhere, because we're just going to be spinning our wheels. We've already tried the democratic process with this, and it's failed us. So what we need to do now is track down these legacy crash retrieval witnesses, get to their bosses that can lead us to the facilities where they actually have the hardware. Anything less than that, we're going to be spinning our wheels. We're going to be here another 80 years, and we still don't know what's going on. That's why Leonard's Field's information is so vital, because these cases contain the debris, the bodies, and the craft themselves. So everything's kind of wrapped up in one thing in a tight little boat. That's what we want. So what evidence we have? Okay, well, why don't we start with some historical cases which get from the QFO's archives. So this is a case, this is a 1983 primary eyewitness who was driving home. It's about 9:30 p.m. at night. Here in Alabama. She's driving down the road, and all of a sudden, she hears this booming noise. Her whole car starts shaking. So she pulls off to the side of the road, thinking the transmission fell out. She gets out of the car, everything seems fine, okay, gets back in the car. She drives another half mile down the road, off to the right, over this clearing in a field. She sees this craft. Now, this thing measured about 276 feet in length. It was 80 feet tall. The whole thing, according to her, was fastened by rivets and had holes throughout where she could look inside, because she was standing right below this thing. And she said that when she looked in these porthole windows, it reminded her of an East Coast shipping yard. It had cross-beam and girder construction inside. It had bulkheads inside. This top section had a wraparound window with what looked like 5'10" humanoid-looking beings, all wearing these tight-fitting flights. Now, on the second level, there was another wraparound. In that section, there was a door closing from right to left. At the bottom of this graph, she said that there were two gondolas with the same 5'10" humanoid-looking beings. It was in like this
Feel a little
antiseptically
podcast.
sterile
I
environment.
feel like I could show you any topic and
She
you
was
just
looking at
go
them. Now,
on about it.
at the very bottom of the craft, there were hundreds of 24-inch by 24-inch highly polished mirror reflector devices that look like mirrors. And this little track toward the back, there's our second mirror right here. You can see this mirror is closing from right to left. And she's watching this thing. She's seeing this. So this is Erin. This is the original sketch that we prepared. This is the guide that we used. So we want to have the paperwork, we want to have the backup, we want to have the newspaper clippings to back all this up. I'm not going to present anything unless I've got something to back it up with, because I know there's skeptical people out there. They want to see some evidence. So fast forward about, I
got
get this text from this lady. I don't know who she is. She says, my name is Pat. I'm a witness that saw this. I've been trying to get a hold of you for 10 years. I can't believe it's the lady who actually saw this thing. She texted me, I couldn't believe it. So we had this ongoing discussion over 6 weeks. And she said, you know what, Mike, I kept my original sketches. She sent me her original sketches. I couldn't believe it. So
physics was kind of the hardest thing to do when I had to like me for myself that I was
looking
hard.
at this for
So
30
I started
years, to answer your question here, I personally believe that 95% of what people are reporting as extraterrestrial UFOs are in fact our own
And
programs.
also, I think I
The way I come up with that number is just like what the witnesses are telling us. For instance, Hudson Valley River, 82 to 89, when these things flew
in any ways, and then
that
there was
area,
such a
we
special
had 25,000 eyewitnesses
area.
over almost a 10-year time
that I
period.
felt like the
When they
others
looked
were
up, what did they see? Number one, in many cases, they heard a low frequency electrical humming noise, like a transformer or a sewing machine. That's the first thing. Number two, these things had multicolored flashing lights, like the reds would
One
move,
is like
the blues would
actually
move, the
go
greens
to
would
a
move, the
workplace where
whites would
people
move,
are
and it
doing
would
the
repeat
job
the pattern.
that you think you
A
want to do.
standard
If you want
frequent
to
stated
like
that lights on an
be at a
ET
hospital,
spacecraft
like
could
try
only
to
be
see
for
how doctors
decoration.
work
What do
and
they
you
need?
actually like it
Lights.
because I
They
feel
don't
like
need
people have a lot
wings.
of
They don't
ideas
need
of what
lights.
it's
So
going to
that's
be like
another
and
thing.
it's
And
not with
we've got
reality.
evidence of
And then I
tubes,
think
pipes,
once
and
people figure out what
cylinders on the
people
bottom
do,
of
they
these
kind of
things. We've got transparent panels where you can look up inside the superstructure, and what you see is a cross-beam construction like a truss bridge. We've got bulkheads, we've got stringers.
But then
It's
there's the
just
second
got this
part that
mechanical understructure to it, so that checks out with the Hudson Valley Wave, that's 82 to 89. That checks out with the Belgian Triangle, that's 1989 to 1990. Where multiple witnesses in Belgium saw these black triangles that made a low frequency humming noise. They had pipes on the bottom of them. We had Belgian F-16s fly over these things, they could not catch them.
Like I felt like
And then if you hook that up with
I
the
wasn't
January
fully
5th,
using
2000
myself
Southern
and
Illinois
like
Triangle
all of my
case,
years.
that also had what
got motivated
looked
about
like
really
stacked
other
Legos on the bottom
And
of
I
it.
think the
It's
context
very clear now that they have made a breakthrough, a propulsion system breakthrough, and they're leaving all of us behind in a completely different sort of black budget fund, which we can prove they've done. During the mid-1950s, they were quote-unquote desperately trying to crack the gravity barrier. I've got a whole binder full of all these newspaper clippings. Universities cracking the gravity barrier, defense contractors working to control and harness gravity. Because, like, first of all, we had the electrical barrier, harnessing electricity. We did that. Then the next thing to harness was rocketry. So we've got that with the liquid rockets and the solid rockets. Then the next frontier to break was really the gravity barrier. Because if you can break the gravity barrier, you can control the rocket. So what the newspaper clippings are telling us is that multiple defense contractors like Martin Aerospace Company,
a different set
the
of
Sperry
experiences.
Rand Corporation,
When I
Bell
applied to
Aircraft
MIT,
Corporation,
I
all
was
of these
at those
defense
before.
contractors were together desperately trying to crack the gravity barrier. Now, when you fund
But then
them
I remember
with
seeing that
unlimited
the
funding
average
in
age
billions of dollars, and according to Timothy Good, the whole
relations,
subject of
even when
UFOs
somebody
was classified higher than the atomic bomb,
so I think
which
I
is the
definitely
cover of
like
his book. It's called
training
Above Top
on
Secret.
having that
That's the classification of UFOs. They were classified higher than the atomic bomb in World War II. So
I feel like, I mean, I'll
varsity
go to on a campus
Absolutely not. You
But I
cannot
think it's
take
also
down
because I
these
have
vehicles
a
with
community idea
any
with
type
with
of
IWS
missile system,
really.
guns, radar,
Yeah.
AAA, anti-aircraft artillery.
Yeah, a lot of people
You
use
have to get something that's instantaneous because whatever these UFOs
doesn't matter
are,
how long
and what a lot of these things are, that they are tricksters because they can materialize and dematerialize at will. They can fly into oceans at will. They can fly into the inside of mountains at will and have no impact. So in a lot of these cases, we're not talking about a physical craft. Now, when these things materialize and they're coming in from space-time, we're using these scalar weapons, which are exactly faster than light, to target and track and shoot these things down. And then we're exploiting the technology. And this is all like the deepest black of the black, because when you talk about these classified programs, many of these programs are born black, they die black, and we'll never know anything about it.
Yeah.
When you look at the newspaper clippings and you look at the periodicals that talk about tracking the black budget programs, they clearly state that in one example, during the Clinton administration,
It's very
they were
satisfying.
$100 million a day on these black budget programs. Other things having to do with the Reagan buildup, or if you were a defense contractor and you had to do concepts, you got funded. They were a blank check and you got funded. And
So
we've got
I made
all
this
of these
mechanical
classified
table where you can
programs
switch between
procured
table
during the
and
Reagan
that was
administration that
an
have never seen
incredibly
anything.
painful project.
Now,
And I'm
it's
really
even
happy to
more
be
sinister is,
so proud that I
sure, you've got the you can go to the Library of Congress, you as a
so like
taxpayer, and all
camera
of
like
us should do
having like
this
old
because
record
it's
player
our First Amendment
like
right
these like big
to
box of wood
question
and back and
authority.
back and
So when you go to Edwards Air
basically
Force
one of
Base,
the
or you
tables
go
on
to
top of the
Albany Air
table
Force
is
Base, or you go to Wright
and
Patterson
there's a
Air
little
Force
screen.
Base, it is not the Air Force that owns these assets. They are nothing more than a temporary custodian of those assets. So that means is,
Was
we as taxpayers,
really difficult
we
to pull
own
off,
the
and it's also
runways,
one of
and
the
we own the
few
airport,
projects
and we
that I
own
use in my
buildings,
everyday
and
life.
we pay for everybody. So it's incumbent upon us to get an accounting of where our tax dollars are being spent. It's our job to do that. It's our job to question authority. So when you have these black budget funds, and then you've got things that are ultra black, or the wave programs, the rainbow wave programs that go right through Congress. So these are the programs where the House and Senate Armed Services Committee, they're not briefed on it.
Yeah, but
So
basically it's
already
shoulder
we're outside
rig
the
and it has
bounds
this
of the
like almost
Constitution,
like
because now we've got this classified black world going on here. The other thing is, where it gets a lot more sinister, I don't even go down those roads, but we've got drug running, we've got illegal weapons, and we've got trafficking, human trafficking going on also for programs. So when you bring that into the whole mix, now you're talking about illegal drugs going on, which is even more profitable than the oil cartels, and that's what's funding these programs. Let's move on to the next slide.
There was, I mean, like,
This
I
is
talked to
Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, late 1958. This is a USS FDR, so this is the first aircraft carrier to actually carry nuclear weapons on board. This thing had a history of UFO sightings. Primary witness was in the Navy. His name is Chester Brzezinski. He's no longer with us. This is a very famous case, actually. So all of a sudden, there's this commotion along decks on the aircraft carrier. All these people are trying to rush up to the flight deck. So you've got these Naval personnel, you've got some screaming, yelling, and there's chaos. Guys are swearing they gotta get up to the flight deck. When they got there, they saw this orange light approaching the aircraft carrier. And if this was no orange light, as it got closer, this was a 200-foot-long cigar-shaped craft. It had a series of square windows. There were 25 naval personnel on the flight deck looking up at this thing, and they said that there was heat lingering off this thing that they could feel on their faces. So it's a CE-1 because it's a visual sighting. It's a close encounter in the second kind because it had physical effects that they could feel on their skin. And they said
very crude,
walking
but
between
I
these
also try
windows
really,
were these
really
humanoid-looking beings about 3.5 to 4 feet tall,
like,
oversized head. In fact, one of
all
them
that stuff,
was
which I don't even think is true.
on the deck of the aircraft carrier, and he raised his
Yeah,
hand over
but
his
I
head and was
really,
waving.
really try.
It sounds
They're
crazy.
having a
So
thoughtful way.
here's the full color
So,
rendering that we
yeah,
did
I-
that
I-
gives you an idea of what this actually looks like. So you can imagine all the guys on the flight
It's
deck
all like
here
Copy of banana with
waving back
and say it's a good response.
We spoke for a little bit. I've got his original report. This is
Yeah.
conservatively, we've got at least 200 pressure treatment cases.
Out of public
I feel bad with
live
that.
whispered accounts of
I mean, it's
UFO
fine.
crash
It's
retrievals,
that I
incidents,
really early on where I was like, what I'm doing
unidentified
is
flying
what I'm
objects
doing is being
hovering
for
over the
children.
sky.
But I mean, it's hard because like my projects are always really colorful and fun.
Agencies leaving
I think
behind
it also
questions
has
and speculation.
sprinkled with sexism of being like, oh, if
These
people want to do
clandestine
something,
recoveries
you're doing it for the children. And I'm like, fuck the children. I'm doing it for myself. So I think I was really early on excited, like, oh, no, I'm not going to try to
Is
do
a
that. It's like,
construct. It's not
still, I mean, I get a lot of
There's a
sexism.
small group that's controlling this
Watching the
information.
videos,
A
I'm
power
also
elite,
like,
you can call it.
I get it.
Cabal, if you want to
So
call it. A transnational team keeping this under wraps.
yeah, I really
We can
tried
change the
to
game,
be
and it's going to take
thoughtful and
getting these
be
cases
sensitive
declassified and getting to the hardware. That's
I'll
what it's
also
going to take.
acknowledge that human
The phenomenon is real, not fictitious or imaginary. They are perhaps 100 years beyond what you could even dream of. We need to get that technology to save our own planet. The reason why I believe that these pressure retrieval cases are correct is because I've got independent confirmation from other sources.
Have you ever made a robot that
This subject of UFO crash retrievals is no longer classified.
I get
It is
solar
it's
I feel
proprietary.
like that's the theme of
You can say the narrative on
podcast. Yeah.
UFOs is always being pushed toward the crash
What's the
retrievals.
most embarrassing privilege of this podcast?
So I don't
My
know if
name is
you
Michael
experience
Schratt.
that I
I'm a
generally
private pilot,
embarrassed
military
by most
aerospace
things
historian.
I
Basically, the primary focus
That's
of my
why I say
research
something.
deals with classified aircraft within the military-industrial complex. These are the aircraft that have no congressional oversight, no public scrutiny. The funding comes from black budget projects, unacknowledged special access programs. If you work on one of those projects and the president asks you for specific details regarding that program, your mandatory reply is to be, Mr. President, no such project exists. Started tracking classified aircraft programs, started interviewing people who work for the defense contractors, started looking at the historical UFO cases, being about an hour from 2457 West Peterson Avenue in downtown Chicago, where they have QFOS, the Center for UFO
You
Studies.
gave up.
The Center for UFO Studies, UFOs, is a dedicated research organization
Also, because you're the
founded
full
by astronomer
what
Dr.
is that?
J.
Like, how did that come about?
focused on the scientific investigation of unidentified flying objects. QFOS analyzes UFO sightings and flares to better understand the phenomenon.
I like taking everything seriously.
And objective analysis,
It's felt like
the
that.
organization
It was my
seeks to
way of
uncover
saying
factual information hidden behind the
And I
mystery
like I always
of
admire
UFOs.
At that time, they had the largest private collection of UFO files
So
in the
I don't know
United
if it's
States.
the visual
And
purposes,
it was
but
an
I like the
underused library, but no one
makes-
cared about it. It was
makes me
just
feel like the work
completely
that you
unused. It was
really
empty.
do.
But Mark
In fact,
Roddiger
there's
gave me
myself.
free reign to the whole place. I looked through every single
It's
file,
like, there's no-
multiple file cabinets, just packed totally full
The interesting thing was the fact
of cases that were sent into jail in Heine. He passed away in '86, but he had people from all around the world sending him signing reports, drawings, sketches of what the graph looked like, and it was a
Is that not
treasure
where you're
trove of
going? There's
information.
something else dark about that?
And
Yeah.
the goal is to
Uh,
preserve an important
I
part
thought you
of our
knew through the
national
found
history,
out
and
right
then
after.
use that as a
the
guide
reason that I found
to
out was
commission full color renderings
my
to make
mom
these cases come alive. And so that's
for it.
what I've been doing the last
And
25 years, almost
right
30 years.
eyelid
And
was
then
swollen,
recently,
kind of been swollen
diving into
over.
the Leonard Street
a
Field
while.
crash retrieval
And I even
cases
got
where I feel that
homicide
this
on
is the
my
most
channel.
important thing
And I
that we
thought
can
it was
all be doing.
allergies.
In the field of
Oh,
UFO
no.
crash retrieval,
It's affecting my
man
one eye.
pioneered the
It
study
must be
of
on that
crash
side, I don't
retrieval
know.
cases.
And my mom came
Focused on
into
uncovering evidence of
um,
downed unidentified
the
flying
stage and then the
objects
Cooper for my
and
TED
alleged
Talk. She's
secret
like, Simone, you have
through
to
thorough documentation and persistent investigation. He significantly influenced UFO
I'm
research,
fine.
bringing
Um,
the level of scrutiny to
and
levels of
I had an MRI scan
this man, known as the
on
father
5
of
p.m. on
UFO
Friday
crash
night.
retrieval
My
investigations,
boyfriend at the time was
does
there,
demonstrate
and
Bottom line is,
I remember it was halfway through an MRI and they can't pull you out.
UFO
And
retrieval.
they inject
Over a 30-year time period,
for the
he had
thing that
collected dozens upon dozens of first-hand accounts from military
looked at me in the
personnel
way and was like,
who had been involved in commercial retrievals,
and that's
who
what I
had
knew
loaded
that they
these
found
things
something, and
up
they
on
like took me
tractor
back to
trailers,
for
who
another
shipped
20
them to
minutes.
Wright-Patterson Air Force
My
Base,
actions
who
was
did
being
the
like them, like
autopsies, who
zooming in
were
and out of my
pathologists,
hands, and it was
people
like
like
obviously
scientists
something
and
that
radar
wrong.
technicians, people
And there,
like X-ray
and the
technicians
ER,
who actually
that I
took
had
X-rays of these things,
a
and then
brain tumor
all the
that
bodies and
football
autopsies were sent to
that probably been growing since I
Army
was a teenager.
Medical
It's been
Center
growing over like
next
50
to
years.
Washington,
And
D.C. That's
yeah,
the caliber
surgery
of
was good.
witnesses that
Growing,
Leonard had compiled. So what he did is he took
that was like
all the reports,
2
put them
years
in one
that
binder, because they used to be seven
was kind of
separate status
dedicated to
reports,
getting
and they
better
were spread out,
and
and they were not real easy to get. So you
I
can look at status report number 3 and status report number 5, but you need to see all the other ones. Some are
health, and I'm like finally going to be able to
published
do
in
everything
one
other
volume,
than
and some now they're all here, and just drilling down and getting you into the intricate details of how many bodies were found, and where the craft were shipped, what it looked like at the side of the road. That's what this book talks about. Over all these cases, this is 1942, and this is a crash retrieval case from Springfield. All of these are documented. They all have a spec sheet. So this is 1942 at an army base north of Georgia that even Leonard didn't even know where it was. So he didn't even know the exact location. Now, when this thing came down, this is about 15 feet in diameter, 10 feet high. It caused a hull breach on the side of the craft. There were 3 levels on this craft. Upper level, which you see here below, had 4
it's this
essentially
unfathomable thing that happens.
buttons and switches. That was level number 1 below that. There was a right row window with what looked like 4 bar stools. That was level number 2. Level number 3 was a hatch entryway that they were able to entry into the craft itself. Now, there were 4 bodies taken alive, about 4 feet tall. That's what you see on the left here. Oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a long, minute nose, emaciated body parts, hands that went down below the knees. They eventually died later. And I also want to point out that written along the bottom circumference of the craft itself were these hieroglyphic type lettering. And so I'm thinking there's got to be an international coalition of engineers, linguistic experts who are looking at this information, trying to decipher what the codes are, what the symbols mean. There has to be, because there's at least 10 other cases within the Springfield collection that talk about these writings. Okay, so I thought we'd move on to the next case here. It's essentially cases where you have eyewitness testimony and you have sketches, you've got original people who have these vehicles. This is 1946. This is before Rothschild. Now, this is a private records management. And he was told to deliver a letter to our high-level military brass at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. He had a friend who was an MP, so he's going into this hangar, and his MP friend says, "Hey, I got something I want to show you." So he brings him to the back of the hangar, and what they see is about a 15-foot diameter sheet craft. It's about 7 feet tall, highly polished, mirror-reflective exterior. No rivets, no seams, no welds, no socket head cap screws, no hex head cap screws, no visible means of propulsion. There was a series of rectangular windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. It came in from a railroad car from Arkansas. This is back in 1946. Was shipped to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. It had not become Wright-Patterson Air Force Base until 1947. It was still known as Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Now, so then you can see this 3-foot diameter central column that went from the bottom of the craft up through the midpoint and then terminated at the top section. I also want to bring your attention to this section right here where there's a red dot. He said that there were white lab coat technicians that were desperately trying to reach the hull of this craft with diamond tip drill bits, and they couldn't get it. This is back in 1946, and this is history. You can see right here. So again, you've got the dish-shaped craft here, you've got a tarp over on the right-hand side, you've got the toolbox with the diamond tip drill bit, the electric drill, so that is vintage 1946. So I had my friend Joseph Martin, full color renting, and this is what we came up with.
affected
If we
my
were
way of
back
practicing
there
reality.
back in 1946, and that's what this
Yeah,
whole
I was
crusade is about,
so
taking this
relieved
eyewitness
when I found
testimony,
out that that was
digging out
causing
these
it. I felt
old
like I was
dusty
going
reports
crazy.
that are
But
60
even
years
after
old,
surgery,
7 years
I
old,
woke up and I felt like
conveying
myself.
these
Like
to
everything
good full
was,
color
I
renderings.
got
So
to know brain injury. So obviously this is like my
this is
experience. I've been out
1946.
of it for young age.
Berkeley
Didn't
University.
get any brain injuries.
Primary
Didn't have to
eyewitness
do any
was
of
a
that recovery.
metallurgical
Most of the
engineer.
recovery was
So
like
he's got this white
the physical
lab coat.
act of
He's got a
somebody
clipboard
cutting
and this
the soul of it.
18-wheeler tractor trailer full
Taking
of white
his blood
bags
pressure
into the
out.
warehouse. And he's standing there. This is what you can see here. And what he saw was a 30-foot
I've been
long
surprised by
egg-shaped
how I
crab.
acted,
It had a hole breach in the side of it. Looked like a cracked egg. There was a central
causing creative
or
work.
yolk that was about 3
You're
feet
welcome,
diameter.
editor.
On the forward section of this craft was a composite panel. There was another composite panel
Work injury
that
from being
wrapped
a
around the
speaker.
outer circumference of this section.
There's
He
audio
also
that comes
mentioned
in.
that there was a hole breach on the side of the craft. And this is again according to Leonard Stringfield. We have his testimony. So
I
what
was
we want to do
surprised
next
by
is commit this to a full color rendering. Again, 1947, Berkeley University. And this is what we
Think
came up with.
critically about what
So
my doctor.
it's really not a lack of
Like I
evidence,
very
but
early
the
on,
problem
I
running into
the
is
neurologist
for
was
congressional hearings,
he was the one
senators
who
and
was on
congressmen,
quality
number
ER
one,
the day where I
have not
came
been
in,
read into
and
these
he was the one who
programs.
ended up doing
Number
my
two, they
surgery.
don't have a high enough security clearance to get access to
And
this
then
information. So how can they declassify something that they don't have access to?
doctor
That's the
like did a
problem
great
running
job.
into
Like,
the senators and congressmen who
so
are
I got
supposed
so
to have a need to know
lucky.
on this, but
But
they
I
don't.
remember my mom being like,
This is late 1948.
try to
This is Sierra Madre Valley Range in Mexico.
opening up
Primary eyewitness was a highway construction engineer. He was asked to assist the United States military
multiple
on
ways
a crash
for
retrieval.
multiple things that
And we
might
know
be right
the
or wrong
diameter of this
with
craft.
this.
How do we
Like I
know
wanted
this?
them to be like,
We
no,
take
this
an
is the
inside
only
dimension on the aft cargo bay of the
and if I start
C-119,
to question
which is
that,
about
then I don't
9
know if I
feet
would
10
be able to
inches.
go through
So
it.
by default,
So
you need 5 inches of clearance on
it
either
was
side
just
so
I
that this
just
thing
really
can slip in
wanted
there. So it's about 9
to
feet
trust the
diameter.
doctors that I
And he
worked with.
assisted the U.S.
And I was
military.
very
Here you can see
scared
that the clamshell doors open, bringing this craft up into the back of the C-119. And so we went ahead and did a full color rendering. And this is what the craft looks like
Yeah, I
as they're
think
bringing it
it's
into
the way
the
a car
back
is
end of the C-119. We'll do a little bit of a blow up here. This gives
Yeah,
you
I
a little
mean,
bit better
you
idea
think
of
of
what the craft
terrible
actually
things,
looks
but
like.
something
Now,
that happens to other
within the
people.
report
And
that
death and
Stringfield has, he
illness.
said that there were at
Um,
least 3 ET
so I
bodies
think
recovered.
they're
They
trying
were
to
tiny.
track
They have
back
to fit infant bodies into a 9-foot diameter
it
shaped craft that's
mostly
like this section
changed
right
my
here.
relationship to
He
life.
said that when he went up to the bodies that were
Changed.
burned,
It's made
he
me so
touched
much
their
more gentle with
faces and
myself.
their skin came off on his fingers.
Going
So this is
through
what the bodies
illness,
look like according to the primary eyewitness. And
it
we have
forces
his
you to
testimony
redefine what it
in
makes
this
to be
report
good.
here.
And
And that's
before,
what this
being
entire
good
book
has
is
been
about,
pushing
first-hand
myself really
military
hard and
witnesses
working and
who've actually seen the bodies.
I don't know, just being really hard
1952,
with myself and
at the
discipline.
Pentagon,
And
this is
when
an
you're
office
healing
record.
from something,
She's
being
told to
good
go
is
down to
listening
the
to your
basement
body.
at the
It's
Pentagon. There
grounding.
is
It's
a
like
basement in the Pentagon.
really
They've got a lot of
being
classified
with
material there. I know
what
this
your health,
because
where your
there's a
health is
newspaper
at.
clipping that
And I think that
specifically
is
talks
something
about
that kind of
how
stuck with me
Dick
since then.
Cheney,
I'm so much
who
more
was the
gentle
vice
with
president
myself.
under George Bush II, actually got lost in the basement. So there's no
I think
debating
it
that there is a
definitely is like
basement there.
when you're
So
young
this
and healthy,
office
it's
worker
really
in
hard
1952 at the
to
Pentagon, she's told to go into this room. So she goes
know
into this
what
room.
it
She kind of goes
feels
through
like
these double
to
doors,
spell.
and it's this
And I
dark,
remember,
dingy room. There's some cardboard
you know, you
boxes
like go
off
to
to the
yoga
left.
class.
It's not well lit.
It's love. Like I
So
want
when
to
she
see it.
gets in
So much
there, she kind of
energy
does
and
this
that.
page. What did she
And
see?
when I was recovering
In
from
a glass jar.
brain
Believe it or not,
surgery,
they got the Springfield
there
report, and
was
she's
a
shocked
sort of
about what she's seen.
that they had
Within
yoga
5
class
seconds, she
Like,
feels
dope.
this
So it's like,
hand on her arm. It's
this is yoga class.
telling her to get out of here immediately.
And I think that was really eye-opening. I'm just like, there's no kind of imagine
And here's the
like,
thing.
oh, just push yourself
Why is
harder.
people
But
be
no,
lying to us?
that's
There's
not it.
119
For
pressure
age
treatment
or
cases
fitness
within
or
the Springfield
because you're
collection.
so gentle with
Are a
yourself.
couple of these
You have
people dishonest? Sure,
cater
absolutely. You can take out
where they're at.
3, 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah,
But
just,
when you take these as a united coalition as a whole,
biological youth, people you
you
get.
can't just discount all of them because the caliber of these witnesses is nothing short of incredible.
And I'm really motivated
Wright
to
Patterson Air Force Base.
customize done that for as much as I can. And also, I was so tremendously grateful when I got ill that I felt like I had so much to take from. Like I had so many energy left over.
The
I
last
spent my life
complex
taking
is
care
BE,
of
which
my
is the
body.
fifth one off to the right. I've
Like
actually
even
been in
eating
that
well
hangar.
and like
I
not
believe it
resting
took
my
place
body
in
in
that
any
hangar.
way. And
We've
I
got
felt
this
like
warrant officer
this was the
who's
first
in the
time
right
that was
place at
so
the right time.
critical, and
When
I
this
felt like my
DC-7
body was ready
taxis up
for
onto
it.
the tarmac, hangar doors open. This is all at night.
I thought
This
you were going the other way,
DC-7
like,
taxis in,
you
and then
can
there's
take
a
care of everybody
cargo
all you
bay
want.
door on the port
That's what
side of
happens.
the
You should
aircraft, which is
go
on the
and
left-hand side.
go
Cargo
loud,
bay door
crazy
opens
things.
up,
I
and
mean,
then
I
there's
also
this
had that,
forklift that
that thought
starts
where I was like,
offloading these pallets.
that would be
On the top of these pallets are
I've
three
been
crates
good.
with
Like,
the
why did
lids
this happen
pulled
to
off.
me?
And
But
he's only
more
about
so,
10
it was
feet away,
like
so
my
he's
body
kind of
was so
looking
ready
at
for
what
it.
does he see?
And
He sees three
I
ET
was
bodies,
really
about 3.5 to 4 feet tall,
It's amazing that
all
those more
wearing a
body
one-piece
gets
tight-fitting flight suit. They had oversized head, oversized
in my
eyes,
brain,
slit
so
from a
after
minute nose. He said
after
one
surgery,
was
because yeah, I had a
female
brain tumor
because
the
it
size of
had
golf balls
breasts.
and behind my right eye.
Breasts. And then he
And
said that
after brain
all of them
surgery,
were
you
being
kind of just have this
suspended
big
off
hole
the
in your
bottom
head,
of the wooden
like
crates
this
by this
void.
white netting to
And
protect it from the dry ice freezer
usually your
below.
brain
I mean,
stays that
incredible
way,
story.
like it
We've got his account, so we'll be
even
able to
after
do
the brain tumor is
this
done.
full color
But
rendering
for some
of his
reason,
cases.
my
This is
brain
what we
just
came
hadn't
up
really
with. If
existed,
we were
and it
there
was completely
back at
blocked
Wright
out.
Patterson
And
Air
I
Force
have
Base
almost
back
like
in
a
1953.
normal looking brain now.
Another
So Dr.
case
like
that is
always did all
very
the stuff he had one.
This is December
So
1963.
yeah, that's
Literally a couple
blew
of
my
weeks
mind.
after Kennedy was assassinated at Daley Plaza on November 22nd, 1963. The primary eyewitness was a Marine. So he's called to board a plane with blacked out windows. They fly about 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina, which is a Marine base. And when they land, they get to this building.
Yeah.
It has two big doors.
Basically,
The doors
I
open up when he looks
like I
inside.
wanted
He
to
sees
start
this
meditating
crap.
every day,
It's about 40
but if you
about 15
think
feet
every
tall.
day,
Looks like a
so
fat
I have it.
hamburger.
And what I would do
It
is
has
I
a
would make
polished
these grids in my notebook where I could like check them off for every day.
No
And
visible
it's like
leads
a
of
little
propulsion. There was no
I did
wells,
it.
there's no
And
seams,
they have
no
accountability.
socket head cap screws, no
But then
fasteners of
this
any kind. He said it had
that I
nine
did it. I
elliptical
want
shaped
an art
pink
that I
windows
can
wrapped
hang on
around
my
the
wall.
outer circumference.
Accountability
He
art.
also said that there
And
was
I
a
made
absolutely slight hint of an entryway hatch on the bottom of the craft that you could not put a razor blade in because the seams were so perfectly integrated together. And then he said that there were electrical technicians with diamond tip drill bits trying to breach the hole in this craft, and they couldn't do it. So this was kind of like the first pass. And then he said that the whole thing was being propped up on scaffolding. So you could walk under this thing, you could walk around this thing. They built a catwalk on this. Each lab coat technician had a color-coded badge. So if you had a yellow badge, you could access this part of the facility. If you had a green badge, you could access this part. If you had a red badge, you had full access to the entire facility. Now, directly below this craft, painted out floor, was a white circle. And his job was to be there for 2 weeks to guard this craft. He was told to shoot to kill anyone who tried to breach that white circle. So that was his assignment. This is the full color rendering we came up with to give you an idea of what this craft actually looks like. So we have these 11 visuals here. This is our first full color rendering of this craft itself. Now, once they failed with the diamond tip drill bits, they went to a second attempt, which was acetylene torches. That failed. And the third attempt was to bring in these two what looked like tractor trailers, very long van-like tractor trailers that had two electrical generating devices on them. They were stringing these cables, heavy gauge cables into the facility. They connected a laser to this device, turned the laser on the ground, it reflected, bounced off, and damaged the ceiling tile within the facility. So when they moved the laser away, it was moved to the touch, it had no effect on us.
Timelines still ended up being your ways
I'm
of
going to take you through a very brief tour of this
but yeah,
facility.
I mean, I'm
So
trying
here we are at the chain
to
link
get my
fence.
product
And we're going to kind of breach this chain link fence like we're flying a wall here. And now we're through the chain link fence. We're
Everybody's
getting a
terrified.
little bit closer here. This is a 45-degree look-down angle of the scene. He said that the whole place was excruciatingly well lit. And I interviewed the gentleman who
scale, and also
The primary
that actually had
eyewitness,
a
this was done back in 1986. I have his name. I did a videotape interview with the gentleman who interviewed him.
I'm just
I was
so
fortunate enough to
to realize that
secure
I love this
some
job.
original
Like, I
sketches.
love the product
He
development
gave me his
of it.
original
I
notes.
love trying
On
to
the
design
last day
stuff
he
and
was there,
manufacturing
he said that
figure it
this
out,
craft was
and,
being
like,
taken up and
anticipate how
scaffolded,
people are
put
going
onto
to
a
use your
tractor
products,
trailer, and
and
then
like
covered
see
by a
every
tarp
calendar,
and
we
moved
post
to the next
thousands of
location.
them
So
now. They're all
one
over the
way
world. It's
that
like
they keep this information classified
people actually
is when they
finding
compartmentalize this
something useful
information
that I
and
made
they move
and
these
implementing
assets
them
from
to their lives.
location to location to
Mind
base to
boggling.
base so that no one person has a total clue on what's going on here. Now, back to this case. He was told to guard this craft for 2 weeks. And there was one point where no one frisked
Picked another
him.
kid.
He was alone with the craft.
What
He
did
was
they do
successful
on
in
that?
bringing a small German Minox camera into this facility, and he snapped a photograph. However, that photograph was lost in a flood back in
I mean, for
1983.
one
So
of it,
we
it's like
were
we have a
this
manufacturing,
close
the feeling
to
that
getting
we
an actual
manufacturing, you
photograph
do
of what that was
things in a
lost in
cost
1983. So
effective way
this is just another
is
example
really
of a
different. Like, I
first-hand
can make a
military
one
witness
dollar.
that
And
actually
can't take
guarded one of these back in
$17,
December
but obviously you
1962.
can't spend 17 hours for calendars when you do factory.
What is actually being talked about
I think it's that,
as
like,
first-hand military witnesses. Now, let me give you an example of what the doctors, the
anybody
medical personnel who
tells
run
you
these
that
treatment
things are
teams,
going to be
what like
okay.
bodies
Like,
were
you
uncovered.
have to have
What
such
do these bodies look like?
trust
So let me
issues.
give you
Doing everything independently, you have to
run
take
the
in
autopsies. Let me
capital for it, it's all
Here's what they say.
self-invested,
This is
doing it
first-hand
all
military
in-house.
sources here.
It's just,
Approximately
you know, yeah,
3.5
have to
to 4.5
buy
feet tall. Oversized
10,000
head,
calendars,
oversized
but then
eyes,
what if all of them are
approximately 40 pounds in
manufacturing
weight.
to you?
Two
Or,
round
you know,
eyes
it's
with
just,
pupils
it's
under
just
a
terrifying
heavy brow
because the
bridge.
risks are so
And
high,
many
but
times the
also,
eyes wrap
I got to
around
the
to
point where the
halfway
word, this is
back
something
toward
that I
the
wanted to do
ears.
for a long time. It's
Ears.
something that going through health
Oriental
problems taught
The
me
head by human
is how
standards is
fragile
large
my
compared to the
business
size of the torso.
because
No
I mean I'm basically
earlobes
running an
or
influencer business
protrusion
where
of flesh extending
I
beyond
make videos on
apertures.
YouTube and
Nose
then I
is
have an
vague.
iPod and I talk about a brand.
Arms going
So
down
like I'm a
below
human
the
billboard.
knees. A
This is
slit
fine.
from mouth,
It grants me a lot
wide
of freedom
nose,
to
no
play around.
lips. Now described as being
But if
thin,
I am
in
not
some
well enough
instances
to be on
not
stage
being
to
visible,
talk
but
for
a
the
garment
camera,
wearing a one-piece
everything
tight-fitting flight
like
suit.
it's
So
such a
that's
pillar
why
of the
the
business
pathologist
and it
reports
can
are
pop you
telling
over
us. So I
at
thought,
the moment
we
where
need to
like
do a drawing
YouTube could
of
take the
what these
algorithm,
look
like
like based
legislation
on
can catch
the
up and
medical examiner's
paint
report.
hungary to advertise on the internet.
It's kind of a
It
real
gets so
explicit description
frail
we
and
came
I
up
really
with.
felt like
These
I
are what these beings
like
look like to the best of our
doing.
ability based on the pathologist's report. So you've got
So
3.5
what I
feet
decided
tall.
was to
You've
start a
got
product business and
emaciated
build it kind
body
of this perfect
figures
combination
here.
of
You've
businesses
got
where
arms that
I
go
can
down
turn my
below
YouTube
the knees.
channel into a
You've got
marketing
an
department,
oversized head.
but I have a
You've
reason
got
to
almond
constantly be
wraparound
exploring
shaped
things and
eyes.
turning out new
You've got a nice
products.
slit for a mouth.
I could also do that as early audience testing and see what people are actually excited about. And if there's something that
between
can
the
be taken
fingers, and that's what
into
we show right
products,
here.
I can
So
pass
this
it
is
over to the
based
product
on
business,
the medical
and then once I'm
autopsy
ready to
report.
market that and sell it, I can
1974. This
so
is a
it's like,
woman who was
I
a
can
new
kind of,
hire, and she was going to be
once I
working at
realized that
Wright-Patterson Air Force
YouTube
Base.
didn't feel like an
She
end goal
went to
for
a
me,
dinner party. Her
I
new
was like,
boss is
okay,
there.
then I
Off
can
to
use
her
it as a
right,
tool
there's a
to
small group
accomplish these
talking
other
about,
things.
of all things, UFOs, because the subject of UFOs
Yeah,
came up for some reason, as it always does. So she's involved in this conversation, and her new boss can kind of sense that she's getting beaten up here because they're talking about UFOs. She's getting ridiculed. He can sense that she's really getting beaten up. So he turns to her and he says, "Would you like to see the physical evidence?" She came back and said, "Now." Yes, now. So he takes her in his car. They drive from the dinner party at night to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Now, this guy had the correct security clearances. He had a key card. So he walked down this corridor. There was a rectal scanner. He looked inside there and scanned his pupils. And then he pulled out his key card, put that into the key reader, and
That's
they
the
walked
decision
down
that I
another
made really early on, where I was like,
Now
the
there
yes
was
store
another
is
rectal scanner, so
supported by
this is
you, but
double
it's separate.
redundancy. You couldn't just
It's
get it.
not
You had to have the correct security
don't
clearances.
to
So
know
he
who I am,
put
care about
insert
who I am
his
to be
card into the reader,
And if you go on the website,
doors open up, they walk into
it's
an
I'm
underground
on the about page.
and right now there's an Air Force Base, so you can kind of get this picture here.
Like,
It's well lit,
you have to go to the about
medical
page to find
material.
anything about
There's some
it. It's definitely not
called
like
them
the
metal
most brand,
trays
and I
and
think
dollies
anybody who
off to
followed
the
me for
left.
a long time
There's a
will
whole
see that
bunch
like
of these
my
cabinets
personality is
with
pretty
handles on
into
them.
it, but
When
it's
you
still
open
like
up one of
clean
these
up to me, and I
cabinets,
think that's also
these
like one
roller
of
trays
something
come
that's
out.
separate from
And
because
sitting on one of these roller
I'm also
trays is an ET
like
corpse,
I don't feel like
half covered in a body
don't
bag.
want it to
And
be about
she's
me.
basically standing
I
right
want it
over
to be
this thing,
something
looking
that
at
helps
this
us
thing, and this thing is zipped up,
does it?
up to its
Like I want to be
chest.
able to retire.
And she can't believe what she sees.
Like
So here's
the
her
other stuff I
drawing
think it's fun, but
that
I
shows you
don't want
what
that
this
to
looks
be
like.
the
It is
core.
shattering her reality.
What are
She
the
can't believe this. Now, she had her own religious beliefs and everything. But when she saw the actual evidence that he was talking
I mean,
about,
a lot of the
she was
products,
shocked.
I decided
So
to
you can
launch
kind of see
stores
why
with a really small
we're
roster
keeping
of
this
products
under wraps.
because
Because there will
developing
be
products
a
is just
cross-section of
it's
society
just
concerned
upfront,
with these being
heavy,
that
like
some people
cost-wise,
will not be able to handle this
it's
reality. So
very
you can make
big
an argument
upfront
that
investment.
early on,
So,
this is why
and
the
I
government
know
continued.
that it
However,
would take a
when she
while
reported
for you
to
to
work
allow for me to kind of
after
find
the
the right
2 weeks, because she
personality
gave
and
her
visual
2-week
language
notice,
for the
when she
brand. So I just wanted to launch it, have it be out there,
job,
start working on
she
it,
was
start
told
like
by the
learning
office
more about
manager
what it
that
entails.
her
Even if we
supervisor
just had a small
passed
product.
away.
So we usually
They
use
have
it
no
with
recollection of
it's
where
a
he went,
puzzle.
and there was no references in the
So this is the
obituary.
way.
This guy
But I
completely
wanted
disappeared
to
off the
release a
radar.
puzzle
He might have been
that has the
disappeared.
thing. So it's
So that's how
as
this
far as I
went
can
down.
tell,
So
it's the
we wanted
world's
to
first
take the
officially
original
complete. You get 499 out of
We're going to
500.
kind of give you a list. Here is our primary eyewitness
In
looking
my
at the
workshop
body
with everybody.
inside the underground
I don't know
back
what to
in
do with it yet, but
1970.
someday it will
Yeah,
come to
right,
me.
Patterson Air Force Base. The other reasons for the cover are
That's
clearly
definitely
the
something
weapons
I'm
advancement
surprised by how
and
many
the energy
sold, which I also like.
systems
I kind
associated
of
with
wanted to
these
have a
propulsion systems because
product out there
if
because
you
like,
could
can you
reverse
imagine having a
propulsion
that?
systems
Like you ever
associated
raise
with
money
these
and being like,
vehicles, you would do
no, there
the
ain't
utilities,
I
the
still people
multi-trillion-dollar
5,000
utilities. So
complete
your internal combustion engines go obsolete.
also have
So you take out
really
GM,
like a
you
lot
take
of
out
the
Ford.
products that call
So
them
all the cars would be
they're just
obsolete.
kind of just like
You would take out the nuclear power plants.
your
You would take out the solar farms. You would take out the wind
So there's a
generators.
screwdriver ring,
All of these
so
things,
it's
the
a
coal
screwdriver
fired
as an
all of these
improving
things would be obsolete overnight. It would cost trillions of
having
dollars.
thought of
All the
stock.
profits would evaporate overnight.
Like we are
So that is the
putting
primary
all
reason
time
for
for
recovery.
the shop.
The reason why I believe that these
But
generally
then
these crash retrieval cases are
we
correct
have
is because
four
I've got
more products in the pipeline
independent confirmation
that are kind
from
of more
other sources that are
big
confirming details of the
products
craft, like
that
the
are more
diamond
in
tip
line
trilbits.
with
I've got 3 cases
like
of
the
this
tagline
diamond
is
tip trilbit. You were talking about the black triangles. Well, that
a
checks
lot
out
of, like,
because we've got
trying
multiple
to
eyewitnesses in the Belgian
develop
Triangle case. This is
novels.
8990. We've got the Southern Illinois Triangle. This is January 5, 2000.
Yeah.
We've got the Hudson Valley boomerang cases between 83 to 89, where witnesses below these triangles, when they look up, first thing they see is tubes, pipes, and cylinders. Then they hear this low frequency electrical humming noise, like a transformer or a sewing machine.
Don't.
A lot of these craft are tested on
I mean,
Thursday
to
nights.
the
It's another evidence that it's a black budget man-made program required Thursday nights,
like that does not
simply
come
because
as a
Monday,
product.
Tuesday,
And that's kind of the process.
is pre-flight.
A lot of things like I need to
Thursday is the
involve,
test
and then
flight.
like, oh, maybe other
Friday's
people
debriefing,
might
Saturday,
be-
Sunday, there's no one there.
So
So
the
when you hear about a
first
classified
thing
thing going on and you
It
hear
had
it's a
actually
UFO
just
report
mechanical
and it's on a Thursday, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that it's one of ours. And personally, I believe 95% of what people are reporting as extraterrestrial UFOs are in point of fact are in deep blood programs. There is a 5% core reality to this because these cases go back to Columbus. The Romans had shields flying. We didn't have any defense contractors back then. So this case, this whole phenomenon is a multi-headed hydra. But what they're doing is these guys are good. The CIA, the NSA, these guys are good. They're professionals. What they want to do is take their own deep black aerospace programs and paint it with a UFO brush to hide their own black budget programs. And that's what they've done. That's what they've done. And they've brought in muddy the waters. They brought in censorship in the media. They're over here for legal fiber. And we bring that all together, and that's why we're 80 years into this, and we still don't know what's going on. Deep within the secret underground military bases, they're doing this on a daily basis. In fact, during the Clinton administration, we were spending $100 million a day on political
product.
and that's
But then
always
it's like,
been
that would be a $7,000
probably the big
and I
$64
don't want to
million
smell it.
question. If these
So
ET
you're kind of
races
limited to the
are so
price you're in, and
advanced,
it's like,
so
your margins
technologically advanced, they could be
like
100 light years away.
really, really fast.
Why are they
Somebody was
crashing
like,
when they
I
get?
would
They
love
should
to
be
sell the
having
stuff
no
that was
problem
really
whatsoever.
cheaper,
They made it through
but
gravity
it's just not
wells. They
feasible
made it
in
through
those
works.
markets.
They made it through different galaxies, and then when they come to our atmosphere, they crash it. It doesn't make any sense. And I agree, it doesn't make any sense. But when we start drilling down into what's actually happening here, it starts to make sense. For example, we don't have reports of 1,000-foot-long motherships crashing. We've got scout ship reports of crashes. So that's the first thing we want to consider. The next thing we want to consider is that what appears to be happening, and this is backed up by, I did a whole presentation about this, is that there is a point of fact, a group within the military-industrial complex that is targeting, tracking, and shooting these things down for their propulsion system assets and their weapon system advancement technology. It's been going on, and we know this because Nikola Tesla talked about in the 1930s, long prior to his quote-unquote death ray, where he was using scalar weaponry, directed energy weapons, and he could take down an entire fleet, 300 aircraft in one shot. And what they've done is they have perfected that technology. They've piggybacked that technology on pre-existing radars, and they're shooting these things down and exploiting the technology. Now, this is confirmed by Harry Drew, who's no longer with us. Harry Drew was the premier researcher on the Kingman, not crash retrieval, but the Kingman soft landing. And he said that they had triangulated a very high power radar range. They tuned up the intensity on this radar range, and then when birds flew right through this radar range, they immediately dropped to the ground. They were dead. So this is like very high intensity. So when there was a corridor, when these ET craft flew through there, somehow they interacted with their navigation system, and there was this falling leaf phenomenon, and they did a soft landing. So this somewhat explains why these things are actually crashing.
The history of crash retrieval traces back to numerous reported incidents
Cutting into a Tesla and spinning
objects
What was
prompting
The idea came from that I really wanted and like
famous
to take a
these
truck.
incidents occurred in
Really proven that
1947.
because I got my driver's license pretty late, and I'm like, when's that first generation driver? Like,
Strewn across the landscape.
but yeah, this was in 2018 as well.
Military forces moved in, securing the area and gathering the mysterious
And I
initial reports from the local Air Force base
figured that
shocked
we
them,
could just sneak around.
claiming a flying disc had been recovered. However, the story was soon retracted, leading to widespread speculation and accusations of cover. Beyond the debris, there were also persistent claims that alien bodies had twisted for secret military studies, possibly
Yeah,
to harness
it's very much
advanced
a federal
extraterrestrial
like I'm not a
technology.
car person.
The government
Car
shifting
before, so we
explanations
brought in
to fuel the mystery.
um,
What we're talking about
and had
here
another
is
project
essentially
manager.
July 2nd into the morning of July 3rd,
Like
1947.
there's no
It's not one event, it's
part of
actually,
me that
in
wants to
fact,
fuck around.
5 events.
So
So
for
we're going to
me,
start
like
here
right.
north of the debris field. There's something called the touchdown site.
So yeah,
So
I mean,
when
it's
this
about
craft
a year
came
of
in,
planning,
it originally
and then we
touched
got
down. This
this
is 5
far, and
miles
then
from
like
the
started
debris field.
tearing
Where
apart
Lincoln
and
LaPaz,
trying to
who's
make
a
it. I
meteorite
so
expert,
I really
and
wanted
Lewis
this far,
Rickett,
but
who's
for
509 bomber member,
and
what they discovered
I
is
was like, I'm so fine with it. It's
fused
really
green
ugly.
glass.
But
So
then we managed
something
to
came
make
down,
it actually look
indicative
really
of
good.
high heat, fused the sand and glass, skimmed up, and then
I
blew
would
up
still,
in
I would
midair
love
from
to
across the ranch.
I was
And
like, I
that's
just
where you see all this
want
raining
it
debris
for
that came
functioning.
down.
I
So
really want this
right
far.
off the
I
bat,
don't want it
we
to
can
look
take a
cool,
weather
but then
balloon
it ends
theory
up
and
looking
wipe it off
pretty
because
cool
a weather balloon
as well.
is not going to
maybe
fuse sand into
I
green
mean,
glass.
even
You need
now,
very high heat to
later,
do that.
there are
Arctic
more
Witness to
options.
Roswell
Like,
by
pickup
Don
trucks
Schmidt and Tom Carey.
still
There
stand
were
for
2 teams of
like
military personnel
like
that went down and knees and crisscrossed the debris field for 3 days and then finished up with industrial vacuum cleaners to make sure they got every shred of debris that came down. Now, why would you do that for a weather balloon? It doesn't make any sense. And then you look at the human aspect of this. Frankie Blue's father was a fireman at the time. And she was coming home from a dental appointment. This is just a few days after this actually happened. And there was a police officer at the fire department at the fire station, and he had some of the debris. He was showing it to Frankie's father later that evening. Military police got to their house and said, "You are never to talk about this, and if we do, they'll be finding your bones out in the desert." They threatened her to the unbelievable degree. There were people that came to civilians' houses. They pulled up floorboards. They took weed sacks and knives in them. They were looking for any shred of evidence for a weather balloon. So this just gives more evidence that we're not talking about a weather balloon here. We're not talking about a Project Golden Balloon here. So many pieces of evidence that indicate there's something much more going on, and this is just one case. So 5 nautical miles south of the touchdown site is the debris field where we have rancher Matt Brazel and 7-year-old Timothy Proctor. What they discovered was essentially 3 types of debris. Number 1 type of debris was this very thin metallic aluminum material that could not be cut, could not be burned, could not be dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. Second type debris was this quote-unquote memory metal, a holy grail memory metal, where you could essentially fold this up or crinkle this up in your hand, and when you let go, it spread out like liquid mercury and slowly settled down to the floor. That's debris number 2. Debris number 3 is various length of I-beams, which were about 3/8 of an inch wide, a little bit larger than a half-inch in length, and then about 11 inches in total. Those were spread out within the debris field as well. Now, the trajectory of the craft was from the northwest to the southeast, and that's what you see with this arrow here, leading to the crash site. As the escape pod was heading southeastbound because the main craft had already exploded, what was recovered was an escape pod. There were 2 bodies that ejected from the craft about 2.5 miles east of the debris field. That's the second body site, known as the D. Proctor site. The craft actually came about 35 to 40 miles away from downtown Roswell. There were 5 bodies recovered. 1 was still alive, but the other 2 bodies were ejected here. This was the actual crash site. Now, it's removed by car, but it's not removed by plane. So this is one of ours. Whatever was out there was sitting out there
playing around
in the desert for the night of the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, composed, and that's checked out by 509 Mountain members. That when they got near the bodies, the pungent odor of decomposing bodies permeated their military uniforms. And the wives said that they had to burn their husbands' clothes because they couldn't get that out of their face. The actual craft itself was a egg-shaped craft. It was 13 feet across, the size of a Volkswagen. This is not a big craft. You can see the 2 ET bodies that were already deceased. The last one was the survivor. According to Don Schmidt and Tom Curry, this whole operation took place within 100 yards of the wood and water tank. Now, how do you blow this thing up? They did not have a crane at 509 Bunker. They had to bring in an independent contractor from downtown Roswell that drove all the way up to the crash site in a crane type device. And this is when they loaded the craft out, they had a lanyard that run onto this tiny trailer. That trailer went through downtown Roswell. Now, what is the
You added
from a 509 Bunker member named Bud. He was at the crash site. He looked inside the craft because there was a whole breach on the side of the craft. And what he said he saw were, number 1, it looked like this thing had like fibers going through it, indicative of fiber optics. He also said that there were hieroglyphic letters on the inside of the craft itself, and then he said that there were flat screen monitors inside there as well. So we get a rendering, and this is what we came up with as far as the first-hand military witness on the inside of the craft itself. Now,
The internet is
we've got
kind
a
of
craft
a
loaded
parade
up on the
of
18-wheeler tractor trailer. We're 40 miles miles north of
powerful
Roswell,
things
we're going
and
to go down
harmful
Main
ways.
Street and make
And
our way
I
to
think
184,
chatbots are really,
which
really
is
exciting.
where
I
it took the crap. So
so
here's
to
the
have personal
convoy.
assistant
We've got
that's
the
like
jeeps
her
up
virtual
front. There were
assistant that
two
actually
paper boys
does a
that
good
saw
job
this.
and can
There
solve
were
problems for
multiple
me.
civilian witnesses
But
that saw this convoy of
yeah, it
vehicles.
also feels like it can get dark really,
This has
really
been
quickly.
confirmed. It's never been contested. And you can take the same route today. You can rent a car, go to Roswell, and follow the exact same route this convoy did. I mean, all these streets are still there. This was about a, you could call it 9 foot long, approximately 13 foot long craft. It looked like an egg. It was covered by a tarp. It had chains on it. So this was
I remember the thing and like algorithms being used to radicalize people are kind of having that as
Roswell
a
Army Airfield. So we've got
way
the
that they
ambulance
work
truck,
and
we've got
find
the
that
18-wheeler tractor trailer,
advanced
we've got the
images
child-size
like
caskets that
can
were confirmed by Glenn Dennis, who was the
roll
mortician
people
at the time.
through you in a way that
And while all this is
I
going
need
on,
stuff.
in the background,
It's
they're
wild
building
and I
a
think
wooden
we're not
crate.
ready for
So what
it.
they did is,
And I don't know
once
if
they
they
put
ever
the bodies into the caskets,
very
they loaded the
impressionable
caskets into the wooden
little
crate. That crate was loaded into what's known as atomic bomb kit number 1. That's what you see right here. This is atomic bomb kit number 1, usually used for atomic bombs, but this time they had a wooden crate there. And it's interesting, they had military police with rifles stationed inside and out of these concentric circles with orders to shoot to kill anyone who would try to reach these perimeter streets. And this is all over a weather bubble. Now, the guards that were guarding this
But I think
crate
it's like
almost
like
sick
definitely when I did a
because of
lot of
that
the city robot
stench
stuff, like
coming
I've
from
gone
the
and
bodies, and they could not get that out of their uniform. So this is
in an organic way and not just like point A to point B. So people would program stuff.
Take the
So I
B-29
wanted
units
other
straight
people
flush
to,
at times
but I don't think
atomic
I
bomb
did
kit number
necessarily.
1. There's a hydraulic lift that lifted the
Because of
crate
technology
into the
that I
bottom of atomic bomb
kind of
kit number 1.
projected feeling
And this flew directly to 8th Air Force Headquarters, Fort Worth, Texas. We had a C-54 that was flown by Pappy Henderson. He flew directly to Wrigley. At this point, we believe that there was an autopsy of at least one body, kind of a rudimentary autopsy taking place inside the hangar at 509 Climb Group, and later the body was sent to the Aeromedical Lab sometime after July 9th, 1947. So in a nutshell, that's Roswell.
Significant official U.S. government discourse regarding UFOs.
I mean, probably
Now
Cortland.
known as UAPs,
Yeah,
unidentified aerial
complexes to the
phenomena.
fear scale of
The
it.
hearings
But,
gathered lawmakers,
I mean,
military
I think that was
officials,
my
and
biggest project,
experts
both in
to
terms of build
systematically
scope,
address
but also in
numerous
terms of the impact
reports
that
of
it had.
unexplained
The
aerial
project
sightings.
went wild.
Adding to the momentum
Then,
is
yeah,
David Grush, who has
couple
been
reps.
instrumental in broadening the
They're not
discourse
complicated in
around
different ways.
Grush, a researcher and advocate for increased transparency in UAP investigations. His
But
work
the flute is
emphasizes
just right
the
where,
importance of
like, round to right here.
multidisciplinary approach, bridging the gap between scientific inquiry and national security concerns, ensuring that UAPs are now recognized not just as
Investigative
anomalies,
journalist
but as researchers subjects for
here he
investigation
used to
and
be a
understanding
MMA
in the broader scientific
How
community.
All I would say about those hearings is
how'd you get
what
to it?
David Grush is telling you
I
is
was really
second-hand
into martial
testimony.
arts.
He had
I
no
was like,
first-hand dealings with retrieved bodies or craft. He's only talking about what others had told
I
him.
did,
What
yeah.
Leonard has had, that's what makes his witnesses unique, is that these are first-hand military witnesses that actually held the bodies, who loaded these craft onto 18-wheeler tractor trailer convoys and shipped them to Rikers
so
Air Force.
into it.
During
I
the
was
40s
all
and
in.
50s, into the 60s, early part of the 70s,
I had
led
worked
to
a little bit of
Rikers Air
journalism.
Force
I was like, oh, I
Base.
should
And simply
like
the reason why is they had the
do MMA
Aeromedical
reporting.
lab there. So they had
And I
to test the
emailed,
chemical biologics. They had the foreign technology division there, so they could test the tensile strength of these
oh,
craft. So it
actually,
makes
you're
sense
going
that
to an event
these
in
craft were
Gothenburg
shipped to
tomorrow. Do you want
Rikers
to
Air
come?
Force Base. In fact,
And I was like, wow.
there is a alleged location, which I don't even think it's alleged at this point,
And
called
I
the
went
Blue
there for their
Room at
office. I never
Rikers
really
Air
left
Force
that.
Base. Most likely an underground facility there.
I'm going there.
Former
And
presidential
then,
candidate Barry Goldwater
they were
tried to get access to the
they
building
like I
because he
went
had a
there
UFO
and
interest
was
for
like, hey,
decades.
what's up?
So he turned to his old
And
good friend
just,
Curtis
not
LeMay
looking at me or
and said,
interacting with me.
General, I hear you have a room at Wright Patterson Air Force Base where you keep all this stuff, all the bodies. Can I go in there? General Terms to Mary Goldwater says, damn it, Mary, don't you ever ask me that question again, because if you do, I'll have you court-martialed because I can't even get in there. So if this wasn't real, why would Chris call out his friend, Barry Goldwater? So there is a blue room. It may not be called the blue room now, but there is a facility absolutely at Wright Patterson Air Force Base. I also know from Marion Black McMahon, I've got his testimony from his son, basically stating that bodies, some of the bodies were shipped to Eglin Air Force Base in underground cold storage wells there. So you're talking about evidence, there's your evidence. If you could get access to that facility, an underground cold storage well at Eglin Air Force Base, you'd see the bodies.
I'm just not as
If we're going to have another series of congressional hearings and
100%
we don't have any
secure
hardware, no physical evidence to back any of this, we're not going to get anywhere, because we're just going to be spinning our wheels. We've already tried the democratic process with this, and it's failed us. So what we need to do now is track down these legacy pressure treatment witnesses, get to their bosses that can lead us to the facilities where they actually have the hardware. Anything less than that, we're going to be spinning our wheels. We're going to be here another 80 years, and we still don't know what's going on. That's why Leonard Stringfield's information is so vital, because his cases contain the debris of bodies and the crap themselves, so everything's kind of wrapped up into one thing and in a tight little bill. That's what we're on. So what evidence do we have? Okay, well, why don't we start with some historical cases?
And apparently that was completely blacklisted. But I hadn't gotten briefed about it at all. And
This is a case. This is 1983. Primary eyewitness who was driving home. It's about 9:30 p.m. at night. She's driving down the road, and all of a sudden she hears this booming noise. Her whole car starts shaking. So she pulls off to the side of the road, thinking the transmission fell. She gets out of the car. Everything seems fine, okay. Gets back in the car. She drives another half mile down, off to the right, over this clearing in a field. She sees this craft. This thing measured about 276 feet in length, 16 feet tall. The whole thing under was fastened by rivets and had holes throughout where she could look inside, because she was standing right below this thing. And she said that when she looked in these airport windows, it reminded her of an East Coast shipping yard. It had cross-beam and girder construction inside. It had bulkheads inside. This top section had a wraparound window with what looked like 5'10" humanoid-looking beings, all from one of these tight-fitting flights. And now, on the second level, there was another wraparound window. In the midsection, there was a door closing from right to left. At the bottom of this graph, she said that there were two gondolas with the same 5'10" humanoid beings. It was in like this antiseptic, sterile environment. Like, they didn't even notice that she was looking at them. Now, at the very bottom of the graph, there were hundreds of 24-inch by 24-inch highly polished mirror reflector devices that looked like mirrors. And this thing tapered toward the back. There's our second rendering here. You can see this door was closing from right to left. And she's watching this like she's seeing this. So this is airborne bulletin. This is the original sketch that we This is the guide that we used. So we want to have the paperwork, we want to have the backup, we want to have the newspaper clippings to back all this up. I'm not going to present anything unless I've got something to back it up with, because I know there's skeptical people out there. They want to see some evidence. So fast forward. I get this text from this lady. I don't know who she is. She says, my name is Pat. I saw this. I've been trying to get hold of you for 10 years. I can't believe it. It's the lady who actually saw this thing. She texted me. I couldn't believe it. So we had this ongoing discussion over 6 weeks. And she said, you know what, Mike? I kept my original sketches. She sent me her original sketches. I couldn't believe it. So we did another full color rendering. So it was a great process. Looking at this for 30 years, to answer your question here, I personally believe that 95% of what people refer as extraterrestrial UFOs are in point of fact our own programs. And the way I come up with that number is just look at the witness This is our
excited. I had
Jones.
really rough
For
year.
instance,
I was
Hudson
so
Valley,
excited to
82
come
to
home
89,
and like
when
be a
these
child
things
again.
flew over
Remember
that area.
like
We
feeling
had
like I belonged.
25,000 eyewitnesses over almost a
Then
10-year time
Came
period.
home
When they looked
and
up, what did
I
they see?
found out that my parents had separated
In
when I
many
was
cases,
gone,
they
and
heard
they
a
told
low
me because
frequency
they wanted to
electrical humming
like not affect
noise,
my data,
like a
which I think was
transformer
100% the right
or
decision.
a sewing machine. That's the
But
first
like
thing.
trying
Number
to come
two,
home to
these
a
things
house
had
that was starting to
multicolored
get
flashing
apart,
lights.
and
Like the reds would
I
move,
think
the blues would move, and the greens would move, and the whites would move, and it would repeat the pattern.
I think I remember I just sat down on my bed and I was like, oh,
Lights on
this
an
isn't what I
ET
expected.
spacecraft could only be
But
for
I
decoration.
get
What do
to
they
live in
need?
Kenya because I was one of the
They don't need
few, there were a
wings, they
few
don't need
Swedish
lights, so
boarding
that's
schools in the
another
world.
thing.
There was one in
And
Brussels,
we've
Paris,
got evidence
London,
of
and the
tubes,
one in
pipes, and
Nairobi.
cylinders on the
And I
bottom
didn't want
of
to go
these
to
things.
school because I
We've
couldn't
got
adapt to it.
transparent panels where you can look up inside the
I'll go to
superstructure,
Nairobi.
and what you see
I
is
was
a
thinking
cross
now, like,
beam
I think if
construction like
my
a truss
parents had
bridge.
stayed together,
We've got
granted, so many
bulkheads,
things
we've
that
got
they
stringers.
made the right
It's
decision
just
every
got
way.
this mechanical understructure
My
to it.
roots
So
kind
that
of
checks
never
out
grew back
with
after
the
that.
Hudson Valley wave, that's
And
82 to 89. That checks
just
out
kept
with
on
the
moving
Belgian
around,
Triangle, that's
moving around,
1989 to
being
1990.
really restless.
There
And
were multiple witnesses in Belgium
Have you ever been
saw
able to
these
find out?
black triangles that made a low frequency
yeah, I
noise.
mean, I have a
They had
home
pipes on the bottom of them. We had Belgian F-16s
people around
fly
me.
after these things.
I
They
have a
could
lot
not
of
catch them.
even if
And then if you hook that up with the
I think
January
one of my
5th,
ways to know
2000
is like
Southern
you
Illinois
cannot live
Triangle
without
blaze,
consequences
that
in
also
life.
had what
And sometimes I can
stacked
envy
Legos
people
on the
who
bottom
have
of it.
that like same
It's
friend
very
group
clear
that
now
they had
that they
their
have made
entire
a
life,
breakthrough,
or
a
that
propulsion
just
system
really
breakthrough, and
belong
they're
in a
leaving all
place.
of us behind in a completely
And
different
I realized that would be amazing, but I've chosen
There's a
different
couple of lines of
experiences.
thought here. When you
And
spend billions
the
of
upside to
dollars
that
on
is I
black
can stay
budget
home and
funding,
almost
which we
anywhere.
can prove they've done,
One of the
during
downsides
the
of that is that I cannot feel
mid-1950s, they
fully
were
at home
quote-unquote
anywhere.
desperately trying to crack the gravity barrier. I've got a whole binder full of all these newspaper clippings. Universities cracking the gravity barrier. Defense contractors working to control and harness gravity. Because, like, first of all, we had the electrical barrier, harnessing electricity. We did that. Then the next thing to harness was rocketry. So we've got that with the liquid rockets and the solid rockets. Then the next frontier to break was really the gravity barrier. Because if you can break the gravity barrier, you can control the world. So what the newspaper clippings are telling us is that multiple defense contractors like Martin Aerospace Company, the Sperry Rand Corporation, Bell Aircraft Corporation, all of these defense contractors were together desperately trying to crack the gravity barrier. Now, when you fund them with and according to Timothy Good, the whole subject of UFOs, quote, was classified higher than the atomic bomb, which is the cover of his book. It's called Above Top Secret. That's the classification of UFOs. They were classified higher than the atomic bomb during World War II. So we're really dealing with the varsity team.
I feel like I'm not doing well enough, big enough.
Absolutely not. You cannot take down one of these vehicles with any type of missile system,
Okay.
guns, radar, AAA, anti-aircraft artillery. You have to get something that's instantaneous because
Enthusiasm is a much more potent fuel in life than beauty.
that they are
And
tricksters
just because
they
something
can
is blind
materialize
doesn't
and
mean it's important.
dematerialize at will.
I
They can fly into
kind of
oceans
realized for
at
myself that
will.
like I'm
They
so
can
much
fly
better at
into
the
the
things I do
inside
well.
of mountains at
But
will and
really
have no
doesn't really
impact.
teach us
So in a lot of these
how to
cases, we're
stay
not talking
excited
about
about
physical
something, how
craft.
to stay
Now, when these
enthusiastic about
things
something. And if you can find that,
materialize
then
and
like
they're coming in
you've got
from
a gold mine
space-time,
of potential.
we're using these
So,
scalar weapons, which are
I
actually
kind of had to
faster than light,
reprogram myself
to
to be
target,
like,
track,
just
and shoot
because
these
it's fun
things down.
doesn't
And then
mean
we're
that it's not
exploiting the
important.
technology. And this is all like the
Because I
deepest
had so
black
much
of the
guilt
black. Because
about it
when
in
you
this
talk
weird
about these
way.
classified
Oh, this
programs,
is fun, can't
many
be
of
work.
these
But I'm like, I'm
programs
just going to
were
work.
born black,
The
they
boring
died
stuff is
black,
more
and we'll never
important.
know anything about it. When you look at the newspaper clippings and you look at the periodicals that talk about tracking the black budget programs,
Yeah.
they clearly state that in one example, during the administration, we were pouring $100 million a day on these black budget programs. Other things having to do with the Reagan buildup, where if you were a defense contractor and you had a new concept, you got funded.
No, and it's
They
like
were
what comes
like
really
chipping, and
easy
you got
is
funded.
where
And so
you
we've
have
got
that
all these
kind of
classified
effortlessness
programs
and
procured
enthusiasm,
during the
and that is
Reagan
kind of the
administration
sweet
that have never
spot.
seen the light of day.
That I'm
It's
also
even
really
more
happy
sinister
that
is,
I spent
sure, you've
time
got the black budget.
trying out
That's
so
no,
many
you can
different
go
jobs.
to the
I mean,
Library of Congress.
I've
You
had
as
so
a
many different
taxpayer,
jobs
all of us
before
should
that,
do
and I
this
just do things for a year and
because
then I
it's
quit.
our
And
First
it feels like I tried on a
Amendment
bunch of different
to
camps
question
and
authority.
feel like,
So
yeah,
when you
kind
go
of where
to
it is, but they're like not
Edwards Air
super
Force
comfortable
Base,
or
or you
don't
go
really
to
with them or
Oldham Air
whatever.
Force Base,
And
you
now
go
I
right
feel like I
past
found
Air
this
Force
pair of
Base.
pants
It
that
is
just
not the Air
fit
Force
me
that
perfectly.
owns these assets.
And
They are nothing
that
more than a
perfectly
temporary
caters to my
custodian
strengths
of
and my
those
weaknesses.
assets.
Like I used to
So
work
that
as an
means
editor
is
for
we
Food
as
Travel.
taxpayers, we own the runways.
And I remember
We
thinking
own the
like,
aircraft, and
oh,
we
it's
own the buildings,
pretty
and we
okay
pay
that
for
not a
it.
lot of things are
So
happening and the
it's
things are moving
incumbent upon
slowly and
us
the
to
systems
get
are
an
kind
accounting
of like
on where
monotonous.
our tax dollars
And
are
then I
being
realized
spent.
like,
It's
or
our job
maybe
to
I
do
should
that.
be in a
It's our job
workplace
to question
where
authority. So
it's
when
a
you have these
benefit
black
or
budget
strengths
funds,
that I
and
want a
then
lot of
you've
things
got
to happen
things that
that I
are
can handle
ultra black,
that
or
I
the wave programs, the
you know,
quote-unquote
and I
wave
think that
programs
is
that go
really
right
such
through
a good
Congress.
question to ask
So
as
these
well.
are
Like,
the
what are my
programs
strengths?
where
What are my
the
weaknesses?
House
And in what
and Senate
context are
Armed
those
Services Committee, they're not briefed on.
Here,
So already we're outside the bounds of the Constitution, because now we've got this classified black rule down here. The other thing is,
what do you need to
where it
do?
gets a lot more sinister. I don't even want to go down those roads, but we've got drug running,
that doesn't
we've
have
got
any meaning
illegal
to me with
weapons,
me.
and we've got
I don't think
trafficking,
that there's
human
big
trafficking going on. Also,
I think a
so
more important question
when you
is
bring
what
that into the whole mix, now you're talking
brings
about
you
illegal
substantial
drugs
joy
going
in
on,
your life.
which is
For
even
me,
more
it's
profitable
the
than the oil cartels, and that's what's funding these programs.
yeah, I mean, live in all different kinds of forms.
This
It's
is Guantanamo Bay, Cuba,
I'm really
late
working on
1958.
figuring
This
out
is a
that
USS
community,
FDR, so this
especially
is
in
the first
society
aircraft
that
carrier
isn't really made for it.
to actually carry nuclear weapons.
I
This
want
thing
more
had a history of
passive
science. Primary eyewitness
hanging out
was in the Navy. His name is Chester Brzezinski. He's no longer with us. This is a very famous case, actually. So
you can
all
hide.
of a sudden, there's this commotion below decks on the aircraft carrier. All
Yeah,
these
I mean,
people
I
are trying to rush up to the flight deck. So you've got these
somebody
Navy
who wants
personnel.
to
You've got some screaming and yelling. There's chaos.
It's
Guys are
great,
swearing. They
but
gotta
like,
get
what I
up to the
want
flight
is
deck.
somebody
When they got
with
there,
weapons,
they
sweatpants,
saw this
and
orange
open my
light
fridge.
approaching the aircraft carrier.
Like,
And this was no orange light. As it got closer,
yeah,
this was a
I think that
200-foot-long cigar-shaped craft.
sharing silence,
It had a
being
series of
alone together,
square
and
windows.
just that type of
There were
community
25 Navy
is what
personnel
I'm
on the
really
flight deck looking up
seeking
at
out
this thing.
now.
And they said that there was
Because
heat
I think,
glimmering off this
yeah,
thing that they could
and
feel
also
on
like
their faces.
working on
So
a
it's a CE-1
whole
because it's a
on a
visual
joint
sight.
goal together
It's a
with
close
other people.
encounter of the
And
second
being a
kind because it had
YouTuber
physical
really
effects that they could feel on their skin. And
I
they
mean,
said
especially when working with a
walking
team, it's like,
between these windows were these humanoid
yeah, I just want to work in a
beings
bigger
about
project
3 to
and kind of have
4
that
feet tall
sense
with
of,
an oversized head.
wow,
In
we're
fact,
doing
one
this
of
together.
them
Because I
was
think
literally
that
one of the guys
aspect
on
of
the
my
deck of the
pride
aircraft
a lot
and he
better
raised his
than
hand over
just
his head
proud
and
of
was
myself. It's
waving
so much easier for me to be
It
proud of
sounds crazy.
me
So here's the
than
full color rendering
for me to be
that
proud
we
of
did that gives you an idea of what this actually looks like. So you can imagine all the guys on the flight deck here. Here's the beam waving back.
try to
We
do
spoke
things
for a little bit. I've got his original report. This is his
with
original sketch. You can have some
integrity,
good scans of this as well. And here you can see
things with
this
integrity.
beam. This is going
Like
to be hard to see,
anything
but
you do
he's
on the
waving
internet is
back
kind
to
of
the Navy
I think the
personnel.
things that
And this is
on my
late
internet
1958,
and
Guantanamo Bay,
learning
Cuba.
itself, and
And this
I'm
aircraft
really
carrier
happy
had a
that I get to
history
know things
of
early in my
UFO
career that
sightings.
I
It
can
wasn't
really
just
spread
an
it out.
isolated incident. There's
You
more
know,
of
just
them.
think of it in the long term. Like
And we're
going
getting into the details on this
viral
because this
is
is important.
overwhelming
Because this is a
and
project
so stressful, so fun.
official
so
Air Force project Blue Book
and
case,
I'm
March
really
23rd,
happy that I managed to
1966.
build
This
that
has to do
into a
with an
more
electronics
career
instructor
than
at Shepherd Air Force Base. He's driving down the road. It's in the morning, about 5:03 in the morning. He's got his headlights on. Across the horizon, it's getting a little bit light out. He's just having his leisurely
deliberately
drive. All of a
defining
sudden,
success
he sees something
because there are so
perpendicular
many
to the road. So he slams on his
there's so
brakes. He
many
gets out of the vehicle.
definitions
What
that
does
other
he see?
people give you,
He sees
especially
this
when you're
craft.
working on the internet.
It's about
There's numbers
75
of
feet
numbers that are
8
like,
feet
you're
tall.
doing well, you're not doing
It
well.
looks like an
And
overturned
something I'm really happy that I did was
It's
early
also
on.
described as a
I really try to think like, what does success look like for me? And I realized that it's not having the world's biggest YouTube channel. It's being proud of the projects that I put out and having full say in how I spend my money. Like that is the most important thing. If I had so much money that I kind of had this thing run me rather than the other way around, like you need to afford to be able to wake up in the morning and be like, I don't want to do this anymore, and for that to be okay. And I think I could find that for myself early on, and I really tried to apply it and made decisions after that.
And also,
there was a 3.5-foot dagger that was divided into 4 equal pie segments. Directly above that, that you see on the side here, was this very interesting stinger or spire that swept back toward the trailing edge of the craft that terminated in about an 8-inch diameter sphere. In back of the porthole window, on the right hand side of the craft, were the
I'm a
letters
big fan.
in
I'm a big
black.
fan of who you are. Big fan of what you do. Putting stuff out there. Love out there.
4768 written on the side of the craft. At the very end of the
Also,
craft,
because I'm a fan of robotics, so you inspire a lot of people.
now, when this whoever this
Shitty
was
robots actually
military
incredible
guy
robots.
noticed he was
And
being watched
stuff
by
like
Eddie
that,
Lex.
all
He
that's
scurried
the
up the
combination
stair,
of
he
design
closed the door,
and fun.
and there was a high-pitched drilling
Thank you for doing
noise.
that.
12 cases
I'm a
of
big
this
fan.
high-pitched
Good
drilling.
inspirations. Thank you.
The whole craft levitates off the ground,
Me.
sits there for 30 seconds, and then departs like a spark in a burning. This is back in 1966. This is prior to Apollo 11 landing with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin at Tranquility Base, July 20th, 1969. We already had the technology to make liquid rockets obsolete and solid rockets obsolete. And then we can go to January 28th, 1986, where the Challenger astronauts were essentially killed, including school teacher Kristen McCullough. So my question is, was Neil Armstrong briefed about this technology? Was Kristen McCullough talked about this technology, which would have done away with the liquid rockets, and she'd still be here today if we were having this technology? They weren't briefed on it. So let's go to his drawing here. You can see this is his original drawing. You've got the air steering wheel, you've got the spotlights, you've got the B-26 canopy. Here's that spire that terminates with the sphere. Now, if you take a look at the dimensions from Eddie Laxon here, this is 8 feet and this is 75 feet. If this is true, then this drawing is out of scale. This thing should be stretched much longer off the page. Now, I can see what he did here. He didn't have a lot of room on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, so he kind of foreshortened this thing. And he made it much smaller so they could fit it on the page. What it actually looks like is this drawing that I put together here. Now, he also said that if he saw this guy later that afternoon, he would recognize him. That's how close Eddie was to this gentleman here. He also mentioned that on the shoulder of this man with the flashlight, it had what looked like naval ranking insignias, like chevrons. So this is another indicator of a man-made technology. Now, I've got the newspaper clipping here. This is the Daily Oklahoman, March 1st, 1971. Object sighting now rude. And this is Eddie Lexon right here. This is the man in the hour. That's the actual photograph. You can see the drawing here that they've done. Interesting drawing is well done. Now, this is Eddie Lexon talking here. Quote, what I saw was definitely not from space. The man was wearing fatigues and had a cap with the bill broken up, like Air Force mechanics wear, Lexon said. It had common English letters on it. So this is just a very clear indicator that we're not dealing with an alien technology, we're not dealing with an extraterrestrial technology, we're dealing with good old-fashioned American engineering. We've already talked about the newspaper clippings, 1955. We know the date here. This is March 23rd, 1966. So they had a good 10 years to develop the technology, and they've done it. They've absolutely done it. And what we're looking at here are 2 parallel programs. You've got basically our public space program in the form of NASA, these liquid rockets and solid rockets, and then we've got a much more deep black program, defense contractor, atomic energy commission, Navy space professional oversight that is no public scrutiny, that are flying craft that basically have the form, fit, and function of what appear to be ET technology, but it's our own man-made technology. Facilitates disclosure. So that's why these crash retrieval cases, these are the people who dealt with the pathologist report. These are the people who did the autopsies of the bodies when they were brought in from the crash site. These are the personnel who manhandled the craft up onto the back of 18-wheeler tractor-trailer low-boy trucks and shipped them to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Edwards North Base Complex, MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Homestead Air Force Base, Florida, Eglin Air Force Base. So they've diversified their portfolio. And so that is the heart of where all of this is leading. It's our history. We paid for these programs with our own tax dollars, and you can see what's happened now is over the decades, this subject of UFO crash retrievals is no longer classified. It's no longer classified. What it is, it's proprietary. So this has been shifted over to the defense contractors, the military-industrial complex, and what they did was they cut a dirty deal. The government cut a dirty deal with these defense contractors, and they said, we've got some things here we want you to measure what it is, because the government doesn't do anything. It farms out things to over-the-shelf contractors. That's what they do. So they went to the contractors and they said, I don't care what you have to do. You can profit from this. You can trickle down technology. You can make billions on it. I don't care. You can commercialize it. We don't care. All we want to know are two things. Number one, what is the propulsion system of these UFOs that we've retrieved? What is the advanced energy system associated with the weapons applications that we can gain from this? And we want to exploit the technology. So that's really all they wanted to know is how do these things run and how can we exploit the technology for weapons advancement? And that's what they've been doing over the last 80 years. And they're using our tax dollars in classified black budget funding in underground facilities all over the United States. And you know that the government isn't going to have a single point failure. They're going to diversify their portfolio all around the country. So they've spread out their assets. They've got craft at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They've got other things at MacDill Air Force Base. They've got things at Edwards North Base Complex. They've got things at Eglin Air Force Base. They absolutely have a craft at headquarters, McLean, Virginia, of the CIA. So they have diversified their portfolio. They're never going to put all their eggs in one basket, because if there's a fire, if there's an earthquake, they run the risk of losing these assets. And so that's what they've done. They populated these things around the country. They brought in professionals, defense contractors, linguistic experts, and it's a transnational program. Well, the purpose is to honor the legacy of Leonard Stringfield, who deserves a lot more credit than he ever got. He's kind of the unsung hero in ufology. He's been gone for so long now, he's completely forgotten about. No one even knows who this guy is, but we all owe him a debt of gratitude, because you can see the narrative on UFOs is always being pushed toward the crash retrievals. That's what you're hearing about. The giggle factor is still there. It's being lowered, but in these congressional hearings, they're talking about biologics, they're talking about hardware, and that all goes back to the crash retrievals. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take the absolute trailblazing pioneering work done by Leonard Stringfield with limited budget. I mean, this is not a guy who had millions at his disposal like the government does. There was no cell phones, no internet back then. He was tracking these people down in the late 50s. So credit has to go with him. All I want to do is make his original first-hand military cases preserve an important part of our national history through drawings, through illustrations, make the cases come alive. That's my goal. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, but they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. They were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
While the person was alive.
Yeah, while the person was alive.
The conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations in South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some things that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. We've got Göbekli Tepe, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon. And there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed and push our dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architectural things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there, because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river road dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area and just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water, I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes and probably erase history in the context that we're talking about of civilizations. Because water can just make everything disappear for a period of centuries and millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this one big little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, destroyed very deep.
Under the ocean. So you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting it in an interesting story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri, the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in a barren eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which presumed the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
So if you check out the image of the excavation, what a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself is probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilizations that there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And, Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
I think this is what Plato was referring to.
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he was talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never written. Right? Actually, we have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hope, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved, but we're a baby historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruins. But we're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There's a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilizations?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting, and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to do figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things, and gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region, where they know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is a lot of questions I want to ask here. What do you think is the motivation for societies? Is it the carrot or the stick? So you said, is it like when resources run out and the old way of life is no longer feeding everybody, then you have to figure stuff out? Or is it more the carrot of there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery they made and venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovations?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of, I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how the first people came to the Americas. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process? How did the first people come to the Americas?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts. As that guy Jordan Jonas, the mustard, but I wouldn't have made it crossing there.
Well, there you go. The fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions, that's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how did the first people come?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed we'd have the information we have now. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now, the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. You were a wacko if you said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make New York. But there were people. And there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, puts us two steps backwards, not forwards. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia, that all Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? If it's like 30 to 60,000 years ago, was it just a gradual movement of these nomadic tribes? They follow the animals, or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go, and go across, maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across, maybe into North America, into North America, where Canada is now. Sort of like big leaps versus gradual.
I think it was big leaps. And now this is just, mostly guess, I'll admit. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that are that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA like the people in the Amazon. Most of those guys have O blood type, and their haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, but in a very rapid pace. There's these explorers that went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next waves came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland, but actually Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day. It was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually it's the French.
So if it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there are consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as no, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps it got isolated, and then civilization has sprung from there. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. That there's multiple cradles of civilization. Not just one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be I lean much more towards the human parallel development. But if I look just to the Americas, and we have a shorter time period where the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000 years ago, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big, and we are so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral is one of the most famous ones, just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I've visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
So you think there's a bunch of locations like that, some may not have been discovered in the Peru area?
Oh, there are so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. When people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt immediately. But Egypt has got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them. Peru has thousands of pyramids, and now they weren't built of a lot. Not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. What's funny too? We started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, God, no gold, no ceramics. Forget about it. This place is no good. We can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no, ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating on Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800 BCE.
So what's the story behind, looking at some of these images? What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea and thing? Isn't that amazing?
That, gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be a flaky archaeologist, that this is a place where we're rituals. So many things we say are so just painfully vague, and that's about, what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking looking at here, I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble's built in a way where the building won't rock apart. This is a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these net baskets of rocks inside that all kind of wiggle around and don't allow the building to fall down. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies that were buried in there. And I don't think there's a lot of people that see that and go, oh, look at that, they were sacrificing babies, these monsters. I think a lot of the things that are interpreted as baby sacrifices, corrals, evidence being one of them, I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kid until they got to 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids, and it just happened a lot more frequently.
One of the things you said that really surprised me is that pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before they were built in Egypt. Is that true?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact,
That's crazy.
There's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff in Egypt. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not an Egyptian pyramid. But it was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years before.
What do you think is the motivation to build a pyramid? The fact that it can withstand the elements, structurally, that kind of thing. Is it? Why do humans build pyramids? And why do they build it at all kinds of different locations in the world?
Well, my root answer is pretty boring, really. A lot of people ask me, why are there pyramids all over the planet? Is that a coincidence? I mean, I think that when people wanted to build a big building without rebar or cement, you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a pyramid. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, and his brother knocks him down. And if he wants one that's going to stay and be tall, he ends up making something with a fat base and a tiny top. And I think that building something big and tall together is one of those human things. Like, we built that will be here after we're gone. People will remember who we were. We're all, if there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths, and that we were nothing and no one will ever remember us. I think that the first big monuments like that were probably a group of people saying we're going to do something that people will remember forever. Now, that being said, you remember we were just talking about Waka Prieta, and this one that's almost 6,000 BC now is the first one. That one's a funny case. We just talked about all these lofty goals, but actually I'm pretty sure that Waka Prieta's first pyramid was about capping a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the middle of town, and it stunk. It's on the coast. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing with dirt, it won't smell anymore. And that was a big mound where people could get up and talk to everybody. And then said, well, it's squishy. If we cap it with clay, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids in Peru were about trash management. Talk about deflating, huh?
Yeah, and they probably saw it and they were impressed and humbled by the enormity of the construction. And they're like, maybe the next guy thought maybe we should keep building these kinds of things.
Yeah. Not to jump ahead, but in North America, where they also made pyramids, there's this interesting evolution where there were these piles of shells along the rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That was an easy thing to collect and eat. So these piles of shells would be near communities, and they probably became landmarks, but eventually they started burying their dead inside those too, probably again about steak and about, well, we don't want the dogs to eat them, I mean, put them in the middle of the shell pile. But then that all of a sudden became this, like, that's where my grandfather's body is, that's where great-grandfather's body is, and all of a sudden people started being attached to place, not just for the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area by the Adena people, it was built out of dirt, but it was full of bodies, and I think it's an echo of a old thing where they used to be putting bodies in shell mounds.
So where and who were the first civilizations in South America? Mesoamerica.
Well, I think we're still piecing that together. Coming back to the first things we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting older and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization or a culture? We have in the Americas this long period of time that we call the Paleo-Indian time, where they were hunting megafauna. And then when those went away, we get into this even longer period of time called the Archaic, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a cool, different kind of arrowhead. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part has to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology, that was just the end-all be-all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And we can't have sedentary communities until people learn how to farm. But that's been discounted. Peru was a big part of that. That area of Corral, it's connected to another city on the coast called Aspero. And Aspero starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They have no farming. And Corral, who's upriver from them, is farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton, and they're making nets, and they're trading the nets with the people on the coast for the fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture anymore, but it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about running out of food?
So is it possible, which is something you've argued, that civilization started in the Amazon, in the jungle?
I do think so. I think religion in South America began in the Amazon. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All these places that we have civilizations that grew up, where the oldest pottery is? The middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting cultures developing in the Amazon. So religion, you would say, preceded civilization.
In South America, the Corral and Aspero that I was just talking about, it's weird what a dearth of art and any evidence of religion we have. We have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what went on in there. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first stuff that we get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE. This culture called Chavin starts up, and their main temple is up in the Andes, in this place of least resistance between the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple is. That's where we start seeing the very first religious iconography, and it's all over the temples. There are things that are definitely from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles, and those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the Amazon.
I mean, religion is a really powerful idea. Religions are one of the most powerful ideas. They're the strongest myths that tie people together. And to you, it's possible that this powerful Amazon.
I do think it did. And you're right. I know ideas are more powerful than weapons, but archaeology can't see them at all. Sometimes we can see ideas manifesting in the things they create and lead to, but there's an interpretation problem, right, about what idea created this. Those are things that archaeology just can't get at.
And that's one of the challenges of archaeology and looking into ancient histories. Trying to not just understand what they were doing in terms of architecture, but understand what was going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for. I'm trying to understand these people, and it's real detective work, and we know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what could preserve the test of time. You know, if we look around this room here, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in this room, what would be left? And what would we think happened here?
Right. But there's not in this room, but if you look at thousands of rooms like it, maybe you can start to piece things together about the different ideologies that rule the world, the religions, the different ideas. Tell me about this fake deity. One of your more controversial ideas is that you believe that the religions, there's a thread that connects the different civilizations and societies in the Indian region. And the religion they practice is more monotheistic than is currently believed in the mainstream.
Years ago, crawled his way out of the Amazon up into the Andes, and a religion took hold. That could have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast and the Amazon, but he is the one creator deity, in my opinion, through all of these cultures. And the people in the Amazon still talk about him there. His name is Vivo Mase in some groups, but they say that his emissaries on Earth are the jaguars, and that he is the creator deity.
Why is the current mainstream belief is that a lot of the religions are not monotheistic?
Well, there are bona fide pantheons. Greece had one, Egypt had one, Mesopotamia had one. Lots of the early religions of the old world were pantheons, and I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures have pantheons, and so they went to the art looking for them. And they came up with things like the shark god and the moon goddess and the sun god and all these things. But when I look at the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian, you follow certain diagnostic traits through art to see the development over time. And when I look at it and use that methodology, there's a single face with goggle eyes and fangs and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming off of his head and off of his belt. He's got really identifiable traits. He also likes to sever people's heads off and carry them around. But he's the fanged deity, and he's there. He shows up in Shabin de Huantar, the capital of that Shabin culture, and he keeps showing up through every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the Inca. The Inca have a creator deity they call Viracocha, but Viracocha is the fanged deity. He is, when we do see him, by the time you get to Inca, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha. So when they do put him in a cosmogram, they'll make him just a blob, like he's just unknowable, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say for deities as just supernatural beings. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity's monotheistic, right? It would be heresy to say otherwise. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels and demons and Jesus Christ? And I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. But it's that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. culture? You just see what shows up over and over and over and over. Well, certainly without the advent of writing, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings encoded in them. And there are certain, what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in the Greek pantheon. You know by their dress and what they're holding, what the different gods are. You can tell Hades from Zeus by the different things they're holding, lightning bolts or tridents or whatever it is. So they all have these diagnostic elements to them. So that's how art history goes about analyzing art over time. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence, then we can say, okay, here's a deity here in Shavin culture. Now we move forward 500 years. Now we're in Moche and Nazca culture. Where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy with not just one or two traits, but a whole package of them that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these cultures. He's got circular eyes. He's got a fanged mouth. He's got claws on his hands and feet. He's a humanoid, but he also has snakes coming off of his head like hair, and snakes coming off of his belt. And then, not so much in Shavin, but as it goes forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So they're like in the old literature, the Moche will call him the decapitator deity. But then they have these other, here's the crab deity and here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off of a crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off of a fox. So I think on that particular instance, I explain it similar to what Zeus did. You know how Zeus was able to turn into whatever animal he wanted to get with the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the fang deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the art, and that there are missing stories of mythology that we don't have anymore.
And across hundreds of years, thousands of years, from Shavin to Moche to Inca, as you're saying.
Right. Wari has them too, Tiwanaku, that's that famous place, Pumapunku. He's all over there.
I wonder how those ideas spread of this fang deity.
I think people walked and proselytized, and places like Shavin, there's a later one in Inca times called Pachacamac, that are pilgrimage places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to pay homage to the powers that be. So Shavin was a place where people from the Amazon, people from the coast were all coming together. In fact, we saw it in the archaeology there. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the fang deity all over them that have one labyrinth will have all pottery. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animal bones. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their communities. So I think it dispersed from certain pilgrimage spots and became just like pilgrimage spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the fang deity.
Do we know much about the relationship they had with the fang deity and their conception of the powers of the fang deity? Were they afraid of the fang deity? Is it an all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that you're supposed to be afraid of and sacrifice animals and humans to keep it bay?
I think he had two sides of the coin. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are, one aspect is terrible, the other aspect is lovely. I think he had that same sorts of qualities, because we do see him as a fierce warrior taking people's heads off, and he is a jaguar, which in and of itself implies a certain power and ferocity. But then there are other funny things about him, like he is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, and a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts when it comes to the moche. There's this whole group of sexual pottery where priests are having sex with women or men, and some of them show their faces transforming into that fake deity, like he is acting through them. But the thing that most cracks me up that shows his softer side is the fake deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him in various scenes. I see him again and again. Sometimes he's in these healing sex scenes. In fact, I tracked that puppy from other contexts to these sex scenes where a priest was having sex with somebody in a house and a fang deity, and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, hey, you forgot me. And then finally one day I found one with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the fang deity. I was like, boy, he really is very involved in this. What's this weird puppy? So he likes to take heads off, but he also has a puppy he adores.
It's awesomely makes sense now because I saw the opening paper you wrote 30 years ago on shamanism and Moche civilization. It reads, the Moche are the major focus of this paper. Sex, puppies, and headhunting will be shown to be related to ancient Moche shamanism. So now I understand. I was like, what, the puppies?
Puppies, yeah.
And the headhunting, that's the decapitator.
And I've added rock and roll to that list since, actually. Which is rock and roll learning. Music is also a big part of it.
Interesting.
They call spirits down. There's this whole spirit world. There's the ancestors. And the people that drink San Pedro cactus juice kind of, they don't talk about the fang deity anymore. I think Christianity in 500 years has somewhat put him in the back. You know, it was unpopular to have a pagan deity. So they don't talk about him much anymore, though he's still around. There in, like, around Trujillo, they call him Ayapec. But music playing in the Amazon, they play flute, sometimes a chorus of women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit that's hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest or the shaman or the curandero, whatever you want to call him, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. And people don't see them unless they've imbibed the San Pedro cactus juice, which is this hallucinogen. Which is, in the Amazon side, it was ayahuasca. On the coast, it was San Pedro cactus. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world.
Yeah, I went to the Amazon recently, did ayahuasca, a very high dose of it. When in Rome. How far back does that go?
Oh, I think longer than anybody can remember, but I mean, it's a natural plant that's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Shabin de Guantara was talking about, where I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. So if you're entering the city from the Amazon path, you see this wall first. And it's a bunch of faces that some of them are human, some of them are total jaguar, and some of them are trans, forming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snot that's coming like down their face. San Pedro doesn't do that to you, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca, traditionally, they take a blowgun and just shoot it up your nose or up your ass, but it would a lot of times up your nose, and when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out of you, and there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of this temple from 3,000 years ago.
That, you think, could have been a big component of the development of religion and shamanism?
I think that hallucinogens opened the mind then like they open the mind now.
Do you think that, the Stone Age theory, do you think that actually could have been an actual catalyst for the formation of civilization?
In the the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition in the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now they're global, and they can be grown all over the place. But originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas, so they're part of the experience here in a way that they just couldn't be in other places.
I wonder to what degree they were just part of a ritual and the creative force behind sort of art versus like literally the method by which you come up with ideas that define a civilization. Like the degree to which they had a role in the formation of civilizations. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being like a critical role in the formation of civilizations.
I think in terms of South America, they probably really were. In North America, where we're in a more northern climate here, and there are less of them, not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation, and for the Maya, for example, would go sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly, and that loss of blood, we believe, triggered hallucinations and visions. Nothing to do with drugs. I much prefer the drugs route.
It's the result, not the tools aren't the thing that creates insight. It's the result. So
getting to it's hallucinogens are poisonous. They're killing us. That's it's a near death state, and people of the Americas believed sleeping was entering that other world. Death, you entered this other world, and that when you took this mighty dose of poison, it was helping you enter that other world for a period of time.
Yeah, as Tom Waits said in that one song, "I Like My Town," a little drop of poison, were the early first sort of mother cultures, mother civilization. A label we could put on the first peoples that emerged.
That picture is evolving. I mean, forever, it was just the Shameen people that have been talking about, the ones with all the first depictions of religious art, were the mother culture. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden we find Chorale. The next one that we've barely even begun looking at, but it's probably older than Chorale, is Sachin culture. I was just poking around there last year, and just from the bus on the highway, I could see, like, that's a pyramid out there. Boy, oh, there's another one. And I know how old the stuff we have studied there is. It's, again, 3000 BC. We're just barely beginning to understand them. Chorale frustrates me to no end. The lack of art there. We've got, stones and bones and not even ceramics to go on. And they didn't have the courtesy to leave me a bunch of art I can interpret, so I don't know what those people believed.
Right, so one of the ways to understand what people believe is looking at the art, the stories told through the art, and then hopefully deciphering if they were doing any kind of writing.
That's our most fruitful place to try to get at this elusive ideas.
Yeah, and it sucks when they don't have art. If we just go back to the Amazon, you've mentioned that it's possible that there's a lost civilization that exists in the Amazon. So it's carried a lot of names, Lost City of Z or El Dorado. Do you think it's possible it existed?
Well, City of Z and El Dorado are in pretty different places. El Dorado, the ideas of where it is kind of center around towards Colombia. And City of Z is named after a region of Brazil called the Xingu. And so those are an America worth of distance apart. The entire, people don't really think about it on the map, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that place is. And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilizations. These big, it's Now, Brazil is big on cattle farming more than ever now, and a thing that I think is completed now is Brazil and Bolivia partnered together and built a highway all the way across and opened up a whole bunch more land, which has found more of these, what we call geometric earthworks. So there's more and more evidence of these civilizations. It's not a could be there. It's there for sure.
By the way, the people who are trying to protect the rainforest really hate the highway. One of the things I learned is if you build a road, loggers will come. Yep. And they will start cutting stuff down. Now, from an archaeology perspective, if you cut down trees, you get to discover things. But from a sort of protective, very precious rainforest perspective, it's obviously the opposite way. But it is interesting. I've seen where loggers cut through the forest, and then and when they leave, the forest heals itself very quickly.
So quickly.
And you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries, and it's like you could see how a civilization could completely swallowed up by the rainforest.
And it happened for sure in the Amazon. One of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the trees and just the biomass have eaten so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes, that sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil black, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities. And I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village because that's a place that all of our gardens will. The other places they don't."
One of the things you talked about, literally just you have to ask the right question. And the stories, all the secrets are carried by the people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is Göbekli Tepe. And this, 10,000 now, Quran Tepe is 11,000. The whole area is called the Tas Tepler. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just, archaeologists roaming through the area and asked a sheep herder, "Hey, you guys know where anything ancient is?" "Oh, yeah. Let me show you this." And then all of a sudden, we've got a lost civilization, and the shepherds always knew where it was. Just nobody asked them.
So speaking of Göbekli Tepe, what do you think about the work of Graham Hancock, who also believes that there's a lost civilization in the Amazon?
Well, I've met Graham, and personally, I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single, now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
That would be a fun argument to be a fly on the wall for. So he believes, he's proposed as possible that the Amazon jungle is sort of a man-made garden. So it's planted there by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any degree to which that could be possible?
Frankly, I agree with him. It's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ from. But the facts that he's basing that on are that Carreta, are the huge geometric earthworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also a perspective thing. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what could be.
Just to educate me, what's the key idea that he's proposing that you disagree with? Is it was the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large and centralized it was?
My main point of disagreement is that his ideas evolve like everyone's. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and holds it till the day they die. His ideas are evolving, but his ideas remain. A core of them are that there was a very advanced single ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climatic conditions, and the younger Dryas hypothesis is part of that. Most recently, he used to not say that. Now he's into this meteor thing. But he believes that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next revival. There's where I disagree with him. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization from the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry of in his early books he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that anymore, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilization. And archaeology is, we don't have, all of our ideas are theories. Very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but one thing we're real good at is finding stuff. I mean, we find fish scales. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we can't even find a potsherd from.
Yeah, and of course it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization from which all of this came from. Because the alternative is the idea that came across the Bering Strait from Asia, went all the way down to South America, got isolated, and created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizations and ideas, including religious ideas, that look similar to everybody has a flood myth, right? And so there's a lot of similarities. Everybody building pyramids. But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for even if it's a simple, compelling explanation, there has to be evidence for it. And move that evidence to the bottom line.
Everything's theories, and as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box that archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving it.
Yeah, you don't want to lean into the mystery too much. I mean, this is such a weird discipline because you're operating it's like really in the dark room. You're feeling around in a dark room, so it's mostly mystery. And I would say a lot of sciences operate in mostly well-lit room. It's like a dark corner. You gotta figure out where to light it. But in archaeology, most of it is a mystery, right?
Yes, it's job security. I like that part. But I do also try to always remind myself that every paradigm shifting idea that humans have ever had began as heresy and lunacy. You know, that guy was crazy up to the second he was brilliant. And so we got to keep our minds open to the things that sound outlandish, because one of them eventually is going to lead us to the big paradigm shift. And if we're busy burning books of ideas that we don't like, that's where we close our minds to the possibility of advancing things.
I really love that. I really appreciate that you're saying that. One of the fascinating things about just the Amazon to me is that there's still a large number of uncontacted tribes. To rewind back into ancient history, we can imagine all these tribes that existed in the Amazon that were isolated, very sort of distinct from each other. Can you speak to this, your understanding of these tribes and their history that are still here today?
Well, a lot of them are. These, by uncontacted, we mean we don't know anything about these guys. We know roughly where they are, but places like Ecuador have very responsible policies where no one's allowed to go contact them. So we have a dearth of information. If they walk out of the jungle and talk to us, that's one thing. But we don't go out there looking for them. But they do seem frozen in time, and I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. But, we were saying earlier that, humans change based on pressures of their environment. It's mother necessity is oftentimes how we invent things or why we change. It's pressure. And one thing the Amazon is, once you figure out how not to die in it, it's a paradise of food. Food's falling from the sky all the time there. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you've got very little need. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
So for the modern humans that come across these uncontacted tribes, one of the things they document and notice is the propensity of these tribes for violence. So they get very aggressive in attacking whoever they come across.
And not just foreigners, they attack each other. The Yanomami are famous for just having never-ending feuds with each other.
What do you think is the philosophy behind that?
I don't, I'm a relatively peaceful person, but I've got the monster in me like everybody does. And I think that these, it's cultural norms that become institutionalized. For the Yanomami, they really, part of the rite of passage to be a man, inbreeding set in and ruin everybody. They typically go and steal women from far-off communities, and that starts a big fight. Another thing that starts fights that when nobody even fought is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient Americas wasn't seen as a biological thing. It was a spiritual thing. So if somebody in your village gets sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is menacing him, and who called it out on him? And then the rumor starts, well, I bet you it was Joe over there in that other community. He's still pissed off for that time when we stole his daughter. And we ought to go over there and kill Joe. And then he'll get better. And so this round of never-ending violence, like Hatfields and McCoys had that thing. And the people of New Guinea also do that. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly wooded areas, now that I think about it, where people just hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution.
It's such a tricky thing to do, to study an uncontacted tribe without obviously contacting them, to figure out their language, their philosophy of mind, how they communicate, the hierarchy they operate under.
And there was a fascinating story in Peru. I guess it was probably like 8 years ago or something, but there was a ranger from one of the biology stations who, just in the by and by of protecting his area, met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the whole tribe, but he made some friends who would meet him in the woods, not in their community. And he started to learn their language over a couple of years. And so he was this kind of important guy who actually could be the first translator to talk to these people. And one day, a couple of them just came out of the woods and just plugged him with arrows and just killed him. And then they went back in the woods. Like, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We should kill him and move our village.
So those folks really lean into the, as you said, the monster versus the puppy.
You know, everybody's got it. I think, we need to listen to our better angels, because if we don't, we as a human species can easily devolve into just using violence and against others to get what we want. It's a daily choice we make not to be savages.
Which is a fascinating thing to remember. I kind of think in civilized society we can move past all that, but it can be summoned. Like in 1984, the 2 Minutes of Hate. The right words, that primal thing can be summoned and directed and lead to a lot of destruction.
And you know, our sports are really based on taking those kinds of urges and channeling them positive, where somebody's not dead at the end of it.
Yeah. So, at which point did what we now call the Maya civilization arise?
That's another complicated one, another group living mostly in a jungle that we have barely begun to explore. You know, the truth is, a lot of the questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the Peten and the mountains there. Those aren't places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there, because it takes a special person to be educated enough to what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. I've done my tour of duty. I'm now in a nice little podcast studio. But seriously, the Maya, the first hint that we see people who are culturally Maya, very close to where the time period for the Chavin culture is, about 1800 BCE. There's a culture that some call the Mokaya, not Maya. But they're on the Pacific coast, where Guatemala and Mexico connect. It's called the Soconusco. And those are the first people that are really going to be culturally Maya, and they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture, which is the Olmec. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America, where the Maya, the original Maya, are not. There's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the Olmec have this religion they develop, and they start exporting. And you see the Maya become more and more involved in the religion that's being created by the Olmec, who are to the north of them in the swamps of what we call the Isthmus of Tehuantepec.
I have a lot of questions to ask here about just natural stupid confusion. So first, did the Maya or the Olmec come first? And are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain a distinct civilization when you're so close together?
I just finished filming the whole thing on the Olmecs and their interaction with the Maya for the Great Courses. I'm thrilled for it to come out next spring. I think they co-evolved. Archaeology in this regard is the worst enemy of this. We put these names on cultures. We talk about how they evolved from one to another. We draw these lines where there aren't any. These time periods that a culture magically transforms into somebody with another name, where I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. But the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a larger interaction sphere that's happening in Mesoamerica. Very dynamic time. The Olmec are really bringing the religion part, but the other areas are bringing technology, ceramic technology, making hematite mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. So you've got Olmec in the middle, where Mexico gets skinny and it gets swampy down there. That's called the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. That's where the Olmec are. Then you've Valley of Mexico, which will eventually become the Aztecs, but not for millennia. All those areas are interacting with each other.
Can we just also draw some more lines?
Yeah.
So, what is Mesoamerica? What is South America? And when you just said the Olmecs and the Maya, like, can we just linger on the geography that we're talking about here in the, what is this, like 1000 BC?
Yeah, the time period we're talking about where the Olmec are there, 1000 BC is a great midpoint of it. I'd say it starts about 1800 BCE, and by 500 BCE, the Olmec are gone. And a whole new wave of civilization and population increase happens. In terms of Mesoamerica, looking at your map here, I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the top left, that's about the boundary of Mesoamerica. There's this big desert where almost nobody lives, and once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people of what's now America, the Four Corners area. They're not Mesoamerican. They have different lives.
What is modern Mexico at?
Modern Mexico ends right, you see the name Maya there with the white line around it, that's Guatemala. So Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America. But Mesoamerica only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then it's really kind of a no man's land. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, they really, they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold there. But then basically you get on the other side of Panama and you're fully in South America with two distinct groups too. You've got the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Amazon.
So the Andes and the Amazon are very distinct. So when you refer to the Andean region, is that referring to the Andes and the Amazon, or just the Andes?
Just the Andes, and the coast to the Pacific there. That's Andean civilization.
So did the Maya make it to the Andes, the Andean region?
Not that archaeology can prove, but it's almost certain that they interacted with each other. Number one, it's just, it's biased to think that these people couldn't travel as widely as people on the other side of the planet did. But there's all sorts of hints, like that first ceramics I was talking about that the Maya made. They show up strangely sophisticated technologically already. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America at some point.
Did the Maya get seeded by the second wave across the Bering Strait, or did that initial wave of people that came and populated South America, were they the ancestors of the Maya? Like, how did the migration happen here? Do we understand that?
We're still piecing it together. I don't think, I'd be lying if I told you I had the answers, but we do have evidence of Maya stature people. They're small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller, and people that grow up in sheltered plains are taller. Probably about, just generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not. I think there's some truth to it. I mean, the pygmies are small, and the people on the plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall, and the Maya are small. There's definitely a pattern of smaller people in the forests. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called Loltun Cave that has handprints in the cave. If somebody could put their hand on the cave and spit charcoal around their hand like a negative print, we can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things and could put my hand. I didn't, mess with them, but I put my hand next to these hands. And they're all smaller than my, Northern European hand. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, or it was people in Maya stature who did it.
possibly the Amazon develop a lot of cool ideas, and the Amazon to start drifting back up into Mesoamerica.
Was kind of a co-evolution. The technology of ceramics, I think, got there through an interaction.
The interesting thing is that the Maya didn't really have religion, didn't have as a vibrant religious set of ideas, and they borrowed it from the Olmec.
I've been doing a deep dive on this for this Olmec course that I just did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmec had none of that stuff. They were living in a swamp and building things out of dirt. But they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into all sorts of religious iconography, and then exporting them back to them.
And still a fake deity.
No, the fang deity's nowhere in Central America and Mesoamerica. That's why there's jaguars, there's jaguar iconography, but it's not the same thing. This whole jaguar transformer deity does not exist there. They do have a pantheon.
So the Maya, the Olmecs, are the interesting peoples of the regions. What was their? I'd love to ask questions about who were they. So one question I'm curious about: what was their sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a question I've spent an entire career trying to answer. I think they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life. And certainly they saw, like every ancient group did, like, are those the gods? Why are those things so far away? But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than most did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you do that even today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like this curtain behind you. They're the stage upon which some very important players are dancing, and that's the moon. Why are just those 7 moving differently than the rest? And those are the things that they keyed on mathematically. The sun, of course, was also involved in the agricultural cycle, so that was important in and of itself. But the planets, we can see them coming up with ideas, definitely doing the math, and seeing that there's a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around them. Like Venus for them was associated with war, and they had very ritualized times to go to war that had something to do with Venus. Sometimes in the classic period Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the morning star. That was a good time to go to battle with your neighbors. And when it became the post-classic with like Chichen Itza being the capital of the Yucatan, then it looks like if you watch Venus day after day, it goes slowly up every day, and then when it hits its highest point as morning star in the morning, it goes down to the earth like 3 times as fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. And so the people of post-classic Maya civilization saw that as the gods shooting a spear into the earth. And that was a good time to attack your neighbors. That was like wartime, when the spear is going to hit the earth.
Right, so it's fascinating. They just had at the foundation a sense that life existence at the various time scales is cyclical. Yeah, that's the starting point. And then you just look out there, and if you're extremely precise, which is fascinating, how precise they were, you can just measure the cycles.
Yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated writing system in all of the Americas. South America had the Kipu, but it's so different than our writing. We're still trying to figure out what the heck it is. We know there's math there too. But they had the ability to take a lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who would then do it more and do it more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomy. How good were they? Was whether they could see the precession of the equinoxes. The fact that we're just barely wobbling and there's a 26,000 year period where the stars as that backdrop will spin all the way around and come back and years. But the Maya were able to figure out, wait, it's moving 1 degree every 72 years, and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past, and they're using constellations. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
It's just fascinating that they were able to figure this out. I would love to sort of understand the details of the scientific community, if you can call it that.
I think we absolutely could, and that's actually one of the things that I'm hoping to move the needle on in my generation with my career, is to give these cultures the respect they deserve as standing toe-to-toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations we respect. There are things that should be called science that are not being called science at the moment. Their math is incredible. Their hydraulic engineering is incredible. Their chemistry is incredible. And so I hope to talk about these things differently as a way to get people to recognize the achievements in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably incredible scientific work in the astronomy sense, especially here. Can you speak to all the sophisticated aspects of the Mayan calendar that they've developed?
I know you got another 5 hours.
Yes, go.
No, I'm kidding.
I should say that you also gave me 2024 Mayan calendar.
Yeah, I do this just to show the world that calendar system is evergreen. It can go into the future or the past for billions of years in the system they made, just like our system is.
Can you speak to the 3 components here as I'm reading? The Tzolk'in, the Hob, and the long count. What are these fascinating components of the calendar?
It's neat how obsessed they were really math nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like cogs in a machine, though they never thought of it like that. But the Tzolk'in's their oldest one, and the one that still endures today. There are millions of Maya people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. No weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20-day names for a total of 260 days, and then it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personality and the kind of jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively call them the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days, and they pray to them. There's now an association of some 8,000 people that are called Aki, that are day keepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists almost. People come to them and say, my life is mixed up. What's wrong here? Well, let's ask the mom. Like, okay, well, it looks like you're not doing this or that, or, you're an accountant. You're not supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be, a midwife. What are you doing? You're living your life wrong. You're a key. You need to start being a key.
So they take extremely seriously the day in which you're born, what that means, like the spirit that embodies that day.
Right. Like I'm Keeb, I'm 13 Keeb, and it says, it's funny how accurate a lot of them are. Mine is basically I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me, so my family still prospers. Like, oh God, that's horribly accurate.
I mean, some of it is also the chicken and the egg. If you truly believe, so if you structure society where this calendar is truly sacred, then it kind of like you manifest a lot of the spirit does manifest itself in the life of the people that are born on that Spirit's Day.
Absolutely.
It's interesting.
And the Maya really feel this in this system. So that's the core system. This 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today.
Why do 60 days, by the way? Is there a reasoning behind that?
From most Maya agree with this today. Who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago were thinking, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation period. So if you conceived on the day 13 monkey, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 monkey. And I think it's beautiful. I mean, if that's right, that means the Maya and the people in Mesoamerica will all share it together. When they thought about we need a count of time that's for us. They didn't look up into the heavens. They looked like into their bodies. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And they picked this 9-month thing. It really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create their calendar like that.
So that's the oldest one and the sacred one that still carries through to today. What's the second one, the Hob?
The Hob is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know it's second, though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260. They say, well, we need a solar one, too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days, and we'll get to 365.
Oh, interesting. They kind of carry the same. Got it. And that's useful because for all the sort of agriculture, all this kind of reasons.
Right. Though, interestingly, they never put the leap year in. The Hob is also called the vague year because it's just 365, which means every year they're off a quarter of a day, and eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, it's even caused modern problems. In this calendar here, I just do the straight math from 1,000 years ago. And so I place the beginning of the solar year differently than some Maya groups do, especially the guys in the islands of eastern Guatemala. They write me nasty emails saying, I don't know what time the year is. But their relatives changed it in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle was so far off. They moved it 60 days back to make it in the spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation for.
So that's the Hob. And then what's the long count?
The long counts, they're really mysterious cool because it's a linear count of days, which are not like them. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar year. And they count in base 20. So they count like we count in tens per decimal. They count in base 20, a decimal. And so it should be, there's ones, there's 20s, there's 400s, there's 8,000s, there's 160,000s. It goes just like our tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, but it's times 20. So that so they have days, months of 20 days, and then they have these years that should be by their math 400. But it's only 360, and that throws the whole thing out of whack going further up. Then they have a 20-year period and a 400-year period. 400 years to their calendar, but it's only, by that time, it's only 396 years in our period, in our reckoning. So it's mysterious that why did they tweak it at the year to be only 360 days? That doesn't follow any astronomy, that that's not the human cycle.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they built up towards thinking about very long periods of time, like Neptune's is 140 years.
So it's kind of like our millennium. We think it's a big deal when we hit a millennium or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on called a Katun, and then they have 400 Baktun, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. And 13 of those Baktuns occurred in the creation before us. They also think that that the world has had multiple creations. They're not alone in that. There's lots of ancient civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation, and they have a creation story called the Popol Vuh, and the Popol Vuh is clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called the Hero Twins, and the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monuments, we see them doing the math through the long count, and we can calculate it back very exactly. It happened, the fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it says, it doesn't say it's day one, it says it's the last day of the 13th Baktun of the third creation, which leads us to believe that a creation is only 13 Baktuns long.
Right. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts
Fourth creation. But if you do the math, going from 3114 BC and count 13 Baktuns forward, you get to 2012.
and that's the very popular notion, the 2012, whatever that was, December or something.
December 21st, 2012.
Be the end of the world.
Right.
So can you explain this?
Those were very fruitful years for me. I had so many lectures around the country. That's like Garrett Morrison, Saturday Night Live. The apocalypse was very, very good to me.
I didn't even add that. It's pretty interesting. So that would be, so technically would be in the fifth.
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. Though my argument was that actually, if you look through all the corpus of Maya mathematics and calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue farther on. That Baktun place should have 20 Baktuns in it, like their counting system would dictate, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, one other place I'm forgetting, that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen as a conflict?
Is there supposed to be an overlap of the top of the 13? So it's like 13 is the core of it, and it's 21.
They love the number 13. It's all over the place. It's a magic number to them. My explanation, which I admit is not very solid, but I think that the magical deeds of the Hero Twins in their creation story at the end of the third creation hit the magical reset button, and that it just restarted time right there because of their magic. But that was not to say that the natural Baktun cycle should be 13. And there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time. And whenever they want to do that, there are higher increments than just the Baktun. Above that, there's the Pigtun, and there's the Kalabatun, and then there's Alabatun, and it goes on and on. And these are like 160,000 years. Huge increments of time. Whenever they want to do that, when they talk about a long period of time, they start putting 13s in all of those increments, those higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the never-ending nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us in those texts, that time goes on forever, magically.
But they still had a conception that it didn't go on forever before, right? That there was other civilizations that came before, and this is the fourth creation.
This is the fourth creation, and the gods made everybody. The first ones were made of mud and they melted. The second ones were made of sticks, but they were jerks to the animals. The third ones were like us, but flawed in some other way. And then we're finally made of the blood of the gods and corn. We're made out of corn, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the Popol Vuh does, we got it right this time. There's no reason to believe that skeptics who we talked to a lot at Contact, they also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were real clear to the Spanish that they weren't all the same time element. Some of them were in the 300s of years, some of them were in the 700s of years, but they were not the same time period. So our mathematical logic that if the third creation was 13, this one must be third creation, or also be 13. It's in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creations. They're different time periods.
Why do you think there was the myth of the previous creations? Did they have some kind of long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the flood myths.
It's the same kind of major myths carried through periods of time.
There's a lot of different opinions about it, and they're like if they were all 13, if we have 5 creations like the Aztecs said, and they were all 13, they would come up to roughly 25,000 something years, which is very close to that precessional cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all to be one completion of the precession of the equinoxes.
And I mean,
That I don't believe that one, but that one sure sounds good, doesn't it? That's going to get a lot of internet hits.
and one of the things I do obviously wonder about is why the flood myth is part of like most societies and most religions.
I think that one's pretty easy. It's the end of the Ice Age, when the bathtub filled back up.
There's just the Ice Age.
It's the seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, they just carried that story.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went underwater, and they had to seek higher ground.
And then just like people like talking about the weather, everybody was talking about the weather for many generations as the sea level was going up. And then that myth carried.
Why do we live here, Grandpa? Well, we used to live over there, but then the water came.
And then many grandpas later, it just kind of permeates every idea.
It becomes mythology, but global mythology. So that one, there's a lot of things I don't have a reasonable explanation for, but the flood myth is almost certainly the rise in sea level.
So this idea that every day represents, carries a spirit. There's modern day astrology. Most people kind of consider astrology this maybe a bit unscientific type of set of beliefs. But do you think there's some wisdom that astrology carries? From your scholarship of the Maya calendar, do you think if we carry that to the astrological perspective on the world, do you think there's some wisdom there?
I don't know. I have a woo-woo part of me. I would like to believe that stuff, but I don't think as a scientist I cannot come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And, when you look at it objectively, really is everybody born with the sign Scorpio a moody person? That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student who surveyed like 300 people of the app I made and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign, and his conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya one was working way better. Which that's fascinating. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a scientist to believe that. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality and destiny.
I agree, and yet there's so much mystery all around us that what I do like is the inbuilt humility to that worldview. it's good to be humbled by how little we know, I suppose.
I do love the mysteries of the world, and I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make life worth living.
That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Mayan writing system. What are some interesting aspects of their language that they've used in the written language that they used?
Well, one of the things that confound me as a guy who's spent a better portion of my life studying it, I had the honor of being the student of Linda Sheely right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got the group together who broke the Maya code of hieroglyphics in the 1970s, so I learned from the best and loved every minute of it. I miss Linda.
Can you speak to that code, actually, the hieroglyphic code, and what it takes to break it?
Oh boy, I mean, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Landa's book, a priest who was converting the Maya in Yucatan, asked his informants about their writing system and what every sound meant, and he was convinced they had an alphabet like we do. So he got this Maya guy, sat down in Spanish, and he said, okay, you're going to write all the symbols right here in my book. Write an here, write a B, here, write a C, here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priest told him to write. They were actually syllables. They were vowel, consonant combinations. They weren't an alphabet. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone of sorts. The big key is that the Maya still speak that same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now there's where I get confused. That we've got a single writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code, so we know that it's basically the same writing system from the top of the Yucatan into Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Maya languages today that are mutually unintelligible. And we backwards project the language of what they spoke back then that the glyphs are in to something called Chol T, which is a combination of Chorti and Chol, two of those languages. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did, if there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it flower into 33 mutually unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturation and horrible infectious diseases that killed 90% of the population? How did that happen? So we're missing something huge here. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would happen, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through.
So you think that there's some kind of process of either rapidly generating dialects, or there always has been these dialects, or I should say, they're distinct languages, even though there's a common writing system?
There must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same writing system. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there was a period in Europe where most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin and they wrote in Latin. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent a kind of Latin in the ancient Maya world.
But we don't really know, and there's not clear evidence to fill in the gaps of how it's possible to have that.
Right. But we did realize it was actually a Russian scholar named Yuri Komarozov who broke the code. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was, that the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, not being filled with all of those thoughts from America and Europe, went about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionaries and he looked at Yucatec language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds. He used Landa's alphabet, and he process of unraveling the syllables that we're still working on today.
That's fascinating. Just that decoding process is fascinating. Like, how do you even figure that out? There's probably still. Is there still? Are you aware of any written languages that haven't been decoded yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island script. I was just talking to, we've apparently made a few advances there now. It's called Rongo. And we only have about maybe 25 examples of texts. But we're beginning to break that. There's also the big one is Harappan. Harappan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Harappan, which is from northern India. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the epigraphers, the people that's the term for epigraphy is translating these languages, they're all ganging up on Harappan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a big enough symbol set, but no one's been able to crack it, and now they're saying it's just an elaborate symbol set and doesn't reflect the spoken word.
That's a hypothesis, but which is what would explain why it's so different, right?
But we could just be faced with a quitter generation. Maybe somebody will pick up the baton next generation.
These days, with the
The other one that fascinates me is from the Americas. It's the quipu. The Inca had the quipu, this knotted string records, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. We know the math. I know lots. I can do the math quipus and figure out what they're telling me. Thanks. Yeah, there's a quipu right there.
quipu are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of India and South America. A quipu usually consists of cobbler fiber strings. So it's a set of strings, and they're supposed to what? To be saying something.
There's one long string that the little ones dangle off of, and each one of the dangling strings have sets of knots on them. And the knots, some of them are mathematical quipus, and those we can just do the math. We can prove that it's math. They also encoded language in there. They had entire libraries in Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the libraries would just, they'd say, pull that one down, read that one to me, and he'd pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely writing. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all of the people that could read them, called the Kipukamayaks, gathered up, had them read all of their quipus and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the quipus burned and those people murdered.
Well, there you go.
And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. Though it wasn't written, it was weaved or knotted.
And there's still some quipus available that could be.
I think now we've just crossed the 1,000 mark. So we have 1,000 quipus. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that doesn't.
It's sad that so few have survived. Yeah, I mean, 1,000 is good,
But see, Peru has barely scratched the surface with archaeology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Flores, who was one of the early people in Peru converting communities. And his chronicle is real clear that he wanted to teach this community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers, the important ones for them to be converted into Christianity. And he had the community's Kipukamayaks not quipus for each person that told them that they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were caught without their quipu in town, they were flogged. So he had 3,000 of the same quipu made and handed out to this community. If we find that community and find its cemetery, there is our Rosetta Stone.
You know, it is probably the case there is somebody in Peru, maybe a large community that knows this language, that understands. and like you just have to show up and ask them, and it's like they're like, oh yeah.
There are some communities that are using them. There's a couple of them that we had high hopes for, and then it was apparent that they were just making shit up. They didn't actually know how to read it. They just knew it used to be read, so they like made a bunch of stuff about what it says, and they bring it out and they act like they can read it, but then when you ask them the details, they don't know.
Yeah.
But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herders who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got the knots equaling how many llamas they have, and then they have subcategories of information, like this one's sick, we've lost these ones, this one's pregnant. So they have these more simple and more mathematical quipus, but they're using them to effect as a record.
Is it possible through archaeology to know what, the social organization of the Maya was? Like what, maybe if there was a hierarchy, maybe what the political structure was, if there was a leader, different roles, priests, or like who had the power, who was powerless, who had certain kinds of roles? Is it possible to know that?
Actually, because of hieroglyphs, yeah, we know a whole lot. There's, basic things that archaeology, which is a very blunt tool, can figure out, like this guy lives in a rich house, this guy lives in a poor house. But the hieroglyphs tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary rule was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was the site that I mapped for my dissertation and spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had a lord's title named Fire. That was one of the generals of their army. And we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Chakzuz who was the Fire Lord for the early part of a reign of a king called the Kalmonab. And then by the time he carves this other panel, there's another guy in the position of Kaka'au, which was the Fire Lord. And so he got promoted. It was, he could have been killed. I mean, in the case of that. But then we have the interesting case of, in the post-classic, they shed the idea of kings. They don't like kings anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kings. And so they turned into this more council system at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Mayapan. But it has what is called the League of Mayapan. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan, and it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy that happens. The individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. Each family has their own council house at Maya Pond, though they live back at their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress. And
representative democracy.
It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD, that this Maya democracy happens. And we know the names of them, we know the families, and of course, they were humans. So eventually, they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city burned.
Yeah, but of course, it's probably some fascinating corruption, which is hard to discover through.
Part of it was the Aztecs screwing things up. The Aztecs came down with all sorts of, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, could we maybe buy some humans? And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, I don't know. They're making us a lot of money. So then, they murdered each other, and the water supply got polluted, and the city burned.
It seems like slavery, murder, and disease is a large component of the story of humans. You mentioned different periods in the Maya, the classic, the post-classic, the pre-classic, the archaic. Can you just speak to that? So archaic is before there was really a civilization. Classic is the interesting time that we were talking about, and the post-classic is when the democracy came about.
Well, midway through,
Yeah.
reverted back to council systems. The Maya loved being part of councils. So yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of civilization. They're starting to build cities. They're starting to create their calendar. At 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates that wiggle around in there. But basically, that's the age of kings to me. That's when these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around elite royal families that have this magical blood that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with the gods. The Maya never contact their gods directly. They contact their ancestors who are up there who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Maya Age of Kings has these dynasties sprouting up where these people have basically snowed the rest of the people, that they've got a special quality of their blood and only their offspring can do the same trick and talk to the gods, where every Joe Maya can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestors. But Joe Maya's dad is just a corn farmer who lives down below and he's got no influence over the gods. But the rulers, their spirits go down briefly, but then they go up into the heavens and reside where the gods are and can act as liaisons. So that's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. I know we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edges of it, but it's interesting that it's actually specifically the ninth Baktun of their history. The ninth Baktun begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's a 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really aren't kings. They're heads of councils. So I call it the Age of Kings, where everybody's following the directives of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. I mean, cities built up, populations happening. That's it. I see it as kind of a cult of personality moment too. Strong, charismatic leaders inspire people to do great things together. But eventually, like happens all the time in power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated special by everybody else, and they start saying, "Well, I think we should fight with those guys, and you guys should take these things." And people eventually get sick of it, and they walk away from these cities, and that's how we get the mysterious Maya collapse, where all of these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of Maya civilization, is that over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. It collapsed. What do you think explains that? What happened?
I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities' populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out and started their own farm. And they lived in perishable houses, and all archaeology signature sees is that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that signature plain as day. We know when a city was attacked and burned. Mostly that didn't happen. People moved and migrated, and it seems like right there around like between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala. They move in two directions. Some of them move into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them move up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan, but the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Petén Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that the Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza, so that the elites who were no longer welcome in their their cities just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? What was maybe the catalyst? Was there a specific kind of events that started this? Was this an idea that kind of transformed the society?
We are still debating. I don't think there is a single reason. I think humans are complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became overpopulated. They were too popular, and we think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the Classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan was this beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth are the telling part. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of your teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And if somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya before they left Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. It was not an empire. It was a group of independent city-states like Greece. Some of them were allied, some of them were enemies. There was a huge civil war that settled out about the end of the Classic period. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over, the losers would have beat it and gone wherever they went. But when they abandoned these cities that were independent still, they all left, both the guys that won and the guys that lost the war. So it couldn't be just as simple as spoils go to the victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people in the Copan Valley. So I personally think it was calendrically timed. It is interesting to note that ninth period, that ninth 400-year period ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't prove it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, we're coming to the end of a great cycle and we need to renew. We need to change what we're doing. When you talk to the Maya today, like at the end of this 2012 thing, if you actually talk to Maya, say, what happens at the end of a big cycle here? They say cycles are a time of renewal and transformation, that it is all of our obligation to change our lives at the end of cycles. That change is coming, we can either be part of it or we can get steamrolled by it. The Aztecs did this neat thing called the New Fire Ceremony. Every 52 years, which was the biggest their calendar would go, they burned down perfectly good temples. And they burned down their houses sometimes. And they would everybody in society would perform this, what they called the New Fire Ceremony. And they would renew the world. So I think my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the ninth Baktun that it was time to renew the world.
I think this theory makes sense because they really internalized the calendar. It was a really big part of their culture, the sense of the cyclical nature of civilization.
That's what I think. I think that they created that calendar to perceive the cycle and to harmonize with it.
Yeah. You mentioned Aztec. What was the origin of the Aztec? Where did these people come from? At what time? And how?
Almost every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful migration story where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aslan, and that they had this migration. They went through kind of a hero's journey where they go to the Snake Mountain place and they encounter the birth of the war god that they'll worship after this, and how they stepped into the Valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the Valley of Mexico. They said that they all came from the north near passages called Chiki Mostak, and that all the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the Valley of Mexico, and then the Aztecs story, they were just the lost tribe. They were the last brothers to come in, but then they show up late game, and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the Valley of Mexico, and this takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up to the Valley of Mexico, and they make themselves this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. All the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City, it's all dried up. But those guys were too civilized to fight with each other. But they could hire the Aztecs to do their dirty stuff. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics and the game of the Valley of Mexico.
The dirty stuff does to the muscle.
Yeah, they go in and they kill whoever you want to kill, and now you're the king of this area. So one of these kings that they were working for really liked them, decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestry. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed her. And that really pissed that guy off. So he took his whole army and ran the Aztecs out for a while. They say they live in this horrible desert section eating lizards. But then one of their priests say, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that where we see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we build our capital. And they see that, but it's out on an island in the lake. And he said, well, I don't know, that's the place. So they build up an island. They go to that island, and then they just start piling up lake mud until they make a whole city there in the middle of the island. They make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is really established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the two other big communities of the lake are now their allies, but they're not really allies. The Aztecs were brutal. They were just, those guys agreed to shut up and let the Aztecs run the show. And then the Aztecs spread like a wildfire all the way down into the Maya area. And everywhere they go, they rename everybody's towns and make them pay tribute.
Pretty short lasting civilization. Spread extremely quickly. Famous. What are some defining qualities that explain it?
I think they were very much like, they had an attitude like Attila the Hun. They just had no problem ripping your skin off. Everybody else had become too comfortable and too civilized. And the Aztecs were just mercenary. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be just fine. They'd go to every town they'd go to. The first thing they do is they'd show up with a bunch of merchants. There was a merchant class who were also military. They were really the people who assessed where they were going to attack next. They'd go in with a bunch of Aztec products and say, we'd like to trade with you. But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had that they could take. And then soon after the Pochteka were there would come the military with the reconnaissance.
So the Aztec had a huge warrior class, as you're saying. So was there just peace around their whole relationship with war and violence?
They worshipped a war deity. Their main temple was the Temple Mayor. It had two temples up on top. One was to Tlaloc, the rain god, who liked to rise himself, but then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, and it translates the hummingbird on the left. probably an analogy between like the Navy and the Air Force. You know, they had a good-natured competition of who was better, but they were the same force. So those were their symbolic warriors, dressed up in all of their finery, and they would come at people with these two forces, and it was very unlike anything that had happened before in Mesoamerica. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. You know, the famous Henry V moment in Agincourt, where his kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like, up until that moment, Europe had a very wars for the elite classes kind of attitude. And then after France lost half their aristocracy, then I was like, maybe we should be hiring from the villages. The same sort of thing happened with the Aztec, that there was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge standing armies. But the Aztec put this army together, and they intimidated people. They didn't, but for the rest of Mesoamerica, it was mostly the fear factor.
But there also seemed to be, a celebration of violence. I think you said that beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec. Maybe like the Roman Empire, they just had maybe a different relationship with violence, where that stood in the purpose of life, purpose of existence. Is that fair to say?
I would hypothesize so. I mean, I think it's one of the wonderful things about studying these ancient cultures, knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that statement, what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or the poetry of famous statesmen that had come before him. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. All of the causeways leading to the Aztec capital had beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium and a zoo, and they had an opera, and they had a ballet. Yeah. And these things existed together. There was not in the Aztec mind any conflict between witnessing someone's heart getting ripped out one moment, and the evening we'd go to the ballet.
How does that contrast the relationship with war and violence with the other civilizations of Mesoamerica and South America? Maybe the Maya. What was their relationship like with war?
The Maya were certainly influenced by the Aztec at the end, so we get a skewed perspective from the contact period accounts, because the Maya were much more violent and sacrifice-oriented in their post-classic rendition, but in the classic period, it was mostly the priests and the king who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. That we know that the Maya kings would cut their penises and then bleed that blood onto paper, and the paper would burn and become the smoke through which they'd commune with their ancestors. But they'd actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance so the blood splattered. But it was them cutting themselves. It was different than killing a bunch of other people for it. It was an auto-sacrifice, we call it. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people should die. It was a self-sacrifice thing.
Can you speak to the sacrifice and then more animal sacrifice, human sacrifice? What role did that play in the Maya, for the Aztec, for the different cultures here? Was it religious in nature?
It was absolutely religious in nature. And the Aztecs were of the opinion that the war god demanded people captured and sacrificed. And it had to be valuable people. There was a lot of decided, this one poor sucker group, not that far away, called the Tlaxcalans, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and just have a little symbolic war with the Tlaxcalans and haul them back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, here are people who hate their guts. I'll just use these guys. So, we say, oh, Cortez took over the Aztec world. It was Cortez and 20,000 super pissed off Tlaxcalans.
And the actual sacrifice, so there would be kind of these ritual battles, or is it chopping off people's heads? And is there some interesting rituals around the sacrifice?
It's mostly heart extraction, sometimes heads, but they bring them up on top of the temple so everybody can see it, and they have a specific stone where they would bend them over so their rib cage would come out. And they use like a thick obsidian knife. They had a really just tried and true way to do it. They'd stab it in a certain place close, and then they'd push down on the sternum as they ripped up on the rib cage. And they just make a place where they could just rip it right out with their hand. Yeah, with their hand. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
While the person was alive.
Yep, while the person was alive. And the Aztecs had this idea, like there was a horrible drought that went on that almost ruined the entire valley, and they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people. We've got to bump this up. And then when they did, and they decided they really took it out on the Tlaxcalans, it rained again. So it was proof positive that they should just keep doing that. And they ate people as well. They really did.
As part of the sacrifice, of course,
After the sacrifice, then they would eat them. And this was part of the drought and the famine thing that started, but then it was just kind of the thing to do. When Cortez got there, they were still having certain special feasts that involved humans. And it really upset the Spanish that they would be tricked into eating human. Like, hey, you like it better? That was a human.
So the idea, was it actually having a taste for human flesh, or is it just, these kinds of ideas of like if you eat a person's heart, that you can get their spirit and their strength? And
in the case of the Aztecs, it seemed like they just liked it. This guy Sahagún, who was a very responsible chronicler, that was pretty specific that there was a distribution thing.
yeah,
Like the elites got butts. The butts were the best part. So the butt cheeks, those are the best parts to eat, and then it went down the chain until some people just got fingers and toes.
literally about taste for the Aztec.
Yeah, boy. They really did. They really did. In fact, that's what caused the. Have you heard of the Noche Triste, the sad night? The night that the Aztecs really go nuts on the Spanish and kick them out. It's all triggered by this one guy, Pedro de Alvarado, who's left in charge by Cortez. As Cortez goes to the coast and tries to talk to the new force, talk him into being for him, which he does. But Pedro Alvarado's left back in town in charge. And they're doing another one of these huge Aztec buffets and parties to honor them. And it happens. The guy says, hey, do you like dinner? Yeah, it's a nice dinner. Well, it's humans. You're eating humans. See, I told you they were good. And Alvarado just freaks out, and he has the guards close the doors, and he murders everyone in the party. Women, children. Nobody has weapons. He just murders everyone. And that's what passes the Aztecs out to eventually murder Montezuma, who was their captive, and then try to murder all of them. And it was all Pedro Alvarado's fault for freaking out about eating humans.
Just a little practical joke.
Yeah, it was just, they thought it was funny. He did not.
That's fascinating. I didn't realize. So I kind of assumed that some level of cannibalism would have to do with, eating the heart to gain the spirit of the person or something like that. But
in certain deer hunting rituals, things for sure. But the Aztecs, no, they just liked eating humans. It was part of the fear factor too. I mean, they could walk into a new town and be like, "You guys could either send us, a number of Quetzal feathers every month, or we can eat you."
So that psychological warfare and actual warfare, it worked, and that's how they spread.
Mm-hmm. And they were just about to take over the Maya when the Spanish came and messed everything up. They had the Maya surrounded, and they were about to take over the whole of Yucatan.
So you think without the Spanish, it would be this Aztec Empire that would last for a very long time?
I think there would have been an Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody, but they did it through hate. And everybody hated the Aztecs. So it wouldn't have lasted forever. They were not ruling justly. They were ruling by force, and that can only go on so long before revolution happens. The Inca Empire, I think that would have gone on forever. Because they were really community oriented. Once the Inca took over, like no one in the Inca Empire starved. They built architecture, everyone was safe. It was a society that could have lasted a long time.
What was the origin of the Inca Empire?
Well, it was bloody at first, like most of them are, but once they started taking over, what they did is they empire built. Everybody else had just raided their neighbors to get the resources, but everybody they raided, they turned them into the Inca Empire, and they created this incredible mita system where you took turns working, and they created the road system so they could get groups of workers back and forth. So a town of, let's say, 5,000 people, the Inca would roll up with an army of 100, 200,000 people and say, would you guys like to be part of the empire? Or would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if your mayor here agrees, then he can have a town, he can have a house in Cusco. But then the very next month, a big work crew would show up, and they'd start building agricultural terraces and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have big parties, and everybody would eat. So people lived well in the Inca Empire. It was a rough beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources and security they never had.
So they started in South America, Peru, Cusco. Cusco was like the center of it.
Cusco, in their language, Quechua, it means navel or belly button. And it's up in the mountains. But there's 4 quarters that they called their empire Tiwantinsuyu, the land of 4 quarters. And the center of those 4 quarters was Cusco.
It sprung to life by like 1200 AD.
Yeah, we backwards project what it was, but it was probably mid-1200s when the first Sapa Inca, the first ruler, came in. But it was he's the 9th one, is Pachacute, who really started being an empire builder.
And part of that, what really defined the empire? Like you said, roads. They built a massive road network.
Roads, and in the same way that the Roman strategy of building roads and infrastructure, and then every place they took over, they create certain key pieces of Roman architecture that kind of made that city Roman, and they rename it something. The Inca did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in as the administrative part. They'd send the Quipu Kumaya, the guys who would weave not the Quipus, as accountants, and they would go through and say what everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're going to farm. You are a good weaver, you're going to weave. All the men here are going to take a turn at being part of the army. And they said independent Quipu Kumayas too. Every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and they all had to independently send their Quipus back to Cusco. And if there were accounting discrepancies, they were called to Cusco to figure out who was lying about what.
So there's like a super sophisticated record-keeping system.
Yeah, and that was the Quipu. And the Spanish recorded what they could and then burned them all.
But that's an interesting development for an empire, because that allows you to really expand and have some kind of management, some
Aztecs were psychotic, but the Inca had just reserves for miles. And they had that essential hearts and minds. And there was only one thing that everybody got pissed off about when they joined the Inca Empire. For some reason, everything was owned communally except the llamas. The llamas were the kings. And so that was one thing that, like, some of them would stay in town just to be work llamas, but, you know, you don't own your llama anymore. And people are really attached to their llamas. To this day, they are loved.
Well, I mean, the llamas got domesticated at some point. Probably early. I don't even know when, but early on.
It's we have rock art that progresses to make it seem like a progression from people depicted hunting them to people depicted standing next to pregnant ones.
Yeah.
So it was still in that archaic period, at least, that they became friends.
Yeah, but if you roll in and you own them, that's
that pissed everybody off. For some reason, the Inca owned everybody's llama instantly, and he would take anything he wanted. A lot of them would just get carted away that day, just sent to Cusco. They'd also take their mummies. That was a weird thing. Everybody mourns their dead, but the Inca just ceased to accept it. They would just, the mummies were still there. Okay, he's dead, but look, he's still got clothes. He's at the party. Let's put a beer in front of him. They just kept people as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies of every town, part of the being absorbed into the empire was, okay, your most important mummies are now going to have their own beautiful house in Cusco. But they would physically bring those mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco the spiritual heart of their belief system.
I mean, I can see how that would piss people off, but it's also a pretty powerful way to say, like, the ancestors that you idolize, that you respect, are now in the capital.
They've been elevated. We didn't steal them. We have given them a new place of honor. And you're welcome to come visit them all the time. And they did. They had these festivals where everyone from all corners of the Inca world would come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations mummified people? Is it
the Incas for sure mummified people, and even did some of that kind of Egyptian-esque taking out of organs and preparing the body. They put straw inside the cavity and mummify them. But the Maya didn't do it at all. The Maya, in fact, on purpose, would flood tombs with water so that the skin would float off the skeletons faster, and then they'd get back in there. It was jungly, so I think the bugs probably had part of it too. But then they would get back in there to get the bones. They'd open it back up and take the bones out and paint them with red cinnabar. The one that I was in Copan, we had evidence that they had gone in there 4 different times. And the last couple times, they only took the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in, articulated on the skeleton. But they didn't mummify. They, on purpose, would grossly float the bodies so they could get the skin off faster and get to the bones.
But would they keep the bones?
Yeah, they keep the bones. And they pull the bones out occasionally and do rituals to them or commune with them and then put them back in.
So there's still a deep connection to the ancestors, to the physical manifestation of the ancestors then.
Yeah.
Whether mummified or bone.
And to this day, if you do an excavation here in the United States, Native American people don't like it. They don't like their graves, which is fine enough. I wouldn't want somebody digging up my grandma either. But the Maya, they love it. And every Maya person, if we find a grave, they're like, yeah, look at that, bones, cool, can I touch? Yeah. They're not spooked about it at all. They think it's exciting. I one time helped out a physical anthropologist in town in Copan to get a osteology collection together of various animals. So if we got bones from an excavation, we could see what kind of animal it was based on the collection. And this family said, our family dog died last year, buried him in the backyard. We'll go dig him up. Okay, we do need a dog. We'll go dig up your dog. And then they were like, but the kids really want to help you. So their kids came out, and this was like their puppy. They died, less than a year ago. When we got to it, one of them just grabbed up a bone and he was like, "Why see big nose, like little bitty bones, yay!" Like, what a weird attitude. That's your dead dog there, but they have a different relationship with the dead.
And sometimes that's a beautiful attitude, right?
Yeah.
Why pretend like we're not mortal? They're not. This is just a process of it. It's kind of cool. As you say it now, it kind of would be cool.
That's what Day of the Dead is all about. I love Day of the Dead. Halloween's this creepy thing where they're all monsters, but Day of the Dead is this beautiful time where we remember our ancestors. I convinced my kids after the movie Coco came out. Now we have an altar with all of our great grandparents on the altar, and we talk about who they were and how they lived, and we put things on the altar that mattered in their life, and we remember them on that day. It turned something that was a weird eat too much candy and wear a monster mask thing into something beautiful where we discuss where we came from.
I have to ask about the giant stones that Inca has been able to somehow move and fit together perfectly. Do you understand? Is it understood how they were able to do that so well?
No. The moving of it, I think that we have reasonable theories. There are ways to pivot large weights. There's a great guy named Wally Wallington, a retired contractor here in the U.S., who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota single-handedly, showing how you can move big stones. So I think Wally's already figured out how to move them. It's the perfectly fit, so carefully fit together that you couldn't even put a diamond between the stones. That's the one that I think still has people baffled. The common archaeological wisdom that you find out of a textbook is that they just kept pecking away at it with hammer stones and setting them and resetting them until they were perfect, which has to be bullshit. There's no way that they just were that meticulous. I mean, everybody's got a hammer stone. I personally think it's acids. I think they melted them together. And there are weird places when you really look at closely to these stones, which I've done a number of times. I'm going back next month to Machu Picchu and especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500, to 1,000-year-old walls are still there. And I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the seams. So I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they used acids. My dad's a chemist, and he told me a long time that there's no way, there's no naturally occurring acids. But my current theory, actually, I got the idea initially from the show Breaking Bad. I don't know if you ever saw that show. But there's a point in which they're trying to dissolve a body, and they're using hydrofluoric acid, and it goes right through the ceiling. That hydrofluoric acid is so fascinating. It won't go through plastic, and you can also bring it in inert parts and then combine it. The Inca made tons of jewelry out of fluorite. Fluorite is big in the Andes. And they also mined a lot of things for gold and silver, and the byproduct of that mining is sulfuric acid. You put sulfuric acid and fluorite together, and it's hydrofluoric acid. And that will burn through andesite or anything. And if you learned how to do it judiciously, and then you didn't care whether, servants lost an arm or two, then you could actually use them to fuse these together. And I think they're fused together. I asked the city of Cusco if I could take some core samples, and they said, "Go away, gringo. Don't touch our walls." So this next time I'm going to go try to talk to the more Quechua authorities in a place called Ollantaytambo, and maybe I can convince them. But right now they just think I'm a weird ass gringo who wants to put holes in their walls.
It's a fascinating theory. And so how could you get to the bottom of that? So getting a core sample to see if there's some kind of trace.
Chemists I'm working with say that if there was hydrofluoric acid elements in there and detect whether there was actually elements of hydrofluoric acid. I wanted to go straight to burning rocks, but they were like, no, we already know that's true. I mean, yeah, we can burn some rocks, but it would happen. That's just chemistry. We gotta prove that it would happen on the walls. So go get us samples. And that was before COVID and all sorts of, you know how it is. You probably are the same guy where you've got 1,000 ideas, and the ones that are fruitful you run with, and the other ones you'll get back to.
That'll be fascinating if true. I hope you do show that it's true or false. Either one.
I'll try to disprove it.
Yeah. I wonder if we discount how much amazing stuff a collection of humans can do. It just feels like if a large number of humans are just working a little bit, chipping away at stuff, at scale, they can do miraculous things. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do a thing? When we think about like Stonehenge, some very challenging architectural construction, we don't think about a large number of humans working together.
Well, that large number of humans are motivated to work together by a small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing in some way or another. Right. One of my favorite quotes is, and I'm probably going to misquote it here, I think it's Margaret Mead who said, never underestimate the power of small groups working together, and the truth is that those are the only people that have ever changed the world. That small, dedicated groups of people are what change the world.
Yeah.
And they inspire big groups of people to embrace their vision.
Yeah. I think we sometimes underestimate how much humans can do across time.
And we are way less capable than we used to be. I mean, the average human had all sorts of skills that at least I personally do not. I'm wearing a shirt, but I can't make a shirt. That's for somebody else to do.
You've also lectured about, which I really enjoyed, about North America, and also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex societies going on here for a long period of time. So maybe can we start at the beginning? Who were the early humans in North America?
Well, we go through that Paleo-Indian and Archaic period for thousands of years. As we started in this conversation, probably 30,000 years is a conservative now. Humans first entered the Americas. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and to the east, and then also a totally separate group in what we call the American Southwest now, the Four Corners. It will develop into mostly the people we call the Pueblo people, who are still there today, like Zuni and Hopi people. So we've got these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one, at a site called Poverty Point, that is 3,500 years old. So it's the same age as the pyramids in Egypt. And it is a giant thing just poking out of the bayous of Louisiana. And people don't believe me when I say it, but it's there.
The mound builders. What was that society like in comparison to everything else we've been talking about in Mesoamerica?
They evolved over thousands of years. We call them mound builders. This is something I object to. I think we should have a better. We do. They're the last version of them. We call them Mississippians now. But generally speaking, we call all of these guys mound builders. But what they built were pyramids. They look like mounds now. And they didn't build them out of stone. That's kind of our just inherent Western vibe. Is something that's built out of stone is sophisticated, and something that's built out of dirt is rudimentary. But in their full living form, they did have cores of dirt, but then they also had kind of clay caps. So they had terra terraces. They had whole complexes of buildings up on top. There were kings that lived up there. There's the biggest of the Mississippian cities is called Cahokia, and it's right outside of St. Louis. And it was huge. It had a population of 20,000 people and pyramids all over the place, a huge palisade wall around it. It was absolutely gigantic, a thriving metropolis. And we in America have kind of a collective amnesia. Like we never hear about these massive civilizations. Cahokia was the big first city, but then it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had, 5,000 to 10,000 people each.
Were they their own thing, or was there some kind of thread connecting all of them?
They had a unified religion and culture. They were, again, not an empire, so there were warring city-states. There were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of the subsidiary lords and kings. And then one kingdom could either ally with a neighbor or have a fight. So they were kind of countries. I think we can safely say there were different countries within this patchwork that was Eastern United States. And it's so weird that we don't know this because it was clearly documented by the Spanish. I'm not talking about just archaeology. We find them in archaeology now, but Hernando de Soto landed in Florida and went for 3 years. He went up into the Carolinas and over down into Alabama and Louisiana, and he's the first one to see the Mississippi up there. But for 3 years, he went through city after city after city, unfortunately decimating them, eating all their corn, giving them diseases. But the documentation's clearly there. He met collectively millions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
There's disease and stealing of resources. Was there explicit murdering going on?
Unfortunately, yeah. He was a murderer and a psycho and a liar. He snowed them that he was some kind of deity. He actually learned a trick from the Inca, who he was with Pizarro in his first run, and went back to Spain, was rich, had a wife, a castle. Then he got bored and he decided to have a reign of terror on Northern America for 3 years. But he had people burned at the stake. He had his dogs rip them apart. He was very, very brutal. He ruled that area through fear and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. He was a brutal man.
So this whole period when Christopher Columbus came, how did that change everything?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature. It's called the Columbian Exchange, based on Columbus, but it's all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World. And the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, their diet didn't suck. All these vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals. It got pigs and cows and goats that it didn't have, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave and kind of had herd immunity on a lot of So we had no idea what an infectious disease was, but the reality was that this horde of diseases hit everyone, and the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years that 90% of everybody was dead, and that the number of people has increased as well. As far as our estimates, we're thinking it's somewhere around 150 million people, and 90% of them died, and with them all their knowledge. Imagine the moment where, who dies when things get bad? It's the young and the old. So all the knowledge keepers die suddenly. The children die. This next generation that's half taught and now completely demoralized, thinking that this is a spiritual attack, that their God saved them, that the only way out of it is to accept this new Christianity. But they don't have to bring kids into this world where everybody's dying, and even if they do, they can't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone and didn't finish the transmission. So in a single terrible moment in human history, the generation loses all their knowledge. So a lot of the things that these people knew just blipped out.
But with that also just the wisdom of the entire civilizations.
So much of what they knew was just lost at that moment. We have the Maya, who had those hieroglyphs, and then we've learned a lot from them.
Yeah, but not a significant integration of that wisdom into. So it wasn't when the Europeans came, it wasn't like the cultures were integrated. It was a story of domination.
In North America, there's a new term in the literature that I like. We call it the Mississippian shatter zone. That Mississippi, we have this shatter zone where we have ruins, and the people that were actually from those ruins are somewhere else on a reservation far away. And I'm just about to talk to a Cherokee man who listened to some of the things I had to say and says, all those ho-chunk things you were saying from that ho-chunk culture, my grandparents talk about this sort of thing too. Can I talk to you by phone and tell you about these things? So we've got this shatter zone where we're going to try to put the puzzle back together, especially in terms of Mississippian religion. I really think we're making headway in this generation, and it's exciting to be part of piecing this old religion and its mythology back together.
Just as a lot of people kind of refer to Christopher Columbus as the person who discovered America, I read that the Vikings reached North America much earlier in 1000 CE. And why do you think they didn't expand and colonize?
Because they got their ass kicked. It's the truth. It is absolutely true that the Vikings were here. There's a great site in Nova Scotia called Lensole Meadows, which definitely has what's left of a Viking colony. It was Leif Erik and his father Eric the Red, who they got kind of kicked out of Europe because they apparently couldn't stop murdering people. And so they went to Greenland and then kind of island hopped over to Canada. But I think the culture that was in that area, it was named the Dorset. But they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Viking settlement every day and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just worthless and they left it. The Vikings attacked Ireland and they just found a bunch of, monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys going, we're men of God, we don't fight. And the Vikings were like, this is great, that's great, this will be easy then. We'll just loot all these Easter eggs. But the Native Americans in Canada were like, not having it. They kicked their ass. In fact, Leif Erikson's brother, Thor, died there. The natives killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
So a lot of the Native American cultures were also, they're sophisticated warring cultures also.
Yes, they fought, especially the Mississippians. Boy, they were tough. And so were the Five Nations, the Mohawk, the Huron. The ones that kicked the Vikings' ass up there, they were probably Algonquin speakers. But they were connected, just above the the Great Lakes, but they were all very tough people.
When you think about the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the over 100 million people that were killed, do you see that as a tragedy of history, or is it just the way of history?
I think that the epidemics, I consider it a tragedy. That did not have to happen. And that was not, that was not a fair fight. Nobody knew what to do about it. That was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. It was not, I think that the Spanish and the Portuguese get unfairly maligned in what's been called the Black Legend, that they just marched into America and murdered everyone. That's not the fact. It was the diseases that murdered everyone. In fact, there was a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon, in the Brazilian northern part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian community. And he was bringing people in that were getting sick. And he wrote, I'm baptizing everyone. I have baptized 10,000 people a day. And yet God's still killing them. Why is he doing this to them? They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this guy doesn't realize that the same bowl of holy water that he's baptizing them in, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's faces. He's accelerating it. When he doesn't even realize, he thinks he's saving them, but he's actually killing them.
Yeah.
That's a tragedy, That's not just like spoils go to the victor stuff. That's just straight up tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah, but that one is hard to know what to do with. Like, black humans have evolved. And we did talk about that there could be just a lot of stuff in ancient history we haven't looked at yet. Do you think it's possible that other intelligent civilizations from outside of Earth, aliens, ever visited?
You had me right into the ever visited thing. That one I'm not entirely sure about. I'm not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite or contemplate as the evidence of such. But the guys that discovered DNA, Watson and Crick, Watson, who actually habitually used hallucinogens to invigorate his thinking, he said that he thought that DNA on this planet was way too complex to have developed over the time period that it had at its disposal, and that his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. And, take that for what it is, but the guy who we respect on many other levels also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, aliens visiting us, I don't know. It does smack of a kind of human hubris that we think we're important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. Statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only sentient beings. There's got to be somebody else out there. Whether they care about us, that's a question. I've been on Ancient Aliens a number of times. I show up and I'm an educator. I mean, refusing to be part of the conversation's an immediate fail in my book. But there was one time where they asked me at the end, do you have anything else that you want to say? And I said, well, y'all's premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and they gave humanity these wonderful gifts of, science and medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens coming down, but now all they're doing is mutilating cows and sodomizing rednecks. Like, whatever we did, we were super pissed them off, apparently.
The quality of the gifts has decreased rapidly. It's an interesting thought you've mentioned. What archaeologically would you have to see to be like, this might be an alien?
A technology that doesn't belong there, first and foremost. I mean, we gotta, if we just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get them from somewhere far away to here, that was almost certainly mechanical. Now, I love the aliens thing where, biomechanical was something that certainly could be, and that would, that would disintegrate. We wouldn't see that at all. But I would expect some kind of technology that showed up out of the blue and changed things. That would be something. But I would think, mechanical or a substance that's not from here.
But of course, we would only see the results of that mechanical. You mean like literally a mechanical thing?
Right, some sort of thing like that. The typical thing people say is like, how did they move these giant stones, right? But just look at that on the face for a second. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, give them antibiotics or a combustion engine or something. They came across the universe and they showed them how to move big rocks. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense.
What do you think Earth will look like 10,000 years from now?
That's an interesting question. I think it will be a lot more automated, or it'll be a smoldering pile. I mean, there is a possibility we could end ourselves. There's always that possibility that we've really opened Pandora's box in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcast guests with what would happen in the case of nuclear war. That was chilling. Her opinion was certainly we would burn everything to a crisp within minutes, apparently. So we have that capacity. That's scary. That's a possible future for us. But I'm an optimist. I'd like to think that guys like you are going to make friendly robots who make my job better.
But 10,000 years is a long time. And technology is improving, becoming more advanced rapidly, and the rate of that improvement is increasing ever more. So
that's the part that frightens me, actually. I don't know, does that frighten you?
yes, terrifying.
I heard somebody say, I forget who it was, but systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, can be put on a graph that's change over time. And any graph that the change is way faster than the time, and the line starts going straight up, that is a system in crisis. And almost any biological system that has that fast a change over that little a time, any other thing, you'd describe it as a crisis. When you apply that chart to technology's change, it's a crisis.
From that perspective, absolutely. But I also have a faith in human ingenuity, that we humans like to create a really difficult situation and then come up with ways to get out of that difficult situation. And in so doing, innovate and create a lot of awesome stuff, and sometimes cause a lot of suffering, but on the whole, on average, make a better world. But yeah, if with nuclear weapons, the bad stuff might actually lead to the death of everybody.
I guess there's always that chance. But I am an optimist. I think you're an optimist too. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to innovate. And we are never more innovative than when we're under distress. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were comfortable. It was when we were in crisis. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think we'll be all right. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer a question that you didn't even ask me. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. We're delusional. I'm all for electric cars and being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically adapting to what's about to happen. We're spending too much time pretending. The average American thinks if we all just drive electric cars, we'll be okay. That's bullshit. That's not going to happen. We We need to start making technologies that desalinize water, a host of things that we need to use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt instead of Pollyanna thinking we can make it go away.
Yeah, kind of accept that the world will change and a lot of big problems will arise, and just develop technology that addresses them.
I think you have some guys that have their finger on the pulse there. We need to start thinking about how we're going to survive this, not that we're going to make it go away.
Not just survive, thrive. Again, we're pretty innovative in that regard. But if some catastrophic thing happens, or we just leave this planet, what do you think would be followed by aforementioned alien civilizations when they visit? The anthropologists, the grad student anthropologists that visit Earth and study, how much of what we know, have, and love, and think of as human civilization would be lost, do you think?
Well, time moves on and things that are perishable perish. So, you didn't put a time element in there, but I would say that, everything that can perish will, and whoever shows up here will be stuck with only the things that didn't perish. So we'll have, buildings, plaques, but they won't have any books, they won't have any, billboards. They'll have the incomplete record I have. I one time did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I drove in here, and there was a big obelisk in front of the town. And everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark. And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their kings were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so wrong about what I thought about your town based on what preserved.
That's so beautiful as a thought experiment. Like, what would archaeologists be really wrong about? And what would they could possibly be right about?
Washington, D.C. was clearly made by a combination of the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans, because that's what all the architecture is.
Yeah, and would they be able to reconstruct the important empires, the powerful empires, and the warring empires?
For that matter, have me and my colleagues done that at all? I'm almost certain that the Maya would just gut laugh at what I think I know what they were.
I wonder, do you ever think about what we just as a human civilization are wrong about the most, like mainstream archaeology? Just like a suspicion, what could we get completely wrong? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally lost civilization, like an obviously gigantic civilization that was there along with the Maya or something like this in the 10,000 years ago.
There's certainly that. There could be things that were either wiped away or still hiding under the oceans that would completely change the way we think about things.
And everybody knew they existed and everybody interacted with them.
I think it's our estimation of their motivations that were probably most wrong. My teacher Sheila a long time ago said, I've come up with all sorts of theories. I was always thinking about stuff, and she looked at me and she said, if you don't stop thinking like a Western European and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of these people, you will never understand any of it. Which I've always taken to heart. I mean, I really do. When I approach these things, I try to step out of my cultural assumptions, try to think like they would think is the best I could. And it's very different. I mean, this whole, the Maya are cyclical. The whole sacrifice, we're so, obsessed with that. But, there was an austere actual sacrifice on their part. They weren't just, hey, let's all get together and kill that guy that's pissing us off. I mean, they were like, giving the best of them. There was a different mentality. This was not brutal. This was a bona fide sacrifice on their part, a loss.
Well, it's the whole mystery of the puppy that eventually starts having sex with his
I tell you that one. I'm gonna unbeat that one. One of these days.
One of these days. Now, that puppy appeared on Pottery.
All over Pottery. Yeah, he's everywhere. I gotta write this book. This next year is the year I'm gonna write my Fang Deity book. And I will have a whole chapter dedicated to the puppy.
The mystery solved. I mean, it could just be the birth of memes of humor. I don't know. I mean, again, humor. You don't know what the nature of their humor or what their jokes are.
Oh, that's a neat one too. And that's so human. Now, I'll tell you a little side story here that when I worked with the Maya people in Palenque, I spent 3 years making this map of the city and hiking through the jungle every day. And they would talk to each other in their own language. It was Siltal was the group I was working with. But I noticed after a while they were big jokers. They loved to make jokes, and they would laugh at jokes. But then they would also, one of them would say something, and the other ones would go, hoo-hoo. And I eventually asked, what is that? Why do you guys always make that hoo-hoo noise? They said, that's because he made a really smart pun. It was like he said 3 different things at once. It was a turn of phrase that was smart. And they didn't make laughs at that. It was they had a noise for when somebody said something just super clever. So there's also that, just clever turn of speech.
Yeah, wit.
And I think about that when I'm a hieroglyphic translator. Here's a beautiful thing. It's going to be like a poem or a political statement. And I'm just ploddingly looking in a dictionary of what that word means. There's probably double, triple entendres all through this text, and the real meaning is the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about corn, and they're talking about the nature of life.
Yeah, it could be satire. It could be, as it was in the Soviet Union, when there's a dictator, maybe there's an overpowering king, you're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide the thing you're actually trying to say in the subtext. So, and all of that.
There was a funny Maya ceramic that had the ceramics are neat because they don't. The monuments can be kind of broken records. I'm the king. I was born this time. I beat these people up. I married this woman. I died. But the ceramics will tell us things out of mythology stories. And there was this one with a rabbit looking at the merchant god, and nobody could translate the text. And finally, this Eastern European, actually a Ukrainian guy, translated it. And the rabbit saying to the merchant god, "Bend over and smell my ass." And oh man, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates "bend over and smell my ass." That's great. That's human.
As we mentioned previously, human nature does not change. You mentioned Palenque and mapping it, and that's just out of curiosity. What is that process like? It seems fascinating.
Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking, I will be hurt today somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how badly. Where on my body it will occur, but it's going to happen because it was the jungle.
So in the jungle, what's the process like? What do you have to do to map it?
Well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forestry department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had to. So we basically just cut tunnels through the foliage, and we'd map everything twice. The first thing we'd do is I'd go in, find a building, draw it on a piece of graph paper, and I'd say you guys go north, you guys go east, west, find other buildings, and when you find them, pace back to this one. And so I'd start making a map, and I'd make the whole one piece of graph paper was enough to, then we'd bring the machine in, we'd bring the laser theodolite and get really accurate information. But on that piece of paper, I would write don't bring the machine this way, there's a tree fall, or stand on top of this building and you'll see 4 different buildings at once from this one.
And all of this is in dense jungle.
Right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it would clear out, but certain places, if it was low, it would be such thick vegetation, and it would grow back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just tunnels through tall grass, and we'd come back 5 days later, and they were gone. We couldn't even find where our trails were. It would grow back that fast.
But you see the building, so you could see.
Right, and that was a pyramid that nobody had ever mapped. Like, wow, I've just found another one. And some days, on good days, we'd find 3 pyramids. I felt that's such a more exciting job than the typical excavations. My buddies were all just, in a hole for the whole week in the middle of the city, and where I'm dancing around through the jungle, I could find, 10 buildings today. I might find a pyramid today. Who knows?
What's that feel like to find like a pyramid or buildings that you're one of the only humans that are not from that civilization to ever see this thing? What's that feel like?
It's great. I love that feeling. I am, I'm an explorer at heart. So finding something like that, when I was 25 years old, I found a whole Maya city. I got to name it. Its name is Mashna. It's off in the Polynesian jungle, and that was just outrageous. I mean, that one almost depressed me. I was my entire I had this great life ambition that I would find a lost city, and then I did it at 25, and I was like, God, now what do I do? That was supposed to take me my whole life. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back. I'm sure I'm on NASA's list of some weirdo.
How did you find Mayan City?
I used a topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a Maya, where would my favorite place to live in this big area be? I looked for the biggest mountain, because they call all of their pyramids stone mountains. I knew they loved mountains, and when I found that mountain, there were 2 others right next to it that made a triangle, and they loved those triads, and there were rivers in between them, and I thought, that's it. That's where I would build the city, and I hiked out there over 2 seasons with students. The other grad students were like, he's just having his students just wander in the jungle all day, but I came back with a city.
So, given that you've looked into the deep past of humanity, what gives you hope about our future? Maybe our deep future of this human civilization?
That's a good one. And I do have hope. I believe in the spirit of humankind. I as a person who have studied history, I kind of feel like history does kind of a sine wave. There's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low we go, we get up again and we climb. And I think that humanity will continue that. We will rise to the challenges. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we will adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
Yeah, humans find a way, right? That's like that's the thing you see with history. Even when the empires collapse, the humans that come out of that, they pick themselves up and find another way.
And the people I study believe in the cyclical nature of life, that you really can't. Life can't continue without death being part of the cycle. We get our lows, we get our highs, but the cycle continues forever.
I should mention that you have a lot of great lectures on the great courses. If people want to listen to it, this is a tough question, but what would you recommend? What episodes should they listen to? What's the answer?
Oh, that is a tough question.
What is the sampling? It's like asking a chef, like, what's the best stuff on the menu?
Well, different strokes for different folks. I do 2 different things on that podcast. Sometimes I just teach about cultures that you've never heard about. I start off by saying it's my podcast, and I'll talk about whatever the heck I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things, like a tool type or an animal type. But my favorite ones have become when I just tell my stories of my adventures. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories, and it's been fun, and they've been very well received. I've got, I can put my humor in there, and I can talk about, the things that went right, the things that went wrong, the adventures that I had are all part of this archaeo-ed thing. Archaeo-ed's kind of a double entendre. It's me, I'm just Ed, but it's also education. What I'm really trying to do with this too, and specifically the Americas, I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think that we have a group amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history books. In fact, I have a program called Before the Americas that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before European contact. And I think that kids in the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we showed up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find a funder to help us put together Before the Americas, and we're going to make it part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. to know the full history of this country.
It's a great project. And thank you so much. Thank you for talking today. Thank you for all the fascinating ideas that you put out into the world. And I can't wait to hear your new course.
Thank you so much, Lex. It was a real pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ed Barnhart. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Joseph Campbell. Life is but a mask worn on the face of death. And is death then but another mask? How many can say, asks the Aztec poet, that there is or is not a truth beyond? Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's actually not that hard to imagine we are the only civilization in the galaxy right now.
Love you.
Yeah, that's currently extant. But there may be very many extinct civilizations. If each civilization has a typical lifetime comparable to, let's say, AI is the demise of our own, there's only a few hundred years of technological development, or maybe 10,000 years if you get back to the Neolithic Revolution, the dawn of agriculture, hardly anything in cosmic time span. That's nothing, that's a blink of an eye. And so it's not surprising at all that we happen not to coexist with anyone else. But that doesn't mean nobody else was ever here. And if other civilizations come to that same conclusion and realization, maybe they scour the galaxy around them and don't find any evidence of intelligence, then they have two options. They can either give up on communication and just say, well, it's never going to happen. We just may as well just, worry about what's happening here on our own planet. Or they could attempt communication, but communication through time.
The following is a conversation with David Kipping, an astronomer and astrophysicist at Columbia University, director of the Cool Worlds Lab, and he's an amazing educator about the most fascinating scientific phenomena in our universe. I highly recommend you check out his videos on the Cool Worlds YouTube channel. David quickly became one of my favorite human beings. I hope to talk to him many more times in the future. This is the Lex Movement Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's David Kipping. Your research at Columbia is in part focused on what you call cool worlds, or worlds outside our solar system where temperature is sufficiently cool to allow for moons, rings, and life to form, and for us humans to observe it. So, can you tell me more about this idea, this place of cool worlds?
Yeah, the history of discovering planets outside our solar system was really dominated by these hot planets. And that's just because of the fact they're easier to find. When the very first methods came online, these were primarily the Doppler spectroscopy method, looking for wobbling stars, and also the transit method. And these two both have a really strong bias towards finding these hot planets. Now, hot planets are interesting. The chemistry in the atmosphere is fascinating. It's very alien. An example of one that's particularly close to my heart is Trace 2b, whose atmosphere is so dark it's less reflective than coal. And so they have really bizarre photometric properties, yet at the same time, they resemble nothing like our own home. And so, we said there's two types of astrophysicists. The astrophysicists who care about how the universe works. They want to understand the mechanics of the machinery of this universe, why did the Big Bang happen, why is the universe expanding, how are galaxies formed. And there's another type of astrophysicist which perhaps speaks to me a little bit more. It whispers into your ear, and that is, why are we here? Are we alone? Are there others out there? And ultimately, along this journey, the hot planets aren't going to get us there. When we're looking for life in the universe, it seems to make perfect sense that there should be planets like our own out there, maybe even moons like our own planet around gas giants that could be habitable. And so my research has been driven by trying to find these more terraqueous globes that might resemble our own planet.
So they're the ones that lurk more in the shadows in terms of how difficult it is to detect.
They're much harder. They're harder for several reasons. The method we primarily use is the transit method, so this is really eclipses. As the planet passes in front of the star, it blocks out some starlight. The problem with that is that not all planets pass in front of their star. They have to be aligned correctly from your line of sight. And so the further away the planet is from the star, the cooler it is, the less likely it is that you're going to get that geometric alignment. So whereas a hot Jupiter, about 1% of hot Jupiters will transit in front of their star, only about 0.5%, maybe even 0.25% of Earth-like planets will have the right geometry to transit. And so that makes it much, much harder for us.
What's the connection between temperature of the planet and geometric alignment, probability of geometric alignment?
There's not a direct connection, but they're connected by an intermediate parameter, which is the separation from the star. So the planet will be cooler if it's further away from the star, which in turn means the probability of getting that alignment correct is going to be less. On top of that, they also transit their star less frequently. So if you go to the telescope and you wanted to discover a hot Jupiter, you could probably do it in a week or so, because the orbital periods of 1, 2, 3 days, so you can actually get the full orbit 2 or 3 times over. Whereas if you want to set an Earth-like planet, you have to observe that star for 3 or 4 years. And that's actually one of the problems with Kepler. Kepler was this very successful mission that NASA launched over a decade ago now, I think, and it discovered thousands of planets. It's still the dominant source of exoplanets that we know about. But unfortunately, it didn't last as long as we would have liked it to. It died after about 4.35 years, I think it was. And so, for an Earth-like planet, that's just enough to catch 4 transits. And 4 transits was kind of seen as the minimum. But of course, the more transits you see, the easier it is to detect it, because you build up signal to noise. You see the same thing tick, 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 tick. The more ticks you get, the easier it is to find it. And so it was really a shame that Kepler was just at the limit of where we were expecting it to start to see Earth-like planets. And in fact, it really found 0 planets that are around stars like the Sun, that orbit similar to the Earth around the Sun, and could potentially be similar to our own planet in terms of its composition. And so it's a great shame, but that's why it gives astronomers more to do in the future.
Just to clarify, the transit method is our primary way of detecting these things. And what it is when the object occludes the source of light just a tiny bit, a few pixels. And from that, we can infer something about its mass and size and distance and geometry and all of that. That's like trying to tell what at a party you can't see anything about a person, but you can just see by the way they include others. So this is the method, but this is super far away. How many pixels of information do we have? Basically, how high resolution is the signal that we can get about these occlusions?
You're right in your description. I think just to build up on that a little bit more, it might be almost like your vision is completely blurry, like you have an extreme, high prescription, and so you can't resolve anything. Everything's just blurs, but you can tell that something was there because it just got fainter for a short amount of time. So I think someone passing in front of a light, and so that light in your eyes would just dim for a short moment. And the reason we have that problem with blurriness and resolution is just because the stars are so far away. I mean, the closest stars are 4 light years away, but most of the stars Kepler looked at were thousands of light years away. And so there's absolutely no chance that the telescope can physically resolve the star, or even the separation between the planet and the star is too small, especially for a telescope like Kepler. It's only a meter across. In principle, you can make those detections, but you need a different kind of telescope. We call that direct imaging. And direct imaging is a very exciting, distinct way of detecting planets. But as you can imagine, it's going to be far easier to detect planets which are really far away from their star to do that, because that's going to make that separation really big. And then you always want the star to be really close to us, and the nearest stars. Not only that, but you would prefer that planet to be really hot, because the hotter it is, the brighter it is, and so that tends to bias direct imaging towards planets which are in the process of forming. So things which have just formed, the planet's still got all of its primordial heat embedded within it, and it's glowing. We can see those quite easily. But for the planets more like the Earth, of course, they've cooled down, and so we can't see that. The light is pitiful compared to a newly formed planet. We would like to get there with direct imaging. That's the dream, is to have the pale blue dot, an actual photograph of it, maybe even just a 1 pixel photograph of it. But for now, the entire solar system is 1 pixel with a semi-bit transit method most of the telescopes. And so all you can do is see where that 1 pixel, which contains potentially dozens of planets and the star, maybe even multiple stars, dims for a short amount of time.
It dims just a little bit, and from that you can infer something.
Yeah, I mean, it's like being a detective in the scene, right? It's indirect clues of the existence of the planet.
It's amazing that humans can do that. They're just looking out in these immense distances and looking, if there's alien civilizations out there, like let's say one exactly like our own, we're like, would we even be able to see an Earth that passes in the way of its sun and slightly dims? And that's the only sign we have of that alien human-like civilization out there. Is it's just a little bit of a dimming.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of star we're talking about. If it is a star truly like the sun, the dip that causes is 84 parts per million. I mean, it's like the same as it's like a firefly flying in front of like a giant floodlight at a stadium or something. That's the kind of the brightness contrast that you're trying to compare to. So it's extremely difficult detection. And in the very, very best cases, we can get down to that. But as I said, we don't really have any true Earth analogs that have been in the exoplanet candidate yet. Unless you relax that definition, you say it's not just doesn't have to be a star just like the sun. It could be a star that's smaller than the sun. It could be these orange dwarfs or even the red dwarf stars. And the fact those stars are smaller means that for the same size planet passing in front of it, more light is blocked out. And so a very exciting system, for example, is TRAPPIST-1, which has 7 planets which are smaller than the Earth, and those are quite easily detectable, not with a space-based telescope, but even from the ground. And that's just because the star is so much smaller that the relative increase in or decrease in brightness is enhanced significantly because of that smaller size. So TRAPPIST-1e, it's a planet which is in the right distance for liquid water. It has a slightly smaller size than the Earth. It's about 90% the size of the Earth, about 80% the mass. And it's one of the top targets right now for potentially having life. And yet, it raises many questions about what would that environment be like. This is a star which is 1/8 the mass of the sun. It's stars like that take a long time to come off their adolescence. When stars first form, like the sun, it takes them maybe 10-100 million years to sort of settle into that main sequence lifetime. But for stars like these late M dwarfs, as we call them, they can take up to 1 billion years or more to calm down. And during that period, they're producing huge amounts of X-rays, ultraviolet radiation that could potentially rip off the entire atmosphere. It may desiccate the plants in the system. And so even if water arrived by comets or something, it may have lost all that water due to this prolonged period of high activity. So we have lots of open-ended questions about these M-dwarf planets, but they are the most accessible. And so in the near term, if we detect anything in terms of biosignatures, it's going to be for one of these red dwarf stars. It's not going to be a true Earth twin, as we would recognize it as having a yellow star.
Well, let me ask you, there's a million ways to ask this question. I'm sure it'll ask it about habitable worlds. Let's just go to our own solar system. What can we learn about the planets and moons in our solar system that might contain life? Whether it's Mars or some of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. What kind of characteristics, because you said it might not need to be Earth-like, what kind of characteristics we'd be looking for?
When we look for life, it's hard to define even what life is, but we can maybe do a better job in defining the sorts of things that life does. And that provides some aspects to some avenue for looking for them. Classically, We didn't always have it. Certainly, if you go back to the Archean period, there was, you have this period called the Great Oxidation Event, where the Earth floods with oxygen for the first time and starts to saturate the oceans and then the atmosphere. And so that oxygen, if we detect it on another planet, whether it be Mars, Venus, or an exoplanet, whatever it is, that was long thought to be evidence for something doing photosynthesis. Because if you took away all the plant life on the Earth, the oxygen wouldn't just hang around here. It's a highly reactive molecule. It would oxidize things, and so within about a million years, you would probably lose all the oxygen on planet Earth. So that was conventionally how we thought we could look for life. And then we started to realize that it's not so simple, because there might be other things that life does apart from photosynthesis. Certainly the vast majority of Earth's history had no oxygen, and yet there was living things on it, so that doesn't seem like a complete test. And secondly, could there be other things that produce oxygen besides from life? A growing concern has been these false positives in biosignature work, and so one example of that would be photolysis that happens in the atmosphere when ultraviolet light hits the atmosphere. It can break water vapor. The hydrogen splits off to the oxygen. The hydrogen is a much lighter atomic species, and so it can actually escape certain planets like the Earth's gravity. That's why we don't have any hydrogen or helium. And so that leaves you with the oxygen, which then oxidizes the surface. And so there could be a residual oxygen signature just due to this photolysis process. So we've been trying to generalize, and certainly in recent years there have been other suggestions, things we can look for in the solar system and beyond. Nitrous oxide is a laughing gas, is a product of microbes. That's something that we're starting to get more interested in looking for. Methane gas in combination with other gases can be an important biosignature. Phosphine as well, and phosphine is particularly relevant to the solar system because there was a lot of interest for Venus recently. You may have heard that there was a claim of a biosignature in Venus's atmosphere. I think it was like 2 years ago now. And the judge and jury is still out on that. There was a very provocative claim and signature of a phosphine-like spectral absorption. But it could have also been some of the molecule, in particular sulfur dioxide, which is not a biosignature.
So this is a detection of a gas in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yes. And it might be controversial on several dimensions. So, one, how to interpret that. Two, is there a gas? And three, is this even the right detection? Is this an error in the detection?
Yeah, I mean, how much do we believe the detection in the first place? If you do believe it, does that necessarily mean there's life there? And what gives? How can you have life in Venus's atmosphere in the first place? Because that's been seen as like a hellhole place for imagining life. But I guess the counter to that has been that, okay, yes, the surface is a horrendous place to imagine life thriving. But as you go up in altitude, the very dense atmosphere means that there's a cloud layer where the temperature and the pressure become actually fairly similar to the surface of the Earth. And so it may be there are microbes stirring around in the clouds which are producing phosphine. At the moment, this is fascinating. It's got a lot of us reinvigorated about the prospects of going back to Venus and doing another mission there. But there's now 2 NASA missions, Veritas and Da Vinci, which are going to be going back before 2030 or 2030s. And then we have a European mission, I think, that's slated now, and even a Chinese mission might be coming along the way as well. So we might have multiple missions going to Venus, which has long been overlooked. I mean, apart from the Soviets, there really has been very little in the way of exploration of Venus, certainly as compared to Mars. Mars has enjoyed most of the activity from NASA's rovers and surveys. And Mars is certainly fascinating. There's this signature of methane that has been seen there before. Again, the discussion is whether that methane is a product of biology, which is possible, something that happens on the Earth, or whether it's some geological process that we are yet to fully understand. It could be, for example, a reservoir of methane that's trapped on the surface and it's leaking out seasonally.
So the nice thing about Venus is there's a giant living civilization there. It could be airborne, so you can just fly through and collect samples. Yeah, with Mars and moons of Saturn and Jupiter, you're gonna have to dig under to find the civilizations, dead or living.
Right, and so maybe it's easier than for Venus because certainly you can imagine just a balloon floating through the atmosphere, or a drone or something that would have the capability of just scooping up and sampling surface of Mars is maybe feasible-ish with, especially with something like a Starship that could launch, a huge digger basically to the surface, and you could just excavate away the surface. But for something like Europa, we really are still unclear about how thick the ice layer is, how you would melt through that huge thick layer to get to the ocean, and then potentially also discussions about contamination. The problem with looking for life in the solar system, which is different from looking for life with exoplanets, is that you always run the risk of, especially if you visit that, of introducing life yourself. Right? It's very difficult to completely exterminate every single microbe and spore on the surface of your rover, or the surface of your lander. And so there's always a risk of introducing something. I mean, to some extent, there is continuous exchange of material between these planets naturally on top of that as well. And now we're sort of accelerating that process to some degree. And so if you dig into Europa's surface, which probably is completely pristine, it's very unlikely there has been much exchange with the outside world for a subsurface ocean. You are, for the first time, potentially introducing bacterial spores into that environment that may compete or may introduce spurious signatures for the life you're looking for. And so it's almost an ethical question as to how to proceed with looking for life on those subsurface oceans. And I don't think we've really have a good resolution for this.
Ethical. So you mean ethical in terms of concern for for preserving life elsewhere, not to murder it, as opposed to a scientific one?
I mean, we always worry about a space virus, right, coming here, or some kind of external source, and that we would be the source of that potential contamination.
Or the other direction.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever survives in such harsh conditions might be pretty good at surviving in all conditions. It might be a little bit more resilient and robust, so it might actually take a ride on us back home.
Possibly. I mean, I'm sure that some people would be concerned with that. I think we would hopefully have some containment procedures as if we did sample return. Or you could even be a sample return. These days, you can pretty much send like a little micro laboratory to the planet to do all the experiments in situ, and then just send them back to your planet, the data. And so I don't think it's necessary, especially for a case like that where you might have contamination concerns, that you have to bring the samples back. Although probably if you brought back European sushi, it would probably sell for quite a bit with the billionaires in New York City.
Sushi, yeah. I would love from an engineer perspective just to see all the different candidates and designs for like the scooper for Venus and the scooper for Europa and Mars. I haven't really looked deeply into how they actually, like the actual engineering of collecting samples, because that's the engineering of that is probably essential for not either destroying life or polluting it with their own microbes and so on. That's a good interesting engineering challenge. I usually, for rovers and stuff, focus on the sort of the mobility aspect of it, on the robotics and perception, and a little bit of the planning. There's probably the scooper is probably where the action is. The microscopic sample collection. So basically, you have to first clean your vehicle, make sure it doesn't have any earth-like things on it, and then you have to put it into some kind of thing that's perfectly sealed from the environment. So if we bring it back or we analyze it, it's not going to bring anything else external in. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be an interesting engineering design there.
Yeah, I mean, curiosity has been leaving these little pellets on the surface quite recently. There's some neat photos you can find online, and they kind of look like lightsaber hilts. So, to me, I think I tweeted something like, this weapon is your life. Like, don't lose your curiosity, because it's just dumping these little vials everywhere. And it is scooping up these things, and the intention is that in the future, there will be a sample return mission that will come and pick these up. But the engineering behind those things is so impressive. The thing that blows me away the most has been the landings. Especially, I'm training to be a pilot at the moment, so that's the sort of, watching landings has become like my pet hobby on YouTube at the moment. How not to do it, how to do it with different levels of conditions and things. But with when you think about landing on Mars, just the light travel time effect means that there's no possibility of a human controlling that descent. And so you have to put all of your faith and your trust in the computer code or the AI or whatever it is that light travel time to come back to know whether your vehicle successfully landed on the surface or not. And during that period, you know in your mind simultaneously that it is doing these multi-stages of deploying its parachute, deploying the crane, activating its jets to come down and controlling its descent to the surface. And then the crane has to fly away so it doesn't accidentally hit the rover. And so there's a series of multi-stage points where any of them go wrong, the whole mission could go right. And so the fact that we are fairly consistently able to build these machines that can do this autonomously is, to me, one of the most impressive acts of engineering that NASA have achieved.
Yes, the unfortunate fact about physics is the takeoff is easier than the landing.
Yes.
And you mentioned Starship, one of the incredible engineering feats that you get to see is the reusable rockets that take off, but they land using control, and they do so perfectly. And sometimes when it's synchronous, it's beautiful to see. And then with Starship, you see the chopsticks that catch the ship. I mean, there's just so much incredible engineering. But you mentioned Starships is somehow helpful here. So what's your hope with Starship? What kind of science might it enable?
Awesome. There's two things. It's the launch cost itself, which is hopefully going to be per kilogram. It's going to dramatically reduce the cost. So it's the sort of, even if it's a factor of 10 higher than what you originally promised, this is going to be a revolution for the cost to launch. That means you can do all sorts of things. You could launch large telescopes, which could be basically like JWST, but you don't even have to follow them up. JWST had this whole issue with the design that it's 6.5 meters across, and so there's no fuselage which is that large at the time. The Ares 4 wasn't large enough for that, and so they had to fold it up into this kind of complicated origami. And so a large part of the cost was figuring out how to fold it up, testing that it unfolded correctly, repeated testing, and there was something like 130 fail points or something during this unfolding mechanism. And so all of us were holding our breath during that process. But if you have the ability to just launch arbitrarily large masses, at least comparatively compared to JWST, and very large mirrors into space, you can more or less repurpose ground-based mirrors. The Hubble Space Telescope mirror and JWST mirrors are designed to be extremely lightweight, and that increased their cost significantly. They have this kind of honeycomb design on the back to try and minimize the weight. If you don't really care about weight because it's so cheap, then you could just literally grab many of the existing ground-based mirrors across telescopes across the world, 4 meter, 5 meter mirrors, and just pretty much attach them to a chassis and have your own space-based telescope. I think the Breakthrough Foundation, for instance, is an entity that has been interested in doing this sort of thing. And so that raises the prospects of having not just one WST that just, WST is a fantastic resource, but it's split between all of us, cosmologists, star formation, astronomers, those of us studying exoplanets, those of us wanting to study, the ultra deep fields and the origin of the first galaxies, the expansion of the universe. Everyone has to share this resource, but we could potentially each have, one JWST each that is maybe just studying a handful of the brightest exoplanet stars and measuring their atmospheres. This is important because we talked about this planet TRAPPIST 1e earlier, that planet, if JWST stared at it and tried to look for biosignatures, by which I mean oxygen, nitrous oxide, methane, it would take it of order of 200 transits to get even a very marginal, what we call 2.5 sigma detection of those, which basically nobody would believe with that. And 100 transits, this thing transits once every 6 days, so you're talking about sort of 4 years of staring at the same star with one telescope. There'd be some breaks, but it'd be hard to schedule much else because you have to continuously catch each one of these transits to build up your signal to noise. And so JWST is never going to do that. In principle, technically, JWST could technically have the capability of just about detecting a biosignature on an Earth-like planet around a non-Sun-like star. But still, impressively, we have basically the technology to do that, but we simply cannot dedicate all of its time practically to that one resource. And so Starship opens up opportunities like that of mass producing these kinds of telescopes, which will allow us to survey for life in the universe, which of course is one of the grand goals of astronomy.
I wonder if you can speak to the
the bureaucracy, the political battles, the scientific battles for time on the James Webb Telescope. Listen, there must be a fascinating process of scheduling that all scientists are trying to collaborate, figure out what the most important problems are, and there's an interesting network of interfering scientific experiments probably they have to somehow optimize over. It's a really difficult process. I don't envy the TAC that are going to have to make this decision. We call it the TAC, the Time Allocation Committee, that make this decision. And I've served on these before, and it's very difficult. I mean, typically for Hubble, we were seeing at least 10, sometimes 20 times the number of proposals for telescope time versus available telescope time. For JWST, there has been one call already that has gone out. We called it Cycle 1, and that was oversubscribed by, I think, something like 6 to 1, 7 to 1. And the Cycle 2, which has just been announced, that is expected to be much more competitive, probably more comparable to a Hubble Sol. And so it's hard.
More competitive than Cycle 1, you said already? Because that's already
sort of better than the first cycle. So I said the first cycle, James Webb was about 6 to 1, and this is probably more like 20 to 1. I would
So
expect.
these are all proposals by scientists and so on. It's not like you can schedule at any time. Because if you're looking for transit times,
You have a time critical element.
yes, time critical element, and they're conflicting in non-obvious ways because the frequency is different, the duration is different. There's probably computational needs that are different. There's the type of sensors, the direction pointing, all that.
Yeah, it's hard. And there are certain programs like doing a deep field study where you just more or less point a telescope, and that's pretty open. I mean, you're just accumulating photons, so you can just point at that patch in the sky whenever the telescope's not doing anything else, and just get to your month, let's say a month of integration time, so your goal over the lifetime of JWST. So that's maybe a little bit easier to schedule. It's harder, especially for us looking at cool worlds, because as I said earlier, these planets transit very infrequently. So we have to wait. If you're looking at the Earth transiting the Sun, an alien watching us, they would only get one opportunity per year to do that observation. The transit lasts for about 12 hours. And so if they don't get that time, it's hard. That's it. If you're conflicted with another proposal that wants to use another time critical element, it's much easier for planets like these hot planets or these close-in planets because they transit so frequently. There's maybe 100 opportunities, and so then the TAC can say, okay, they want 10 transits. There's 100 opportunities here. It's easier for us to give them time. We're almost in the worst case scenario. We're proposing to effectively meet around 2 cool planets, and so we really only have one bite of the cherry for each one. And so our sales pitch has been that these are extremely precious events, and more importantly, JWST is the only telescope, the only machine humanity has ever constructed which is capable of finding moons akin to the moons in our solar system. Kepler can't do it, even Hubble can't do it. JWST is the first one. And so there is a new window to the universe because we know these moons exist. They're all over the place in the solar system. You have the moon, you have Io, Callisto, Europa, Ganymede, Titan. Lots of moons are fairly similar size, sort of 30% the size of the Earth. And this telescope is the first one that can find them. And so we're very excited about the profound implications of ultimately solving this journey we're on in astronomy, which is to understand our uniqueness. We want to understand how common is the solar system. Are we the architecture that frequently emerges naturally, or is there something special about what happened here?
I think this is not the worst case. The best case, it's obvious. It's super rare. So you have to I love scheduling from a computer science perspective. That's my background. So algorithmically, to solve a schedule problem, I would schedule the rarest things first. And obviously, this is the JWST is the first thing that can actually detect the cool world. So this is a big new thing. You can show off that new thing. It happens rarely. Schedule it first. Perfect.
You should be in the TAC.
I'll file that application after we run this. This part of me is the OCD, part of me is the computational aspect. I love scheduling computing devices because you have that kind of scheduling on supercomputers. That scheduling problem is fascinating. How do you prioritize computation? How do you prioritize science, data collection, sample collection, all that kind of stuff? It's actually kind of fascinating because data, in ways you expect and don't expect, will unlock a lot of solutions to some fascinating mysteries. And so collecting the data and doing so in a way that maximizes the possibility of discovery is really interesting. Like from a computational perspective.
I agree. There's a real satisfaction in extracting the maximum science per unit time
Exactly.
out of your telescope. And that's the TAC's job. But the TAC are not machines. They're not a piece of computer code. They will make their selections based off human judgment. And a lot of the telescopes, certainly within the field of exoplanets, because there's different fields of astronomy, but within the field of exoplanets, I think a good expectation is that most of the telescope time trajectories that you have will go towards atmospheric retrieval, which is solely too early by detecting molecules in the atmospheres, not biosignatures, because as I said, it's really not designed to do that. It's pushing jitters T probably too far to expect it to do that. But it could detect, for example, a carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere on TRAPPIST-1a. That's not a biosignature, but you could prove it's like a Venus in that case, or maybe like a Mars in that case. Like both those have carbon dioxide-rich atmospheres. Doesn't prove or disprove the existence of life either way, but it is our first characterization of the nature of those atmospheres. Maybe we can tell the pressure level and the temperature of those atmospheres. So that's very exciting. But we are competing with that, and that I think that science is completely mind-blowing and fantastic. We have a completely different objective, which is in our case to try and look for the first evidence of these small moons around these planets, potentially even moons which could be habitable, of course. So I think it's a very exciting goal. But ATTAC has to make a human judgment, essentially, about which science are they most excited by, which one has the highest promise of return, the highest chance of return. And so that's hard, because if you look at the planetary atmosphere, well, you know most of the time the planet has an atmosphere already. And so there's almost a guaranteed success that you're going to learn something about the atmosphere by pointing to university at them. Whereas in our case, there's a harder sell. We are looking for something that we do not know for sure exists yet or not. And so we are pushing the telescope to do something which is inherently more risky.
Yeah, but the existence is shown already gives a deep lesson about what's out there in the universe. That means that other stars have similar types of variety as we have in our solar system. They have an Io, they have a Europa, and so on, which means like there's a lot of possibility for icy planets, for water, for planets that enable planets and moons like that. I mean, that's super exciting, because that means everywhere through our galaxy and beyond, there's just innumerable possibility for weird creatures.
I agree. You don't have to convince me. I mean, NASA has been on this quest for a long time, and it's sometimes called Eater Earth. It's the frequency of Earth-like, usually they say planets in the universe. How common are planets similar to our Earth in terms of ultimately we'd like to know everything about these planets in terms of the amount of water they have, how much atmosphere they have, but for now it's kind of focused just on the size and the distance from the star, essentially. How often do you get similar conditions to that? That was Kepler's primary mission, and it really just kind of flirted with the answer, didn't quite get to a definitive answer. But I would say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like, I would say, worlds, then moons has to be a part of that, because we know that Earth-like, from the Kepler data to the preliminary results, that Earth-like planets around sun-like stars is not an inevitable outcome. It seems to be something like a 1 to 10% outcome. So it's not particularly inevitable that happens. But we do often see about half of all sun-like stars have either a mini Neptune, a Neptune, or a Jupiter in the habitable zone of their stars. That's a very, very common occurrence that we see. Yet we have no idea how often they have moons around them, which could also be habitable. And so there may very well be, if even 1 in 5 of them has an Earth-like moon or even a Mars-like moon around them, then there would be more habitable real estate in terms of exomoons than exoplanets.
Because essentially 2x, 3x, 5x, maybe 10x the number of habitable worlds out there in the universe at our current.
She was supposed to marry Donald Trump Jr. And, a lot of people think Donald Trump Jr. is going to run for president, so turn into a family dynasty. So she's looking at first lady status. She must be. Exactly. And actions in Greece. Replaced by a woman who's at least 15 years old. Of course. That's how you guys roll. She was older than Trump Jr. He's 46. I believe she's 54. But the woman's 38. 55. Look at that. She got older. Well, we all age. We all have birthdays. Literally, she's anti-grandma. Because of that film of her and Gavin, where the headline was saying about Gavin, and they were dressed like John and Jackie Kennedy. And she used to wear her hair exposed like Randy. Vanity Fair magazine, I think that's Vanity Fair. No, it's something like that. And they sprawled out on this expensive carpeting at one of the Getty Awards. One of the best Gettys in the living room. So that Gavin was able to do their photos. New York Magazine. Yeah, I just remember seeing it some years ago, and Gavin was ridiculous. I mean, he was so blatantly trying to imitate Kennedy's. And I think Robert Kennedy's rather scary. Oh, sorry. Her person is that's one of those magazines that used to be really popular about 50, 60 years ago. So that's when she fantasized that Gavin was going to run for president. She was talking about all the time. He's probably turned president since he was 8. Things didn't work out with Gavin, so she moved into a presidential family. Maybe Don Jr. is going to continue to practice. But now she's out there. So now she's in Greece all by herself. She'll find somebody there. Maybe she can find Aristotle who passes his branch in Greece. There you go. We come back with Tracy Park in public safety measures that she and district attorney and other police chief are taking to get the crime out of the West Side. And why is it every council person, why is it every politician in the state doing this for their town, their county? Why? The LA County Supervisor, why are they doing this stuff? It's not like the criminals, the homeless, and the illegal aliens, who seem to be the only constituency that most politicians in California keep. We'll talk next. Everyone live with the FX24 News. We're watching everything. So, Insanity. KOST HD2. Everywhere on the Outer Radio app. Still flowing up Denver Park live from the KFI 24-hour news from LA County's fire chief says the fire burning in Malibu moved about 40% the size overnight and is now more than 4,000 acres. With Raymond lines from burning, the fire retardant drops and construction of new gas lines to connect the gas along the bucket eastern edge of the fire. Chief Anthony Brody said this morning the fire is 7% surrounded. He says the rates increase in fire size of the night was along the western edge of the fire into Corral Canyon. So far, at least 7 homes and other buildings have been destroyed. 9 have damaged. About 12,000 people are under evacuation orders. Another 7,000 are under evacuation warnings. The National Weather Service has canceled the red flag warning across Southern California. Winds have been decreasing more than expected. National Weather Service forecasters say while very dry air and elevated fire weather conditions will persist into tonight, red critical fire weather conditions have ended. Burbank police say an officer involved shooting in October was an accident. Investigators have determined this officer involved shooting was a result of an unintentional discharge of the involved officer's trailer during a high-risk traffic stop. Police Lieutenant Derek Reeves says the bullet went through the windshield and no one was hit. The officer who fired has been with the department for 14 years. Police say officers were looking for a stolen vehicle when they
story, but